certain videos makes influencers push the limits.
Let's test my internet speed tonight. Let's see if we have buffering.
So it's a bit of a snowball.
Maybe we have some memes.
More people getting involved, and it can sometimes be the most shocking, the most extreme. It's about standing out.
French ministers say
Gulak
websites are
stream, road
responsible for
stream,
monitoring
open
material
mic,
and
send
must
some
ensure children are not
shekels.
exposed to violence.
Fucking
Once
hunger
again,
stream
internet
tonight.
safety is being discussed in the context of someone losing their life. Oliver Whitfield-Miocic.
Yeah, some shock content streamer went too far. People are surprised that it passed out. GG. Ridiculous.
They're considering taking legal action to block asylum seekers from being housed in hotels. That and much more on the News Hour with Matt Barbell next.
Yeah, they're sweeping now the troubles from 2011.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace. The end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern Ireland. Catholics and Protestants now facing the same threat.
If we both contract COVID-19, religion's not.
Come on, reconnect to subhuman internet. This is one fucking week more of this shitty connection. No connection.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Come on. Come on, British news. Meme. Yeah, I found this on my Discord. Well, so the wages are going into this pod for 600. One room. 4 rooms inside one room. One pod 600. So this guy grabs 3,000 for the one room. Yeah, I can't figure it out what is wrong with my internet connection. For the last 5 days it is dropping to 0 kilobytes. Every 3 minutes we drop. Yeah. Which I don't know if they are scamming me speed wise or I have actually broken cables or something. Yeah, but most likely it's a scam. Most likely I'm paying full price for fucking 10% of speed. Yeah. GG, fucking gulag scam, stupid Europe. Too bad the company headquarters is on the other side of the city where we never gonna go. Yeah, even if I went there, it's gonna cost me like €5 there, €5 back. Ah, GG, looks like we have a shit connection all night long. Yep. Over for streaming, over for fucking YouTube. Oh, that's disgusting buffering, bro. What the fuck? Anyway, that's the meme. Come on, you British cocks, give me the fucking news. You are kidding me, right? It's fucking weird. It says I have a 9 megabyte upload. Why is it sparing? I don't know. This is fucking end of YouTubing anyway. Texas house, buffering, subhumanity.
It is 5 o'clock. I'm Matt Barbet. You're watching the News Hour. The top stories. Councils across England plan legal challenges to asylum seeker hotels after the High Court Epping ruling. The UK and Russia trade a new round of sanctions, with the Kremlin accused of laundering transactions through crypto networks. A man who stabbed a neighbour and shot a police officer with a crossbow is jailed for 9 years. And one of the rappers from the Irish trio Kneecap faces a month-long wait to find out whether his terrorism charge will stand. Plus, we'll have a special report from the mountains of northern Somalia, where Islamic State has found a new foothold.
They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead, is it? And the evidence here shows that IS is not dead at all. It's alive and kicking.
Piece of shit.
In this map, only 2. Only 8 districts out of the 38 in this map are majority Latino, despite Latinos representing more than 40% of the Texas population. Discrimination against voters of color, sadly, is not new. Texas has a long and painful record when it comes to redistricting. Every decade since the Voting Rights Act of 1965, courts have found that Texas discriminated against voters of color. There's currently
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call the
in El Paso with the decision
customer service and ask them.
challenging the state's maps from 4 years ago. What is new is that instead of letting the courts do their job, we are being forced
I'm gonna just fucking call these idiots clowns and ask them about
this
it.
is unprecedented and it is wrong. Members, it breaks my heart to see how this illegal and rigged.
Yep. Everything is crashing. Look at feral idiots kicking that police van. Fucking feral retard British cucks. So feral. Look at the degenerates. Ogre after ogre, look at that. Stranka nie existuje, to piči vyjebané. How do I contact these idiots?
Pre-service week, which is when all of our teachers are getting various supports. They reported to school on Monday, and our kids start school on the coming Monday, August 25th. So I'm happy to answer a few questions. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose the credit that I need for bus.
Could respond to this. Could you respond to the Justice Department investigation into whether the Metropolitan
It's not a stream, it's a fucking troubleshooting session with Subhuman.
crime stat data?
I'm happy to respond, and I'll just say this: whatever questions were asked or inquiry, we will respond, and we will cooperate with any investigation. We know that crime has gone down in our city, and it has gone down precipitously over the last years because of a lot of hard work, changes to our public safety ecosystem, including changes to the law. We know that those facts don't comport to what some people are saying, but those are the facts. So any questions about data from DOJ, we will happily answer. Yep.
A follow-up to that question, in regards to the allegations, there also, or people against your office and what's being done are talking about the fact that in May, you also did have a commander who was placed on administrative leave on similar suspicions. That was done in May. Can you update us on that investigation? And I'll ask another question after that.
I don't really have an update to that investigation, but I will say that was an investigation initiated by the chief, and I'm not sure if it's concluded, but I'll ask the chief to talk about that.
So I'll start by saying that it was an investigation that was initiated by me.
And I'll close by saying we have not yet completely finalized the investigation. As most of you know, we don't talk about open investigations until it's complete.
So the suspicion of... Thank you, Mayor. The suspicion of manipulating numbers is not new. In 2018, Fox 5 also reported on similar accusation, going through several FOIA requests and a lot of data as well. My question to you is, what's the plan here? How do you show the federal government that you're on tap and on top of and able to respond to what's going on?
I think we can respond pretty simply. I'm not sure yet what questions we've gotten, so I'll just leave it as saying that we will cooperate and answer their questions. You were next, I think.
Yeah. Any reaction to the Attorney General tweeted out this morning that the U.S. Marshal Service is now offering $500 to anyone who gives information that leads to an arrest in the district? Do you have any reaction to that?
I don't have a reaction. We have a rewards program here for information that leads to prosecutions in certain crimes, and we have a very active program, and that has worked.
Do you think that they're putting resources in the right places in the city?
I think that is something that we evaluate daily. Yep.
Arthur Jones, the second with ABC News. Do you worry about students' attendance on Monday with the president's federal takeover? And also, is
let me stop you there. There has been no takeover.
The president's surge and crackdown.
Okay, so with the federal surge in the city, part of what we just talked to educators about, we're in a campus on this hill where 3 schools attend, so we had, probably a little over 100 teachers represented today. And what I want to be clear to all of them about is our children deserve and will get a joyful start to their school year. So all the adults in our building, all of the people in our government are focused on making sure that happens. I'm also asking DC residents, whether they have kids in school or not. This is a tradition that we have for many years, but I think it would be great if DC residents line corridors and clap. We call it clap the kids into school. So tell them that we're with them. We want them to have a great school year, and we're all going to be standing shoulder to shoulder with them.
Metropolitan Police Department worked with the federal agencies, any communication there?
Neighborhood where they can get a ride to school. So we will take care of getting our kids to school. Yeah, I'm not going to come back to you right now because other questions are out there. Yeah.
Mayor, but follow up, I mean, there are checkpoints happening across the city with the federal partners. There's also people that are getting stopped 24/7 with immigration enforcement. I think it's just a follow-up of how do you address those concerns that a parent who is dropping their kid off might be detained by immigration officials?
I think people who have that concern for themselves personally and for all of us who are concerned for them and their safety are making adjustments. Yep.
Madam Mayor and administration, I have 3 questions. First question, what latitude do teachers have to explore the political, social, and historic context of the situation in the classroom? Second question, what safeguards are in place to prevent an overzealous response to physical altercations on school grounds, given what we see currently with the federal infringement? And finally, we're going to take it to Ward 4. How is MPD preventing Officer Sutton and Lieutenant Zabaski and others who have been penalized in the past from repeating what they have done in terms of just their negative interactions with residents?
Okay, your first question, I'm sorry.
My first question is in regards to teachers. So what latitude do they have to explore?
So one thing I just emphasize to teachers that there's only one person in DC government authorized to do politics, and that's me. And teaching, however, they have the same latitude to instruct as they always have.
But as far as the curriculum, can someone speak to that?
There's no change to their curriculum.
But what is in place for them to talk about this in the current context, historically?
Let me ask the Chancellor how the public schools approach. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Sam, for that question. So no changes to our curriculum, the same expectations that we've had previously. We have actually a new curriculum for math this year for our elementary age students. Teachers do incorporate current events in some courses. They still have the latitude to do that, but we expect teachers to adhere to our curriculum as written.
And as far as the physical altercations on campus, I've done reporting in the past. Students have complained about altercations on this campus. We wrote about BARD as well. What guarantee, or I guess, what safeguards are in place to prevent an overriding on campus?
Yeah, so our staff is trained to intervene if there are any altercations on campus. We don't expect that. The educators, school administrators have been working hard over the summer to create an environment that is welcoming. And we equip students with tools to deal with issues as they come up. We've had a big emphasis on, for example, restorative justice strategies that have been proven to be effective. And if you look at violent acts among students in schools, and DCPS specifically, we've seen a decline in those events that are happening on our campuses. So we anticipate the response from administrators will be the same, and they'll be prepared for day one on Monday.
And in regards to the 2 officers that were pardoned, just very curious about their status, very curious, and this is my final question, of course, but for the time being.
So at their status, one is no longer a member of the Metropolitan Police Department, and as I've stated before, the other member of our police department is in a right now he's going through the appropriate training.
So which one's no longer a member, if you don't mind?
The lieutenant.
The lieutenant, thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'll try to get through them efficiently. First, for you, Mayor Bowser, and for you, Chief Smith, you were at 7D last night with Terry Cole and with Stephen Miller. What did you all discuss amongst each other and also with the officers there at 7D?
Well, I will say, and I won't be very specific about our discussion with the officers, but we did a lot of listening about concerns that they have about policing and making sure that they have the tools that they need to do their job. We listen to concerns that they have about the areas that they're policing and other feedback. And we listen to them about other ways that I can support them as their big boss. And I think the chief would say similar. With regard to a short pull aside that we had with the federal officials, I would just say that we discuss shared priorities.
Just a couple more on immigration enforcement and the police department. We're hearing a bit that officers are looking for more guidance on how to be interacting with or in the same space when they are with ICE. And I want to bring up a specific example so we can to be specific here. I think one of the concerns we're hearing is that perhaps, routine moped enforcement that MPD has been focused on, like unregistered mopeds, things like that. Normally, before this federal surge and ICE agents accompanying MPD officers in certain spaces, that would have been that traffic violation or whatever it was, and then immigration enforcement would not be part of MPD officers doing that job. Now, how do you respond to the concern that those kinds of stops could be a pretext then for immigration enforcement and any officers' concerns about sort of how to behave and how to do that enforcement?
I called with the Fukan customer service. They want me to restart the modem and put reset factory and factory reset bullshit. I don't give a fuck. We will have buffers, whatever. Nobody watching anyway. Oh, fuck this shit.
And we continue to look for any final legal statement.
What are they sparking again?
Presidential executive order and subsequent.
Give me the other news.
Tit, if you like, tit for tat. In response to London's ongoing confrontational course, the Russian foreign minister said,
at the moment, excited to get started.
Fabricating anti-Russian narratives, pumping weapons into the neo-Nazi regime in Kyiv, as is the Russians. They've added these people to what they call the Russian stop list. And the names on it, well, you've mentioned some of the more eye-catching ones. Dennis McShane was a fairly high-profile Minister of State at the Foreign Office, later went to prison for fiddling his expenses, no longer in Parliament, who's MP for Rotherham.
Oh yeah, today is Red Durst 55 birthday.
David Blair, a Telegraph correspondent.
I read it all for the Nookie. The Nookie. So you can take that.
John Sweeney. But there's
Sticking
also
up your
some
ass.
anti-terror chiefs as well on this list. Dominic Murphy, the head of counter-terrorism at the Met, and Jonathan Hall, the government's counter-terrorism commissioner. So they, no doubt they will all regard this as a badge of honour, but it's another row, diplomatic row, if you like. Whether it'll make any difference, well, I have my doubts about sanctions.
That's the question, John, isn't it? Because we've
It's
seen
in it.
our own
In
Ed
it.
Conway looking
In it.
into
You forget it. Say
how
in it.
sanctions are being busted
In
and
it.
British-made
Oh,
vehicles
nice,
are
like a
showing
salt
up in
t-shirt,
Russia. And
nice.
there's a big piece in the Financial Times today showing that Russian and Iranian oil is being
In it.
shipped around the world.
Yes, I mean,
Fox.
this
We need to
statement from
replace
Foreign
Fox
Office
News.
talks about,
I don't care about fucking
avoiding
Texas.
sanctions, dodgy crypto networks, dodging sanctions. Yes, the Russians seem to find lots of ways to dodge sanctions. And a cynic would say, oh, sanctions don't actually do much good. Well, short of other measures, what other measures can they take? The government clearly thinks that these
Collection
measures
looks
will do some
stable
good.
somehow
As
right
for
now.
sanctions
6
against a few
mega.
British journalists, I don't think that's going to... I mean, I suppose it means they get kicked
Stable.
out of Russia if they're there or barred from entering the country.
In it.
That may be what they're attempting to do there. But as we know, there have been lots of restrictions placed on Western journalists in Moscow.
Yeah, amongst other places. Thank you very much indeed, John. Next, the Israeli military is calling
No,
on
no,
tens
no,
of
no, no,
reservists
no,
for a
no,
new
no,
offensive
Mena. Come on, give me a
focused on
break.
Gaza City. That's despite negotiators scrambling.
Let's rather gonna listen about Texas than Mena. God damn. Ah, here we go, buffer again.
And so we have
Boom.
met with our federal partners. We've given them different areas across the city where we would like to see resources allocated. And
Okay, I'm gonna launch some fucking game. So fucking.
A cohesive process. We speak every single day. I mean, things do happen in our city. Let's not be kind of oblivious to the fact
What
that
can we
things
put there? Maybe Deutsche
happen.
Welle.
But I have a
Maybe
responsibility
Deutsche
to make sure
Welle
that
had
even
some
if we
shit.
didn't have a federal surge, that I have
Really
resources placed around the
news.
city. And again, my role right now is to ensure that I continue to drive down crime. We have the resources here, and we're going to utilize them to the best of our ability.
If I could follow up with two other things. Terry Cole we've been told that he's whatever.
What is new on DV?
4 years after his arrival in Sweden, he met his biological parents.
Suggesting ways that you police the city?
And there they were.
What happened?
But
It's been very, very congenial.
After-
It's been very collaborative.
Okay,
he's
maybe
actually
we
asked
switch.
me about different ways in which we can collaborate and have resources around the city.
Okay,
It is
which
not
means-
contentious at all. I met with him yesterday. I met with him the day before. So we look forward to working with our partners in this space.
Okay, boom, boom. And we go.
we need to go to another room, just you and I. There are some problems here. Your parents that you just met, they are not your parents.
Lundberg discovered that the couple were in fact not his parents, but his aunt and uncle. The information contained in the adoption file given to him by the KWS agency was fabricated.
Fucking buffering.
My real
Yep.
birth parents did not sign any consent to my adoption. And I started to wonder, like, is this really a thing? And I said that I want to investigate the system behind it.
Yeah, if I do that factory reset, I'm risking
Danish family.
destroying the whole modem.
Analyzed 400 adoption files from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands, Germany, Belgium, the United States, and Australia.
People are starting to hope that we find a case that has not been falsified.
So you mean that all cases you look into are false?
We're still looking for a true case with no falsification and no document fraud, missing or fake signatures or missing consent forms.
But
Stop
why
bitching.
did they have to falsify?
To make us eligible to leave the country, to handle the paperwork, we are made orphans.
What do you mean? Can you explain more?
Where each person has 2 files, and there will be 1 file that stays in Korea with the true information about the original family, and you have another file that goes with the child and the adoptive parents, and that one is usually very thin, has very little real information in it.
Korea Welfare Services and HOLT, another of the country's main adoption agencies, are at the center of the accusations. Lundberg also found evidence that the agencies psychologically abuse single mothers, colluding with authorities to encourage them to give up their babies. South Korean culture is highly patriarchal. Even now, barely 5% of babies are born to unmarried women. Here, single mothers are stigmatized.
Yeah, congratulations. Fred Durst is 55 today.
Disowned by her family, Choi was 35 when she entered a shelter for pregnant women.
2009년에 제가 출산할 때는 어쨌든 애라논도 10명 중에 8명? 9명 정도.
When I gave birth in 2009, around 8 or 9 out of 10 women were giving their child up for adoption. There was a lot of pressure. If we said that we wanted to keep the child, we were forced to have a consultation with an adoption agency.
Hey, what's going on the other channel?
We were pressured to sign an adoption
Boom, boom.
contract. They said
We'll
to
have a
us,
special report from the mountains of northern Somalia, where Islamic State is finding a new foothold.
My god, ISIS is now hiding in Somalia.
Now it's right here in Somalia. They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead. It's alive and kicking.
They're coping hard.
It's the same thing happening again, only it's in Somalia and Africa.
That's what happens when you have no women around.
I want to find evidence
And
of
no
how
weed.
big they are.
This is from Daesh.
I've
No
seen what
Buddha.
they've done in the past. This is like looking into the future, and it doesn't look good. Are you regretful about joining ISIS?
No, I'm not. Abracadabra. Allahu Akbar. ISIS is the best. Yeah, in such locations there is no meaning to life. Of course, fucking ISIS is gonna give you meaning. GG. Okay, what game are we launching today? Stone Shard? I don't think so. Maybe Svarog. Yeah, I think so. Fuck, I don't even want to use my hands right now. La Bubu, 400% increase. That's insane. Who made this psyop? What is this La Bubu psyop? How did it happen? What gives? That's my question. What gives? La Bubu. Fucking, what's up with this Swedish church being moved? What is so special about some wooden building? Come on. New moon diameter discovered orbiting your anus. A tiny satellite.
Fire, shouts the commander.
Hey, look, no buffering somehow.
Dash to safety.
After I called to the
shelter to see if there is
customer service.
I'm Deborah Haynes, Sky Security and Defence Editor. Should Russia's war with Ukraine escalate significantly, pilots
Editor. Excited to get started.
combat for real.
Not how it works. In it.
His series of articles was published in 2021. Swedish society was profoundly shocked. Many of the families directly involved were outraged.
That's me. Launching
A lot of
Svarog.
adoptive parents contacted us and they were mad. They told us, you should not look into this. Our babies get it better off in Sweden, and why don't you also write about all the positive things about adoptions?
Full
This
screen?
is about crimes against children,
Oh no.
against birth parents, stolen children. Why should I write about all the positive things about adoptions then?
Historians and demographers estimate that since the 1950s, a total of more
Okay,
than
time
1
to eat some
million
fucking
children have been adopted from some 100
potato.
different countries. To meet demand, adoption agencies have sprung up around the world, creating a competitive market with substantial profits.
What do we have here? Where is he? Ah, okay, okay.
Yves Donacher is a professor
Here.
of contemporary history at the University of Angers in France. He has 15 years' experience as an expert in the history of international adoption.
God's favor 1. Champion of none.
He says certain practices have become part of an economic market driven by the laws of
+30.3.
supply and demand.
Class point 1.
À partir du moment où les candidats à la
From the moment the prospective adoptive parents from Western societies go to the adoptee's countries of origin with numerous requests, this demand often completely upsets the fragile balance that may have existed. So orphans are created in these countries to meet the demand.
exister, ça veut dire que on va
And then we see the emergence of inappropriate practices, because in this scenario, there are all sorts of shady intermediaries who are after a good deal.
Parce que dans ce schéma-là, eh bien évidemment, il y a toutes
This
sortes
doesn't mean that all adoptions are illegal or that illegal practices are widespread.
toutes les adoptions sont illicites et que les pratiques illicites sont générales.
But as soon as there is money in inter-country adoption, the system is flawed.
Le système est vicié.
Inter-country adoption
Le système,
turns
le
children
petit,
into
that's hard.
commodities and exposes them to systemic
Bon
fraud.
voyage, that's all I know.
In some cases, this fraud was orchestrated at the highest levels of government, as many adoptees from Chile were shocked to discover.
Je m'appelle Johanna Lamboulé.
My name is Johanna Lamboulé. I was born on December 4th, 1980 in Santiago, Chile. I was adopted at the age of 5½ in France by a family in the Toulouse region. I discovered that I had been stolen from my mother, and she had been looking for me for 35 years.
That's insane.
En novembre 2020,
In November 2020, I was sorting through some papers at home and came across my adoption file.
mais je pensais pas en fait.
I had no idea what I would discover there.
Découvert. Grâce à la magie
Thanks to the magic of the internet, when I typed in the address on my passport, I discovered that it corresponded to a hotel called the Monte Carlo.
de Monte Carlo.
This is weird. After I finish talking to the customer service, suddenly the internet is kurva stable. What is this? If you don't complain, you will not have the services, or what the fuck is going on in Goa? It's like industry standard nowadays.
J'ai découvert que l'adresse qui était indiquée sur mon passeport.
I discovered that the address on my passport was used for over 374 children who had been adopted abroad. but that these children had never been abandoned,
n'avaient jamais été abandonnés. Ils étaient
and their
recherchés
mothers
par
and
leur famille.
families were looking for them.
In the 1980s, when Johanna was adopted, General Pinochet was in power in Chile. The ideology of the ruling junta was grounded in the use of terror combined with an extreme neoliberal economic policy. During the
Chile?
Pinochet dictatorship,
Pinochet.
promoting adoption became an official government policy. Adoption was seen as a means of eradicating poverty by using force if necessary, children from single mothers and disadvantaged families to other families deemed more suitable. According to estimates, some 20,000 children were taken from their parents without their consent. Johanna is one of them. She decided to look for her birth mother.
Consumable. Right click.
En fait, il y a un numéro qui s'appelle
The RUT, or Rol Único Tributario, is a personal identification number that is valid your whole life.
Okay, how do I open the fucking map?
Avec ça, on pouvait aller sur
Once you have it, you
Oh,
can go
okay.
to the Chilean Civil Registry website and request a birth certificate.
cas de naissance.
So,
Et à partir de là,
So that was when I found that on my birth certificate there was my mother's name and her own
I
ID
finish
number.
this
et
quest.
son numéro d'identification route. Donc retour sur la page
I
internet.
checked the Civil Registry webpage to see if she's still
Si elle est
alive.
toujours vivante.
How is everybody coping? Open mic. Everybody can
Then I
join.
saw her birth certificate and I saw that she's married.
Elle s'est mariée. Et avec le nom
Now
de
with her husband's name, I started sifting through Facebook,
sur Facebook. Et là,
and I came across this photo.
quand j'ai
When I
zoomé,
zoomed in, I said, "That's my face."
elle, c'est ma tête. Mon
I
cœur,
felt in my heart that it was her.
j'avais
Meow.
préparé une petite
I
lettre
wrote her
This
a
is
little
cute.
letter with my photo from my passport at the time, so she'd recognize me.
pour qu'elle me reconnaisse.
And on December 6, 2020,
Décembre 2020,
we met.
on s'est retrouvés.
Fuck, give me back my quest. Story, I had to do
Et j'ai
some.
pu recoller tous les
Mirror
morceaux
from-
et me rendre compte pourquoi.
I was able to put all the pieces together and realize why we were separated. At the time, in 1986, my mom was very
Ma
young.
maman est très jeune,
She was a single mom.
célibataire. Elle est femme de
She was a
ménage.
cleaner, but she also looked after the children in the house. She was what we call a nanny.
Un jour, on lui a dit
One day she was told at the juvenile court in Concepcion there was
I
a
should sleep,
program
I
that
hate
allowed
night.
mothers to take their children to boarding school for the week
same.
while they worked and to collect them at the weekend.
le temps qu'elle travaille et de récupérer l'enfant le week-end. Donc ma maman,
So my mom really thought this was a good solution, and she signed a document for this boarding school while she was working during the week.
c'était un document pour cette
C'est grave.
pension-là pendant qu'elle travaillait la semaine. Elle a pu venir me voir.
She was able to come and see me once at the weekend. And that day, in fact, the last time we saw each other,
Almost every night someone takes a shit in front of that house.
it was the last photo
That's
we
a
took together.
lovely quest. Lovely quest.
Elle m'a
You have
redéposé
some
à
shit
la
max there going on
Took me
in
back
the
to
house.
boarding school. She left.
Et puis,
And
ben,
well,
moi, entre-temps,
in the meantime, I was put on a plane, and I left too. She had no idea.
I better
When
make a
she next came
screenshot.
back,
You
I was
can't make
gone.
this up.
en fait,
Within 4 days, I was gone. from
Discord.
Chile.
4 jours.
According to figures from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 100,000 visas have been issued for adopted children since 1979, from around 80 different countries. France ranks second in the world after the US for for the number of children adopted from overseas. Johanna Lambolet is a member of the network of international adoptees in France. It provides voluntary support to people looking for their birth families. Since it was set up, the number of requests has soared.
Le cas de Maxime, c'est un cas.
Maxime's case is very complicated. Here we have a diplomatic telex from Santiago dated the 19th of October 1988.
Qui demande un visa
requesting a permanent residence visa for Christian Andres Belado. So that's October 19th. And then we have a document from the Embassy for Travel on the 2nd of November 1988, validated on November 4th, 1988. Christian had become Juan Valverde, born on August 30th, 1984, and he arrived in France with a passport in that name.
Avec un passeport à ce nom-là.
Just think.
Donc la France.
On the 19th of October, the child in question was a Christian Bolado, born on the 15th of September 1985.
Fuck my life, he
the
says.
The child that arrived was a Juan Valverde, born on the 30th of August 1984. The entry papers were signed no problem, and so this kid became Maxime. Now he's looking for his family.
Nice. Double damage, second cast, and doubles for stun. Looks good, maybe we should buy.
Je m'appelle Maxime.
My name is Maxime. I was adopted by French parents who live in the southwest of France.
Hunting ball.
I have a 5-year-old daughter.
Can you repair my shit? Do you know who is shitting in front of that house? Bro. Nobody knows.
I have no memory of my biological mother. None. What my
Crazy
French
shit.
parents
Show
were
me
told
what you got.
was that I was taken in off the streets of Santiago.
Est-ce que j'ai vraiment été abandonné?
But was I really abandoned? Or was I stolen from my biological mother?
It's much better.
My feeling is that things were hushed up.
J'ai l'impression qu'on a caché des choses.
Noble. What can we sell?
In Chile and elsewhere, illegal adoptions tend to follow a similar pattern. Get the child out of the country quickly, with no return possible, so that the traffickers cannot be traced. Paradoxically, legal adoption processes have facilitated these crimes. In most cases, children adopted overseas have been authorized to leave their country of birth on temporary visas with basic exit permits.
Hunting ball.
All that is required is a guardian, who can be an adoptive parent, a diplomat's wife, a social worker, an employee of an adoption agency, or a flight attendant. It is only once the child has reached the country where its new parents live that the adoption order is issued. The child is then given a new identity. He or she is given a new first name, a new surname, a new nationality, and even a new birth certificate, where only the names of the adoptive parents are listed. This removes any link with the birth parents. Unable to trace his biological parents through bureaucratic channels, Maxime turned to his French parents, hoping they might be able to give him some clues.
Regarde, ça c'est la photo du premier jour que j'ai eu Maxime.
Look, this photo is from our first day with Maxime, when we returned to France. I didn't go through an association. I didn't go through anyone. We took out a loan to go to Chile. It was very expensive. What with the flights and the accommodation, we didn't know how long we'd be staying, did we? So we landed in Santiago, and then we arrived at the Hotel Monte Carlo.
Moscow bans Brits from entering country. You're kidding me.
Every day I'd go to the court. introduce myself.
Yeah, because we've seen some of the European leaders not particularly appreciating that approach. The discussion must be their point of view on a ceasefire before anything else can happen.
Yes, absolutely. I think European leaders were profoundly dismayed. I can understand they can't express it in those terms in public, but you could see what happened. They all rushed to the White House to prevent things from getting even worse. And both Macron and Merz said very clearly, we need to have a ceasefire in order to proceed. But Trump didn't seem to listen. And now we'll see what happens. I mean, unfortunately, I think what's been happening from Alaska and onwards has prolonged the war further, which I think is highly regrettable and highly damaging to the security of Europe.
Do you think Russia then will probe these possible cracks in this coalition that we're seeing on our screen right now? If they're not unified in their approach, then that's an opportunity for Russia to take advantage of.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, probe cracks. I mean, the crack is clearly there. Trump abandoned the position that had been a unified position across the Atlantic seeking a ceasefire. Trump suddenly turned around and agreed with Putin that a ceasefire is not necessary. Call that a crack or call that a crash. And of course, Putin is happy with that. I mean, I think he expects Trump to be even more accommodating and put pressure on Zelensky. I think the Europeans prevented that. But for the time being, all pressure is off Putin because the threat of further tariffs or sanctions or whatever from the American side that Trump had been talking about, that's all out of the window.
I'd like to ask you how keenly this is being felt in your part of the world. Sweden, clearly a fairly new member of NATO, Finland the same as well, of course. Both the Scandinavian and the Baltic states as well, clearly a lot closer to things than we are. What are the discussions in that part of the world about the situation right now?
Well, I'm deep concern with sort of what we see as the sort of meltdown in the Trump position. And the fairly naive, you can even say amateurish way this is handled by the White House. And this, of course, brings worries about what happens if the situation gets even worse. But for the time being, I think all the focus should be on what we Europeans need to do. And that is to stand firm in the support for Ukraine, be that diplomatically or be that financially or be that militarily. And then the White House is doing their own thing.
Carl Bildt, former Prime Minister of Sweden, joining us from Stockholm this evening. Many thanks indeed.
Thank you.
You're watching the News Hour, still to come. We'll be speaking to Ido Elam, who is an Israeli teenager and is refusing to be drafted into the Israel Defense Forces. He's done it before and he says he's going to do it again. We'll be speaking to him in a few moments' time. And also coming up, news of a major restructure of Welsh domestic rugby. Are they going to lose more professional clubs? Hear more about that in a moment.
Who gives a fuck about rugby? Come on.
I want to start the programme today with a name, a story that I can't get out of my head. The campaign has now started.
This is your chance. Tell people.
This is the Politics Hub. It's not correct. The tax burden is projected to go up.
No, I am talking about...
No, but I'm not. This is my interview. Look, this is ridiculous. No one does care about us. I'm really interested in that. On the Politics Hub, we like to push the boundaries. He's got the majority. The question is, what is he going to do with it?
We've come to one of Moscow's Cold War bunkers. It was built as a top-secret command centre.
Being here really feels like you're stepping back in time. I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
A show of military might and menace.
Courage, bravery and sacrifice will win the day.
It's a new subject. They'll learn about combat drones and some how to handle a Kalashnikov.
The Kremlin continues to put forward its own version of events, both present and past.
There's no mention of the fact that Russia invaded its neighbour. That's rewriting history, isn't it?
Now we're
in it.
Really
you forget to say
Vladimir Putin put forward his plan for a ceasefire in Ukraine, telling Kiev, pull out of your eastern territories and the war will end. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Vladimir Putin is already the Kremlin's longest-serving leader since Stalin.
I wish I could drink some beer.
What will a fifth Putin term mean for Russia and the world? Why do you support Vladimir Putin, Mr. Segal?
I can't answer questions that stupid.
I've watched Vladimir Putin attempt
That's crazy. Steven Seagal dissed.
The St. Petersburg Economic Forum was
Brutal. Steven Seagal is such a massive piece of shit, by the way.
Russia could send missiles to other nations to target the West.
Ambassador, I wonder, shall we have a quick word for Sky News?
Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine?
Swedish media, oh my god, you're not afraid of being here.
Let's talk about Steven Seagal.
Gershkovich is on trial here. It was first on display.
Russia says Evan Gershkovich was caught red-handed, but has never produced any evidence to back that up. Sky News. Get the full story first.
Yeah, I think I buy this. Ring of Music.
Fire, shouts the commander. There's a dash to safety. We've now got to wait inside the shelter.
Yeah, I think I buy this ring.
Incoming. I'm Deborah Haynes, Sky Security and Defense
Which
Editor.
belongs fucking where? Here?
Pilots
okay.
like these could be called upon to go into combat for real.
So Steven Seagal, you know, he's such a piece of shit, basically. Well, I will tell the story when somebody joins. I'm gonna talk to myself.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live, joins us live all in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
How can we fix? So Steven Seagal, you know.
We've had some more details this afternoon from the IDF about its new offensive in Gaza, which is said to be focused on Gaza City. They've carried out a press conference, and our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, was keeping an eye on things from Jerusalem. Evening to you, Adam. What were they saying?
Well, what we now know is that this operation has started, is that Israeli forces are now on the outskirts
Jesus,
of
not
Gaza
Mena
City.
again, not Mena again.
This person, Rolando Antonio Carrasco Gonzalez.
So,
he's about 70
I will
years
tell a funny story about Steven Seagal. We have 3 people in the house.
Here on this line, one of these could be your father or your mother.
Any info on the shit on the
What we
street?
need to do now is convince someone in this family to take a DNA
Do you know
test.
who is shitting in front of that house? At least we don't have Bahari.
And
Now that you
agree to
mention,
a
I did
DNA
notice something there the other night. Who was it? It wasn't human. It was some sort of creature. Monster.
It's a way for someone to recognize you.
2 o'clock midnight.
If someone in your family is looking, they'll be trying to find
We
you
are
for the rest of their
investigating
lives.
shit maxers in the house. Okay, what you got? Oh.
Why did European countries accept the arrival of Chilean children, knowing that there was a dictatorship in our country, that the Chilean justice system did absolutely nothing when people were killed or imprisoned,
The travel
that
cost
the National
500,
Stadium was
take
full
1
of
hour.
detainees, disappeared persons, tortured people? Why didn't these countries say anything? Why didn't they realize that the judges authorizing children to leave the country were part of the same power structure depriving Chileans of justice? Governments need to think about this.
Okay, what time it is? The shit maxer. The dog
In
is
the
here.
past 20 years, the number of
Hey doggy dog,
international
I have
adoptions has seen a
some bone for
tenfold
you.
decrease.
Really? Oh.
As more adoptees come forward
Take.
with their stories, some
Yes,
countries
buddy
are
boy.
afraid to
Dog
review
peel,
their
dog
policies.
peel, dog peel, dog peel. How you like
In
it?
the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Denmark, government inquiries have led to the temporary or partial suspension of inter-country adoptions. France, Sweden, and Belgium acknowledge irregularities but have taken little action so far.
What a nice game.
In many other adopting countries,
Hey dude, have you found your friend?
any
Level up.
progress. In the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, but
Do you
also
know
in
this
Spain,
dog?
Italy, and Germany. People who discover that they were adopted illegally often lack official support.
Why are
In
you paying
September
people to kill the
2023,
monster?
a group of UN human rights bodies met to promote
Because
a
we
joint
asked them to kill
declaration
Baba
of
Yaga.
illegal inter-country adoptions.
Aha! Baba Yaga will die if she look at herself in the
A
mirror.
long-awaited opportunity for
What a black
adoptee
pill
associations
stories.
around the world to make their voices heard.
Why do you think the
La
mirror
plupart
will kill her?
des adoptés aujourd'hui, ce qu'ils recherchent, c'est leur véritable.
Most adoptees today are searching for
To
their
the west from
identity.
this place.
So the aim is for governments to support them in that.
La deuxième dimension fondamentale, c'est
The second fundamental
how can
aspect
we
is
follow
reparation.
him?
These illegal practices took place in the countries of origin. They also took place in the countries of adoption. There has been neglect, serious neglect.
parfois des crimes.
Sometimes crimes were committed. The third dimension is justice.
Il doit y avoir des poursuites.
Those responsible for these crimes must be
How to
prosecuted.
hide action
Les
bar.
responsables de ces crimes.
Aha, no. Dark mode UI.
In 2018, the Chilean Supreme Court opened a wide-ranging judicial investigation into thousands of coerced or false adoptions that
Never
date back
collected
decades.
items will automatically go to
Hola,
first
buenos
bag.
días, ¿cómo están? Venimos a
Sí.
entregar.
Hello, how are you?
Quick
We're here to
dialogue,
lodge a
uh-huh.
complaint. Just one.
Yeah,
With
this is I
Minister
need.
Balmaceda for child abduction
And this is
and
what I
illegal
need.
adoption.
De menores y adopciones irregulares.
Nice. What a nice game, bro.
Hello, Johanna.
Yeah.
Hello, Maxime. How are you?
But we need to sleep, bro.
Much better. All the weight.
Time is passing so fast,
I'm
bro.
sorry. All the weight I was carrying. It's been lifted off my shoulders.
It's normal. Let your feelings out.
Okay. I think I quit. I mean, save.
No.
5, okay.
I've never cried so much in my life, I think.
By June 2025,
Wait.
no decisions had been handed down
Mirror.
in Chile, but the first indictments were underway.
How do I use the fucking
In
mirror, huh?
Sweden, Patrick Lundberg's articles led to a government inquiry launched in 2021. By June 2025, the Commission concluded with recommendations to halt all inter-country
oh no.
adoptions after finding systemic abuse and child trafficking spanning decades. South Korea ratified the Hague Convention in 2025, 12 years after initially signing
shit.
it. The treaty is set to take effect the same year.
No, he can't die. What the fuck?
The Netherlands has temporarily suspended all inter-country adoptions, but still faces criticism
Hey, you're gonna
for being
die.
slow to acknowledge allegations of illegal adoptions. In France, adoptee organizations were disappointed by an interministerial report published in March 2024.
I'm gonna die.
They said it failed to address the question of state
And my friend also
responsibility.
died. Kurva.
Around the world, thousands of victims of illegal adoptions
How do I
still
quick
live
load?
with uncertainty. Their fight for accountability is far
No.
from over.
No. Bro, I need to restart. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Quick load here. Yeah. Need to remap everything. No, don't go anywhere. Hey, what the fuck is this dude? Huh?
Portugal fights severe wildfires. The country has learned a lot from the catastrophic fire of 8 years ago. Back then, a sea of flames ravaged large parts of the north. The consequences can be felt to this day. Now, the country has new strategies to prevent and combat large fires. Close up. In 30 minutes on DW.
Neanderthals were stronger than we are. So why did they die out? Modern science tells a story that sounds like true crime, featuring sex, weapons, and cannibalism. What role did modern man play in their extinction?
I started to develop the idea that Neanderthals did not make good ancestors for us.
Relative or foe, Neanderthals and us.
In 90 minutes on DW. Hey you! Looking for something amazing? Welcome to DW Spotlight, your portal to all our channels. Watch hand-picked trailers from our shows, docs, and in-depth stories. It's all just a click away. See what's going on. Discover fascinating places. Explore great ideas. Check out our compelling content. Start your journey at DW Spotlight. Dive in and get inspired.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Israel's military begins its offensive on Gaza City. Israel's military says that it has begun the first stage.
Give me a break with the mana bullshit. Come. Hey, Slick on top. Potion. I'm so confused about this fucking game. Okay, F5 maybe. I need to do the all small quests because we are way too deep. Alternate path. The donkey lead your path. What? Where? Oh god, we are so deep. We have to go back. Yeah, back to Bor, I think. Or here, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, that's expensive. Fuck off. Man, what is this music?
Good evening, it's 6 o'clock, I'm Matt Barbett. You're watching the News Hour on Sky News. The top story,
7
councils
o'clock.
across England found legal challenges to asylum seeker hotels after the High Court Epping ruling. The UK and Russia trade a new round of sanctions, with the Kremlin accused of laundering transactions through crypto networks. A man who stabbed a neighbour and shot a police officer with a crossbow is jailed for 9 years. One of the rappers from the Irish trio Kneecap faces a month-long wait to find out whether his terrorism charge will stand. First, we've got a special report from the mountains of northern Somalia, where Islamic State has found a new foothold.
They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead, is it? And the evidence here shows that IS is not dead at all. It's alive and kicking and expanding and exploding everywhere.
Yes, please.
Good evening. Several councils across England say they're weighing up their own legal challenges after the High Court temporarily blocked asylum seekers from being housed in a hotel in Essex. Epping Forest District Council was granted a temporary injunction yesterday, under which migrants must be removed from the Bell Hotel by the 12th of September. It's left the government grappling with contingency plans as the asylum housing scheme faces chaos. Our Sky's Rachel Venables has this report.
At asylum hotels across the country, the protesters had
mental asylum, United Kingdom, mental asylum. That's correct. You are right.
One council's
On the money.
to remove migrants from the Bell Hotel in Epping could become a blueprint for others across the country to follow suit.
Excited to get started.
Just a few miles away in Hertfordshire.
As soon as we heard that they managed to get their temporary injunction, we decided that we would start seeking the same legal advice in the pathway that Epping have gone down.
How can I
families
click
in there,
this?
their children in there, those children need to go to schools. That
sign.
is impacting the schools massively and impacting GP services, you know, those sort of vital services.
There are more than 200 people, families and single men living in this hotel in Broxbourne. But if the council gets its way, the government will have to find new accommodation for all of them, and fast, with pressure mounting from other local authorities following suit and trying now to do the same thing. Reform UK also says its 12 councils will try to do the same as Epping.
Reform is going to use every instrument available
Hey,
to
we're
it
in the
terms
house.
of,
It's a miracle to see one person watching.
We're looking at this. Wheels are in motion. You can expect cases to be brought by Reform Council.
But a mixed reaction amongst these people in Staffordshire.
They've got to go somewhere. They're in the country and they've got to be out somewhere, haven't they?
We need to look after our own people. We
so
need to save our own services. If we was in a position where we could help them, maybe we could.
I know they came over on boats.
Hey, what the fuck?
They didn't have to be put in the hotel. The council put them in the hotel, or the government or something.
Not running. What the
not
fuck?
right.
I myself is a Afghan asylum who came in the country as a refugee. So I would say, yeah, it's a good thing, but has to be controlled.
The government had already pledged to end the use of hotels to house migrants by 2029. Now that timeline could be speeding up.
We're looking at contingency options to accommodate those people who will now have to move out of that hotel. But the bigger problem is ensuring that we process asylum claims more quickly and more effectively than has been the case previously.
Just before Labour came into office last June, there were more than 29,000 asylum seekers being housed in hotels, according to the latest available data.
Okay, switch to mood.
Helped guarantee Ukraine's security, but he later ruled out boots on the ground.
What is
suggesting
this?
Instead, the U.S.
It's a rabbit?
provide air support.
Oh, so cute.
Well, speaking with journalists, White
Oh,
House
no.
Press Secretary
It's not a rabbit, bro. It's some motherfucking wizard.
The president has
Bro.
definitively stated U.S. boots
Gonna
will
fuck
not be on
me
the
up
ground
so
in
hard.
Ukraine, but we can certainly help in the coordination and perhaps provide other means of security guarantees to our European allies. The president
What the
understands security
shit?
guarantees are crucially important to ensure a lasting peace, and he has directed his national security team to coordinate with our
fuck are these
friends in
animals
Europe and
about?
also to continue to cooperate and discuss these matters
Can they be
with
slaughtered?
Ukraine and Russia as well.
Well, with NATO defense chiefs meeting today in their previously unscheduled session, our correspondent Terry
Nice, they
Schultz,
can.
she gave me more details on what was discussed.
that's something they've been wanting to hear for a long time, because for many months, the months that this coalition has existed, the United States has basically said Europe would be on its own, that this was up to Europe to man this mission, and that the U.S. would stay back. So this is really a welcome announcement from President Trump. Even as you heard from Carolyn Levitt, we have no details yet on what that would mean, and I've asked around to find out if there's something I'm missing, and in fact, nobody seems to have any details about what the U.S. would be willing to provide. But even the attitude that the U.S. would be there as a backstop for what is likely to be European boots on the ground in one way or another is something that, again, really adds strength to this eventual coalition, and is something that the European side of it wasn't sure it would ever be getting from the U.S.
Terry Schultz there reporting from Brussels. Authorities in Poland have confirmed a drone that crashed in a cornfield in the early hours of the morning is of Russian origin. The Polish defense minister accuses Moscow of provoking NATO at a crucial time, with leaders pushing for peace talks over the war in neighboring Ukraine. Polish media report the object is most likely a decoy drone without a
they're
warhead
chasing me.
and containing only a small amount of explosives. DW's Yuri Rishetto, he reports on Russia for us from Riga. I asked him for more details on the incident.
Well, according to police reports, you said it, Brand, the drone crashed into a cornfield in the village of Osiny, about 100 kilometers southeast of Warsaw, the capital of Poland, and exploded. There were no casualties, but windows in nearby buildings were damaged. According to the public prosecutor's office in Poland, an object was found in the field that was most likely
a donkey.
drone, and the foreign ministry spokesman later confirmed that, based on the information. It was a Russian Shahed drone.
That's it.
Left
Donkey.
50 centimeters deep, it said. It's unclear whether the
Find the one-legged man by the docks.
in the air or on the ground. Poland's defense minister said that Russia was once again trying to provoke NATO countries with this action.
Yeah, I mean, the question comes up, how much of a threat are we talking about here? Because we have to keep in mind, of course, that Poland is a member of NATO.
Absolutely, and this is not the first time that a Russian military drone has crashed on the territory of an EU and NATO member state. Just a few weeks ago, a drone crashed here in neighboring Lithuania. It came from neighboring Belarus. Lithuania then called on NATO to intensify its efforts to improve air defense. In Lithuania, 2 kilograms of explosive material were found in the drone. However, the drone didn't explode back then. A year earlier, Brand, in September 2024, a drone crashed here in Latvia. Latvia has strengthened its land, air and sea borders, and the national armed forces are also working closely with NATO allies to ensure security throughout the region. A similar incident also happened in Romania. The response everywhere has been so far calm but determined. This is because these are clearly provocations, hybrid warfare in which Russia is less concerned with actually causing a lot of damage than with probably testing NATO's willingness to respond, in this case possibly with military force. As I said, the Latvians, Lithuanians and Poles have so far responded with concern but calmly and have not allowed to be provoked. The result is the strengthening of air defense and even closer coordination with the others, with NATO allies.
DW's Yuri Rishetto going down the list, a list that is getting longer and longer. Yuri, thank you. All right, let's check in now on some of the other stories making headlines this hour. The number of people known to have died in a gun attack on a mosque in northern Nigeria has risen to 50, with around 60 others abducted. Gunmen opened fire on worshippers gathered for early morning prayers at a local mosque in the remote Malumfashi area. Night briefly turned into day in Japan when an extra bright meteor known as a fireball lit up the sky over the west of the country. You see it right there. The phenomenon was captured on many surveillance cameras, including at several airports. Scientists say the space rock almost certainly plummeted into the sea. Emergency crews across the Iberian Peninsula are still dealing with more than a dozen wildfires, which have caused widespread devastation.
That's far. That's far deep.
New climate policies as the country marks its worst fire season since record keeping began nearly 2 decades ago. And in Portugal, thousands of firefighters are trying to contain several blazes there as strong winds continue to fuel the flames.
After over 3 weeks of high temperatures and strong winds, Portugal's Prime Minister says his country is at war with wildfires. Nearly 250,000 hectares in the country's mountainous north have gone up in flames. Outside the city of Covilhã, residents watch as the wildfires encroach on their village. Many are angry.
We've been abandoned by the government and by the city council. We are their poor relatives. In the villages, we are the unfortunate ones, and yet we are the purest part of the country.
Just across the Portuguese border, in neighboring Spain, a village lies in ruin. The wildfire that passed through here left little standing.
No, 68 was the time. 23.
I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. I don't have a home. I won't be able to recover what I lost. I don't have anything.
It's the worst fire season on record for Spain. More than 340,000 hectares of land, the equivalent of nearly 500,000
werewolf.
have been burned this year. Spain's Prime Minister says it's time for lawmakers to adapt to the new reality.
Fuck, they're huge.
The climate emergency
He's fast.
Every year it is more recurrent, and every year the effects accelerate. So I ask myself, if this is the case, why don't we turn the climate emergency and its policies into state policies?
Temperatures have dropped in the Iberian Peninsula, giving hope that the worst may be over. But for some,
maybe
the
if I bring him to the village.
too late.
You're watching DW News. I'll be back at the top of the hour with more world news. I hope to see you then.
Which is kurwa where? Oh, he's chasing me. Can you fight him? Oh.
We're all bound together, without borders.
Down, down, down.
Yet the world seems
Yo, there are so many of them. I need some mod. Which gonna make me
and what's really
grenade.
It all comes down to global leadership.
Come on, help me, buddy boys.
Exploring 7 regions of the world. Examining major shifts that are underway.
Fuck him up, fuck him up.
Globalization.
Wow, he's too strong.
A 2-part documentary starts August 22nd on DW.
He's gonna destroy my boys. Oh, he's running now. They're running. Oh no, he's here.
Our village was beautiful. Then suddenly Glock struck. Our homes were destroyed. Our farmland was washed away.
My team and I are here today to build an ice stupa, also known as an ice tower.
No, he's gonna die.
Climate change poses many threats: biodiversity loss, erosion, and more. One promising solution is glacier grafting.
Come on, we can do it.
This region in northern Pakistan is part of what is called the Third Pole.
Come on, everybody, jump in.
Mountainous area covered with snow and glaciers that has more frozen water than anywhere else on Earth, outside the Arctic and Antarctic. The streams, lakes, and rivers formed by these glaciers
can he live again or what?
Of millions of people.
They are dead?
But rising global temperatures threaten this landscape.
That's not good, bro. How can I revive them?
These glaciers are crucial not only for Pakistan, but for the entire world, and their rapid melting is a global concern.
Come on.
and I think the message they are sending is that we are going ahead with this encirclement of Gaza City, and also what is clear is putting preparations in place to increase the civilian infrastructure in the south of Gaza in what they consider to be the expected flow of people from Gaza City up in the north
this
down
game is boring
towards
as fuck.
the south, ahead of what is seen as being the Israeli occupation of Gaza. So right now, bearing in mind there was a fairly clear choice that would Netanyahu go for either accepting this ceasefire and pulling back his troops, or pushing ahead with this mobilization and this military action. Right now, it would appear that he is going for option 2. There will always be those who say, well, Hamas was pushed into a corner because of a show of strength, and that this is continuing that.
Okay, but there's some people who died.
But sitting here now, it would appear that they are going ahead with this Gaza City military operation.
Adam Parsons there in Jerusalem. Next, a look at some of the day's other top stories. And an MSP has been arrested and charged over the alleged possession of indecent images. Scottish Labour has suspended Colin Smith, who represents South Scotland at Holyrood. In a statement, Mr Smith said these events have come as a shock and this is a deeply stressful time. I'm obviously cooperating fully with any inquiries and hope the matter can be resolved quickly. A member of rap trio Kneecap has been released on conditional bail after appearing in court charged with supporting a proscribed terror organisation. Liam Ohani, who performs under the name Mo Kara, is accused of displaying a flag in support of Hezbollah at a gig in London last November. He's yet to enter a plea. The case has been adjourned until later next month. A former priest has been found guilty of 17 counts of indecent assault after a trial at Inner London Crown Court. 68-year-old Christopher Brain from Wilmslow in Cheshire led a rave-inspired church group that was known as the 9 o'clock service in Sheffield in the 1980s and 90s. He was found not guilty of another 15 charges. Jurors are continuing to deliberate on a further 4 counts of indecent assault and 1 charge of rape. A man who stabbed his neighbour and shot a policeman with a crossbow has been sentenced to 9 years in prison. The court heard that Jason King felt he had a score to settle with the authorities when he carried out the attack in High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire last May. Sky's Sadia Chowdhury has more now, and a warning that her report does contain images you might find distressing.
That's my car again. My dog's gonna kill you in a minute.
He'd just stabbed his neighbour, and Jason King was at his victim's door.
Now he's at the front door.
Their 999 call reveals fears of another attack.
He's out the front door, he's got the knife, and he says he's coming for me. Kill, Rocco.
King was in a dispute with them over a
They're all
broken
British
window.
scum.
55-year-old Jason King has been sentenced to 9 years in prison. He'd started his attack on an evening in May last year. Having tried to shoot the responding police from a window, he chased them down a residential street. He was grinning, the police said, while firing a crossbow at them.
He's out with the road! I think he shot me.
One officer is shot, but has to keep running.
Guys, get back in your house, he's got a crossbow.
The attack continued in an area where children were playing.
Kids, I need you to move. Now! Move! Now! Move, move, move. Move, move, move! Right, get into a house. Get into that house now, sir!
I can hear the mechanism of the crossbow going off again behind me, still trying to take shots at me. And we're clearing people out of the way. I can feel blood running down the back of my leg, but I don't know how serious the injury is, so I'm just running and running, clearing people, you know, giving people instructions.
With an officer hit, the K9 unit is called in.
Run.
Until the dog becomes a target too.
N is silent, G silent, D silent.
Yeah, he tried to shoot the dog.
It took an armed officer to intervene.
Oh, please stay still! Stay still!
He took one accurate, non-lethal shot. And King was hit in the arm. His attack finally over.
The biggest thing for me, as I recall, is the screams from the police officers. You don't hear that very often. You don't hear them screaming for other police officers. That's normally a member of the public screaming for the police.
Okay, we can craft.
Now haunt me.
10 officers who attended were later given bravery awards, and in court the judge
beer?
commended their service to the public. Jason King had claimed he'd bought the crossbow for recreational use, but the judge said it was actually an attempt by King to arm himself in the event of need.
Male down, 1 shot fired by police.
That need, the judge ruled, was to settle a score. And King's long history of mental health illness had only limited impact, if any, on his culpability. Sadia Chowdhury, Sky News.
You're watching the News Hour here on Sky News. Coming up, we'll look at the legal implications as several English councils say they're considering challenges against asylum hotels in their areas. And next, a special report from the mountains of northern Somalia. That's where Islamic State seems to have found a new home.
No, it's right here, in Somalia.
They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead. It's alive and kicking. It's the same thing happening again, only it's in Somalia and Africa.
Welcome to the Islamic State.
I want to find evidence of how big they are. This is from Daesh. I've seen what they've done in the past. This is like looking into the future, and it doesn't look good. Are you regretful about joining ISIS?
Oh no. What are these fucking assholes over there? Oh no, he's seen me. Shoot him. Okay, maybe. Fuck, I wish I had some spell. Oh my god, he cut me head. Level up. How do we level up? Here? Steering. Okay, what is this? Evade shot. Jump back 3 meters and fire an arrow. Okay, for the next 10 seconds. Distance. Okay. Okay, we have 5. And I need to be running all the time. How can I toggle this control?
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis, up at 6 podcasts, watching us live.
Joins us live.
All in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's Senior Ireland Correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace. The end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern Ireland. Catholics and Protestants now facing the same threat.
If we both contract COVID-19, religion's not.
Oh, fuck me up.
Sky News, the full story first.
Drink. 2. Hop.
Fire, shouts the commander.
3, let's go.
There's a dash to safety. We've now got to wait inside the shelter to see if there is incoming.
Oh, right.
I'm Deborah
Hey,
Haynes,
hey, hey,
Sky
hey.
Security and Defence
Kurwa,
Editor.
kurwa.
Russia's war with Ukraine escalates significantly.
I'm gonna die.
Pilots like these could be called upon to go into combat for real.
Now, you may remember it was around 2015 when ISIS territory across Syria and Iraq reached its peak, but within a few short years, Islamic State's self-declared caliphate was decimated, its fighters killed, captured, or on the run. Now, though, it's set up base in northern Somalia. Soldiers say they've found evidence of a terror group that's adapting and able to operate from remote mountain caves with devastating effect. There are likely new headquarters, according to Somali and US commandos, as the semi-autonomous region of Puntland.
Oh no.
Sky News'
Some
special
motherfuckers over
correspondent
here.
Alex Crawford joined the troops who are battling an ISIS resurgence there.
ISIS is alive and hidden in the Somali mountains, and we're with the forces hunting the extremists. The terrain is tough. The soldiers' vehicles are constantly breaking down. And there are multiple dangers. The militants often ambush this route.
Should I go probably
Progress has to be slow.
track?
Checking for roadside booby trap bombs laid by the extremists is crucial if the soldiers are to survive. This is the same route, filmed in an ISIS propaganda video a few days after we passed.
To be honest with you, ISIS' greatest headquarters in the global is here in these mountains, Al-Miskat. I think most of the world, they don't know that we are fighting international terrorist organization.
Somalia's Puntland forces have been fighting ISIS for months now, on ground which is ideal for the secretive extremist group to operate. They've had some help, with the US leader ordering airstrikes against ISIS targets in the mountains as his first military action in his second presidential term. He tweeted at the time about the killers hiding in caves, saying, "We will find you and we will kill you." But the fighting on the ground's all been done by the Puntland forces, and the fighting has been harsh. The challenges in this remote area have been substantial for the soldiers. But they've gradually taken back territory which the extremists moved into and uncovered a network of bunkers and hideouts in caves.
What is this?
This was a huge bomb factory with an entire ISIS community living around it.
We picked up this drone.
They made bombs to be attached to easy-to-buy drones.
They are fighting each other.
Hundreds of weapons here and made rockets and suicide vests.
They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead, is it? And the evidence here shows that IS is not dead at all. It's alive and kicking and expanding and exploding everywhere. And very, very capable of building huge hideouts as well as weaponry.
The soldiers
Oh,
recovered
hey.
a huge stash of unused rockets and
Whoa.
homemade bombs, and uncovered clues that they're working with other extremist groups like
Oh
the
man, there is some curse at me. I think he cursed me.
It's become evident
Fuck
that
it.
the enemy has extensive knowledge in terms of crafting weapons. And it's clear that this is not knowledge that was picked up locally.
Do you think they're working very closely with the Houthis?
I am confident that there is, to an extent, a cooperation between the two. We have found letters that indicate there is correspondence between ISIS and the Houthis.
The haul of goods recovered from ISIS caves includes sophisticated medical equipment, unheard of in these poor communities. The troops raided villages where ISIS had set up base, declaring it their caliphate, flying the ISIS flag and imposing a strict set of rules. Thousands of people have fled their homes, and even where the army has driven ISIS out, they're still too scared to return. This man tells us how scared the whole community is. Even if you're a civilian, he says, ISIS will slaughter you. Documents we've had access to show ISIS financiers in Somalia have digitally moved huge amounts of money around the world, and that's funded global terror attacks. The bombing of Kabul airport as international troops pulled out of Afghanistan was financed by ISIS Somalia. It killed more than 200 Afghan civilians and 14 members of the US military. Puntland's army chief warned that the world, and he mentioned Britain in particular, needs to wake up because this is not just a Somali problem.
But it's not Somalia or Puntland. For lack of better words, caught asleep. The world was caught asleep. We would like to see UK forces or UK assets helping us in this campaign.
The head of ISIS Somalia is a former British citizen called Abdul Qadir Moomin, who preached at mosques in Leicester and London. He was accused of heading a recruitment drive, persuading British men to go to Somalia and become extremist fighters. He's still at large, despite repeated attempts by the Puntland forces to hunt him down. And he continues to be behind a network, luring fighters and families to Somalia, from where they're still exporting terror. Alex Crawford, Sky News in Puntland, Somalia.
Well, the second part of Alex's report on ISIS in Somalia will be on Sky News tomorrow, including interviews with foreign ISIS fighters who've been captured. The full-length documentary, which is called Hunting ISIS, A Warning from Africa, will be shown here at 9 o'clock tonight on Sky News. If you can't wait till then, or if you want to watch it at another time, you can scan the QR code on your screen. That'll take you to the documentary on Sky News's YouTube channel. Next, some breaking news to bring you from Israel. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered what they're saying is a reduction in timelines.
Give me a break with Bena. Wow, they have way too much media space. That conflict, way too much. The Europeans are so much interested in this. And it's on High News or something.
Portugal has been the country hardest hit by wildfires.
Portugal, I will never go to Portugal. I have nothing in common.
Lack of adequate prevention measures, and the many abandoned, overgrown plots of land across the country. 119 dead, 500,000 hectares of scorched land. The dramatic consequences of the 2017 disaster ultimately led to new firefighting strategies. Since then, Portugal has revolutionized its surveillance systems. In 70% of cases, fires are caused by human activity. The country also overhauled professional firefighter training and mobilized a large part of the population. Portugal now has the highest volunteer firefighter force per capita in Europe.
Castrated.
The budget for protection against forest fires has more than tripled since 2017, from 140 to 525 million euros.
How do I remove the marker?
But how is Portugal coping with the challenges of severe wildfires? And which practices could be adopted elsewhere in the world?
What the fuck?
Veronica Catarino is a wildfire expert. A qualified engineer, she has long been advocating for a solution to fight fire with fire. She and a team of firefighters in the Lauso region are carrying out a planned fire.
Here's the part we burned. This is the boundary up to this blackened area.
Nice castle you have here in Grad.
We used a controlled burn here to reduce vegetation. This allows us to contain the spread and reduce the intensity of potential wildfires.
A traditional practice that has been revived by Portuguese firefighters. Between November and March, controlled fires are allowed in small areas.
These are pictures from last winter. We burned this area we're standing on. You can see those antennae at the top, right where we are.
Oh, this is what we need. 4,000. Fuck.
I film everything and then examine how the fire developed. Look here, you can see the formation of a fire whirl.
formação do vórtice. Para compreendermos
I want to understand the physical and chemical processes involved in the formation of this vortex. How does a fire start? How does it develop? What properties might it take on as it spreads? It's fascinating. There will always be wildfires, so we need to know as much about them as possible.
Veronica is fascinated both by fire and by the resilience of nature.
Está espetacular.
The regeneration is spectacular. I'm taking photos of ferns and deer tracks. We don't want to damage the soil too much. When we assess the area afterwards, we look for potential erosion and whether the plants are regenerating properly. That's very important, and we need to keep an eye on it.
Isso é importante, era o que eu estava a ver agora.
In Portugal, almost everyone has had first-hand experience with wildfire, including Veronica when she was 10 years old.
Eu era pequenina, tive
I grew up in a small village. There have always been major wildfires there, but one in particular affected me. I still remember the panic in my mother's eyes. We had no idea what we would do if the flames reached our house.
No region of the country has been spared. In the south of Portugal, the Algarve is still recovering from a major wildfire 7 years ago.
Basically in 2018, so if you look at the top of the mountain until where we are, it was all burned, completely burned. And it went until, if we look at the mountains at the back, it continued to burn after that area. So you can really imagine the scale of the burn that we have here in Mochique.
I understand.
Miguel Geronimo lives in Lisbon. For the last 7 years, his job has involved visiting villages throughout the country.
From September to April, I did 25,000 kilometers to be away from home, of course, and I have a 2-year-old son, so that's the difficult aspect of it. The most difficult to be sometimes away, but all the team loves this job, and this is the small sacrifice that we are willing to take in order to deal with the most environmental problem that we have in Portugal, that it's wildfires.
Flower.
Miguel Geronimo works for g0y, an NGO that aims to overhaul forest management in Portugal. Today he's driving 300 kilometers, raising awareness of the dangers of eucalyptus trees.
It has these long leaves. The smell is very good. Some people make teas and other products. So the tree itself, it's a wonderful tree. The problem is the man who changes the environment and completely destroy what is the native forest.
Within 50 years, the eucalyptus has become the most common tree species in Portugal. Originally from Australia, today it dominates the forests of Portugal.
Oh, nice.
Eucalyptus is used to produce pulp, and Portugal is now one of Europe's leading paper producers. This monoculture is worth more than 2 billion euros, but it increases the risk of forest fires.
It's a tree that demands a lot of water. It tends to dryer the soil and the other species that are around him. Imagine when it's 30, 35 degrees in the summer, you just need a sparkle to start a fire in areas like this. Descascaram isto tudo só nesta semana?
Limiting eucalyptus growth is one of the lessons learned from the fires of summer 2017. The government is pursuing a nationwide plan to transform landscapes, and Miguel Geronimo's NGO is playing a significant role. Today, a quarter of the country's forests are made up of eucalyptus. Geronimo and his team have been tasked by the local authority with clearing this area. They have a budget of €50,000 to reduce the risk of fire.
We've done enough on this side. We're not going any further. That's no longer in our zone.
If I was not optimistic, I would already give up of what I'm doing. So I need to be optimistic. So I need to believe on what I'm doing. So if not, why bother doing it all? We really need to put our hands on the job and hopefully make that change for the future.
Geronimo hopes that the forests of the future will be more diverse, thanks to the return of local species, and therefore more resilient. Here, on this plot of land, which was consumed by fire in 2018, he checks the growth of the young shoots.
This is 1-year-old cork oak. That's 40, 50 years old cork oak. So this is the cork oak, this huge and beautiful tree. You can see here that it's still kind of black. So it burned from the outside, but the inside it stayed alive, the roots it stayed alive. The trees adapt to a climate condition that it's the wildfires. And it's just amazing.
Strawberry bushes, chestnut trees, cork oaks. Miguel Geronimo is gradually transforming the landscape of the Algarve. His team has already planted 380,000 trees.
If we have a mosaic of different native forests, different species, we create these natural fire breakers for the fire to progress. And that's really important to have a agroforestry ecological perspective when we deal with fire.
Improved forest management helps protect communities in small mountain villages.
Olá, boa tarde. Como está?
Okay.
André Mota works not only as a volunteer firefighter, but also in municipal protection in the Viseu region.
Municipal disaster control plays an important role in raising awareness among the population. People need to know what to do in the event of a fire.
In the village square, Mota's team explains the new fire safety protocols.
Here's a flyer about safety for the village and its residents in the event of a wildfire. We want people to feel safe and to know that they have to assemble here on the square if a wildfire occurs.
When a fire breaks out, people's first instinct is to run away. They run out of the house without knowing where to go and end up in the middle of the fire. That can be disastrous.
André Mota is an ambassador of a national campaign about public awareness of wildfires. Efficient firefighting also requires modernizing infrastructure.
Hallo, wie geht's?
Tudo bem?
From here you can see all of Portugal.
There's the sea,
and on the other side, on a clear day, you can see Spain.
To better monitor high-risk human activity, Portugal has invested €1.7 million in the installation of surveillance cameras that will allow for early detection of fires.
Have things changed since the cameras were installed?
Yes, the cameras complement our work. We can enlarge the recorded image, which helps us detect fires more efficiently. They often just confirm what we see ourselves.
It gets recorded what's happened there.
Yes.
So
yes.
you can catch criminals.
Yes.
Much more easily, I think, yes?
Yes, yes. The images are recorded and they are kept at least 30 days. So you can investigate after that.
68 cameras have been installed in the region. They monitor every hectare of land around the clock. There are constant warnings. Today, André Motta identifies some suspicious smoke.
I see something.
There's smoke down in the valley.
He calls the police.
Hello.
Are you burning something? Do you have a permit? Can I see it, please?
In Portugal, wildfire season is getting longer. It now lasts from May to October. Monitoring teams keep a close eye.
We all need to be very careful right now.
Did you clear the area around the fire?
I collected the undergrowth and I'm burning it.
Okay, good.
I'm done. I'm going to cover everything and douse it. Good work.
Okay, I think I go
We're in
in.
the middle of the country, which used to be heavily affected by forest fires. At the local level, we no longer consider the area as a series of individual villages. We see the region together as a whole.
I know how I do it.
We will continue
Okay.
to make progress in the future. We have learned a lot, but there's still a lot to do.
Today, wildfire expert Veronica Caterinou is training around 15 firefighters.
Bom dia. Vou explicar bocadinho como é que vai decorrer a ação.
Today we'll start with the theoretical part, then we'll go outdoors.
Nós temos exercícios simulados na serra em diferentes
We'll be
cenários.
simulating fire outbreaks in various scenarios. You will all take part and be evaluated as part of your training.
Informação, ok?
This school is in the vanguard of Portugal's fight against severe wildfires. Every year, more than 1,000 firefighters are trained here. Today, the experts rely primarily on preparation and early warnings.
Vai passando a
Can I
palavra.
sell to the water? That's the
Everything
question.
we teach follows an officially recognized training program. 2017 changed everything.
2017 também vai dar aqui mais impulso, não é? E houve
We have
bastante
improved in various areas.
mesmo a nível
For example, we now also cooperate with meteorological services. We need their expertise so that we can fight wildfires effectively.
do conhecimento meteorológico aplicado aos incêndios.
This comprehensive approach has even drawn international attention.
Cada vez mais temos procura
More and more teams are coming here from across Europe.
da Europa.
Firefighters from Scandinavian countries and Northern Europe in general are particularly interested.
do norte da Europa.
Symposium.
É porque estão a existir as alterações
Due to
climáticas.
climate change, countries like Germany are now having problems with forest fires too. They're also keen to learn from us.
Climate change. Sure, sure.
There is a lot we can teach them, thanks to the enormous improvements we have made in recent years.
Já adquirido há vários anos e temos vindo a aperfeiçoar.
Which way to go?
This afternoon, Captain Figueiredo will be assessed. He's leading a team in a simulated mission. Veronica Caterinou watches his every move.
E depois organizas os
You can organize everything yourselves. The fire engines must be grouped around the command vehicle. All the others need to be positioned nearby.
ficam à volta.
To all units, take up your defense positions.
Indica
You have to instruct them to position themselves towards the exit. They shouldn't be facing each other. You'll need to increase the pressure of the sprinklers so that you're completely protected from the flames.
For Veronica Caterinu, the safety of the men comes first. Not only do they need to be well trained, they need state-of-the-art protective equipment.
Captain Figueiredo, you need to take control. They need to follow your lead. This vehicle needs to be closer. It wasn't easy at the beginning, because most of the men are older than my father. But I've shown I have the skills necessary, and I'm gradually being recognized nationwide. Okay, guys, let's go. Get into position for the self-defense maneuver.
Specialists in land management, such as Miguel Geronimo, are also in the forefront of Portugal's fight against wildfires. When he has time off and wants to unwind, he visits his grandparents' village, Matagosa.
Slave? What is he doing? It's crazy.
A lot of my memories, my childhood memories transport me here. This used to be the teacher's house. The school closed in the early 80s. This used to be the village tavern. So the parents were there drinking some beers, wine. We were here outside running.
Matagosa's fate is typical of rural Portugal.
Nothing here.
In the last 30 years, its population has decreased by a third. The rural exodus also has an impact on forest management.
In Portugal, 98% of the land is privately owned. In the 40s and the 50s, people started to abandon their land because they went hundreds of kilometers away to the urban areas. You can imagine it like splitted and fragmented in little pieces of 2 hectares of land, and people don't have any relationship with the land anymore. And it has consequences when we are talking about fires, because if a land is not managed and you have shrubs and trees, you basically are creating the ideal conditions to have the catastrophic fire.
These abandoned plots are Miguel's worst nightmare. He tracks down the owners of small plots in the Monchique Valley. Four years ago, he met Luís Candais.
He's the guy with the...
Do you remember when we started working together in 2020? You heard about us and gave me a call.
I remember it well. I called you because I couldn't afford any replanting. The strawberry bushes were too expensive for me. Gradually, everything is being replanted here. Without Miguel's help, my land would be wild and overgrown.
Nice.
Since Miguel has been working in the region, g0y teams have helped 70 landowners clear and replant their land after wildfires.
When we reforested, we mostly planted strawberry bushes because Luís makes liquor from the fruit.
The flowers are doing well and should produce lovely fruit in October. This is from our own production. Medronho, Porto Melão. And that's me. I inherited this land from my great-grandfather and father. And I wanted to continue their legacy. I love it. Does everyone have a glass?
And when the fire came, it just destroyed everything. So the livelihoods of those communities were affected. But slowly we need to restart those social processes and those relationships between the landowners and the land in order to change things, because if in private property, if you don't have that social thinking and that community feeling, you will not be able to do nothing.
Miguel, Andre and Veronica, 3 strong voices in the fight against wildfires. Since 2017, Portugal has intensified its efforts to combat the problem and has since gained valuable experience. As a result, the number of wildfires has halved in the country, which serves as an example for all of Europe.
Neanderthals were stronger than we are. So why did they die out?
Mm-hmm.
Modern science tells a story that sounds like true crime, featuring sex, weapons, and cannibalism. What role did modern man play in their extinction?
I started to develop the idea that Neanderthals did not make good ancestors for us.
Relative or foe, Neanderthals and us.
In 30 minutes on DW. Fitness, health, and nutrition. Yum. Everything okay? Or can we help you? With new developments, tips, or just how to stay in good shape. In 60 minutes on DW.
We are all set and we're watching closely. We are all in
to bring you the story behind the news.
We're all about unbiased information
for free minds.
Brutal. 50 coins. I'm gonna hire this guy.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Israel's military starts its offensive on Gaza City. The military says it has clashed with Hamas fighters as the first stages of its assault on Gaza City get underway. 60,000 additional reservists are being deployed. Also coming up, Israel's government grants final approval for a controversial settlement in the occupied West Bank. The move would effectively cut the territory in two and threaten any possible future Palestinian state. Plus, U.S. President Donald Trump rules out U.S. boots on the ground as part of any security guarantees for Ukraine, but he has left the door open to providing
Tell me a joke. Let's hear a joke from the homeless guy. That shit's sticky. It's a good one. I'm gonna give you some
I'm
stuff.
Frank Goff. It's good to have you with us on this Wednesday. Israel's military says that it has entered the first stages of its planned assault on Gaza City, that it has already has had skirmishes, with Hamas fighters on the outskirts of the city. The development comes just hours after Israel's defense minister approved a deployment plan to take over the area. The plan sees some extra 60,000 reservists being called up for the operation. Human rights groups warn the offensive will worsen an already dire humanitarian crisis.
Can I pick this?
As it takes place in some of Gaza's most densely populated areas. Palestinians in Gaza are now facing the possibility of, again, being displaced.
Palestinians pick through the ruins in the aftermath of an Israeli strike on a displacement camp in Gaza City. Israel has been continuing its strikes on the city and the surrounding areas, prompting thousands of people to flee south. Earlier this week offered a moment of hope when Hamas said it would accept a new ceasefire proposal. But now that hope is looking dim. Israel says it is not interested in, quote, partial deals, and called for the release of all the hostages still being held by Hamas. Then
He's gonna
came
die.
the
He
news
gonna kill
that
my
Israel's
friend.
defense minister has approved a plan
Run,
to widen
run.
operations and seize Gaza City, which it believes is Hamas' main political and military stronghold. With Israeli tanks lining up on the border
He
and
killed my
tens of
friend.
thousands of
No.
reservists being called up, Gazans are worried.
We try to be optimistic about the war ending, but suddenly we've lost hope. Any talk of a deal is no longer useful. Hamas agrees to a deal.
Losing health, I'm
Israel
losing health.
refuses,
Fuck.
and vice versa. All we want is to be safe.
We thought there would be a truce, but waking up to the news that 60,000 soldiers are entering
Piece
the
of
Gaza
shit.
Strip, this is very, very, very catastrophic news.
I'm not optimistic about the war ending. They will refuse as always. Every day we come here for food, but without receiving anything. Instead, they shoot at us.
While the
Killing
ceasefire
talking.
proposal has not been officially rejected, optimism, like many things here in Gaza, is in very short supply.
Well, our coverage continues now with our senior international correspondent, Fanny Bashar. She joins me from Jerusalem. Fanny, what does taking over Gaza City
it's
mean?
my friend?
What is the Israeli military planning to do?
Basically seizing, occupying more and more territory of the Gaza Strip, and most of it is already under Israel's control. But their latest push here, moving in, wanting to move in into Gaza City and seizing what they consider the last biggest remaining stronghold of not only Hamas militants but various militant groups, is of course an escalation if really this offensive is going to move
What the
ahead.
fuck is that?
Even though there is some cautious optimism
The
here on the streets of
subhuman
Jerusalem among some people I've been
over
speaking
there.
to today, that maybe there's still a ceasefire possible. What you see with regard to the statements made by Israeli authorities today, by Israel's defense minister, it is to give a green light and to push into Gaza City. And obviously that means
don't give me this mana
Palestinians
bullshit.
looking
the country to follow suit. Starting a few miles away at this hotel in Hertfordshire.
As soon as we heard that they managed to get their temporary injunction, we decided that we would start seeking the same legal advice in the pathway that Epping have gone down. There are families in there, there are children in there, those children need to go to schools. That is impacting the schools massively and impacting sort of GP services, you know, those sort of vital services.
There are more than 200 people, families and single men living in this hotel in Broxbourne. But if the council gets its way, the government will have to find new accommodation for all of them, and fast, with pressure mounting from other local authorities following suit and trying now to do the same thing. Reform UK also says its 12 councils will try to do the same as Epping.
Reform is going to use every instrument available to it in terms of councils that we control that do have planning power. We're looking at this. Wheels are in motion. You can expect cases to be brought by Reform Council.
But in Cannock, where there have been protests near this hotel, a more mixed reaction from the public.
They've got to go somewhere. They're in the country.
Moment.
They've got to be
Hotel.
out somewhere, haven't they?
We need to
Not
look after
hotel,
our own
not
people.
moment.
We know we need to save our own services. If we was in a position where we could help them, maybe we could.
I know they came over on boats, but they didn't have to be put in the hotel. The council have put them in the hotel, or the government or somebody else. And it's not right.
I myself is an Afghan asylum who came in the country as a refugee. So I would say, yeah, it's a good thing, but has to be controlled.
The government had already pledged to end the use of hotels to house migrants by 2029. Now that timeline could be speeding up.
We're looking at contingency options to accommodate those people who will now have to move out of that hotel. But the bigger problem is ensuring that we
How did you make court members act peacefully?
more effectively than has been the case previously.
Just before Labour came into office last June, there were more than 29,000 asylum seekers being housed in hotels. According to the latest available data, that rose to more than 32,000 at the end of this March. That's 1/3 of the more than 103,000 asylum seekers receiving accommodation support in the UK at the time. This is all a problem of policy, years in the making. Tuesday's decision could still be challenged in the courts, but with the numbers of migrants arriving and community tensions both rising, the pressure over immigration in this country is approaching boiling point. Rachel Venables, Sky News in Broxbourne.
Well, a row has broken out between the Tories and Reform about previous comments on migrant hotels. So who said what and when? Well, we know where, because at the centre of the argument is an interview Robert Jenrick did here on Sky News in this very studio back in November 2022, a week after he was appointed as Immigration Minister in Rishi Sunak's government. Take a listen.
You're talking about procuring extra hotels, and that is fantastic. But the fact that you, having just been in the job for a handful of days, are having to do this suggests that when Suella Braverman was asked in the House of Commons yesterday whether she herself had stopped the procurement of extra hotels, and she denied that, well, that suggests that perhaps she wasn't being entirely truthful.
No, that's not correct. More hotels have been coming online almost every month throughout the whole of this year. So Suella Braverman and her predecessor, Priti Patel, were procuring more hotels. What I have done in my short tenure is ramp that up and procure even more, because November, historically, has been one of the highest months of the year for migrants illegally crossing the Channel.
Well, our chief political correspondent, John Craig, joins me right now. John, we're playing that clip unedited there because Reform have put out their own version of that, haven't they, to point the finger at Robert Jenrick?
They've claimed that Mr. Jenrick was boasting, it's the word they've used, in that interview about more space for asylum seekers or migrants in hotels. And there's no doubt, if you look at the numbers, they did reach a peak in, well, it was round about 2022. I mean, the timing of this is he'd just become immigration minister there, just after Rishi Sunak succeeded Liz Truss as Prime Minister. He was a big Rishi Sunak backer in that election campaign. And of course, other parties, Labour and Reform, are now out to attack Mr. Jenrick's record when he was immigration minister. And it doesn't look too clever, that, especially when, OK, the numbers have gone up since the 29,000 figure up to 32,000 now. But it's way short of the 55,000 peak when under the Tories. Now, Mr. Jenrick is saying, oh, it's unfair, but you know, in politics, it's probably fair game. I mean, all political parties love digging out old quotes from their political opponents. That's what's happening here. Both parties, the Conservatives and indeed Reform, are really trying to exploit this row, which has been triggered by the, I suppose you could say, unexpected and controversial ruling in the High Court yesterday. Mr. Farage wrote an article in the Daily Telegraph calling for more, as he said, peaceful demonstrations outside hotels. That's been criticised by his opponents. And now the Tories are looking at whether their councils can take action. Reform has said theirs will. I mean, what the government is obviously worried about is a great flood of legal judgments, similar to the Epping one, and a real crisis with hundreds of thousands of migrants with nowhere to go. Where are they going to put them? Dan Jarvis didn't seem to have a clue about where they were going to go, did he? And I'll give you another twist to this story. Amid all the arguing and bickering between the political parties, the judge who gave that ruling yesterday, Sir Stephen Eyre, turns out he was a Conservative Party candidate 4 times. The most high-profile bid to become an MP was the Hodge Hill by-election in Birmingham in 2004 when Liam Byrne was elected. He stood in Strangford in Northern Ireland in 1992. He stood in Hodge Hill in Birmingham 87, 2001 Stourbridge, and then that by-election. So I wonder if other political parties might make something of that. Nobody has so far, but it's a little twist to the story. Meanwhile, whilst the legal position, of course, is that yesterday was a temporary injunction. I'm sure the government will want to appeal against that because, of course, it was the High Court. They can go to the Court of Appeal, they would hope, and it's, of course, it's a very sort of technical planning issue, isn't it, about change of use. And so all around the country, town hall lawyers in Reform and Tory councils are obviously going through their legal textbooks.
And in Labour as well, we're hearing it.
Yes, you're right, actually. There's a couple, aren't there, on the Wirral? that's more of a surprise. So it really is a political minefield and a legal minefield, this. And it's really thrown the whole government policy into complete turmoil, although they do insist, Ursula Eagle, the Home Office Minister, has insisted it's government policy to move them out of hotels by the next Parliament. But, of course, this has given it a real jolt, and it may make it all much more urgent.
Fascinating detail, John. Thank you very much indeed. And that story is sure to feature in tomorrow's newspapers. We'll have our extended press preview from 10:30 later on this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining me will be political commentator Adam Bolton, formerly of this parish, of course, and comment editor at The Telegraph, Annabel Denham. Next, the UK and Russia have slapped new sanctions on each other in another sign of fraught relations, even as the US pivots towards the Kremlin in its push for peace in Ukraine. The government says it's going after financial and crypto networks allegedly being used by Russia to evade existing Western sanctions. The Foreign Office said this in a statement. Financial networks utilised by Russia to soften the blow of Western sanctions are today being targeted by the UK. The action comes as the UK and international allies redoubled efforts to secure a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. In response, Moscow announced its own sanctions on 21 people it accuses of promoting anti-Russian narratives. Among them, the former Foreign Minister and Labour MP Dennis McShane, the Times columnist and author Matthew Syed, John Sweeney, senior foreign affairs journalist, made his name at the BBC, and Dominic Murphy, who is head of counter-terrorism command for the Metropolitan Police. Meanwhile, Russia's top diplomat has said Moscow is aware of what he calls clumsy attempts from the European Union to change Donald Trump's position on Ukraine. Sergei Lavrov also said that Russia was in favour of reliable security guarantees for Ukraine, but hoped the US understands that discussing security issues without Russia is, he says, a road to nowhere.
We cannot agree with the fact that it is now proposed to resolve collective security issues without Russia. This will not work. We have already explained more than once that Russia does not exaggerate its interests, but we will ensure our legitimate interests firmly and harshly. And I am sure that the West, and above all the United States, understands perfectly well that seriously discussing security issues without the Russian Federation is a utopia. This is a road to nowhere.
To the Middle East, and the Israeli military is calling up tens of thousands of reservists as it begins a renewed offensive that's focused on Gaza City. The offensive comes even as negotiators work to bring about a ceasefire between the Israeli government and Hamas, and warnings of famine threatening Gaza's displaced Palestinians. Our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons has the latest from Jerusalem.
This operation has started, is that Israeli forces are now on the outskirts of Gaza City, and they've confirmed tonight that they are mobilising 60,000 reservists. Another 20,000 who had already been mobilised are now also being called further into action. So this is a huge fighting force that Israel is putting together and is now approaching Gaza City, and I think this is a show of strength and a show of intention by them. And one thing that it isn't is a withdrawal on the back of agreeing to this ceasefire, and that's important because it's coming up to 48 hours now since Hamas said that it had agreed to the terms of the ceasefire that have been put together by negotiators in Cairo. Now you will remember that in that proposed ceasefire, half of the 20 believed to be living hostages and 18 of what are believed to be the 30 dead hostages were to be returned to Israel. Israel has always said it wants all the hostages back, as well as other conditions that many believe are completely unacceptable to any Palestinian groups of any kind. No, of course, including Hamas, but also the Palestinian Authority and others. So Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has yet to respond either positively or negatively to that ceasefire proposal, and yet the actions of Israel are clearly putting together this mobilization, this military force, and I think the message they are sending is that we are going ahead with this encirclement of Gaza City, and also what is clear is putting preparations in place to increase the civilian infrastructure in the south of Gaza in what they consider to be the expected flow of people from Gaza City up in the north down towards the south, ahead of what is seen as being the Israeli occupation of Gaza. So right now, bearing in mind there was a fairly clear choice that would Netanyahu go for either accepting this ceasefire and pulling back his troops, or pushing ahead with this mobilization and this military action. Right now, it would appear that he is going for option 2. There will always be those who say, well, Hamas was pushed into a corner because of a show of strength and that this is continuing that. That could yet be true, but sitting here now, it would appear that they are going ahead with this Gaza City military operation.
Adam Parsons in Jerusalem for us. Next, a member of the Scottish Parliament has been arrested and charged over the alleged possession of indecent images. Scottish Labour have suspended Colin Smith, who represents South Scotland at Holyrood. In a statement, Mr Smith said these events have come as a shock and this is a deeply stressful time. I'm obviously cooperating fully with any inquiries and hope the matter can be resolved quickly, he says. A former priest has been found guilty of 17 counts of indecent assault after a trial in a London Crown Court. 68-year-old Christopher Brain from Wilmslow in Cheshire led a rave-inspired church group known as the 9 o'clock service in Sheffield in the 80s and 90s. He was found not guilty of another 15 charges, and jurors are continuing to deliberate on a further 4 counts of indecent assault and 1 charge of rape. The largest UK study to date on youth vaping suggests it can be a gateway to smoking. Researchers at the University of York and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine analysed hundreds of previous studies. They found that youth vapers are not only more likely to smoke later on, but also more heavily. A man who stabbed his neighbour and then shot a policeman with a crossbow has been sentenced to 9 years in prison. The court heard that Jason King felt he had a score to settle with the authorities when he carried out the attack in High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire last May. Sky's
Well, there are obvious doubts because President Putin has not yet said yes to negotiations. President Zelensky said he is ready to hold a bilateral meeting with Putin.
What is this hit? Oh my god, they're big.
With President Trump. Where is the yes from Putin? All we're seeing is how he keeps attacking Ukraine every day. All we see is him employing delaying tactics. All we see is him coming up with new excuses and new conditions. He finally has to understand that this war must be ended. On some days, Russia is also losing 1,000 young people in this war. It's a completely senseless war that is so very damaging to Russia and its people. And Putin has to realize that if he isn't prepared to negotiate, there will be further sanctions.
This motherfucker is huge.
Europe and I think the United States, who are now involved, are prepared for that.
Okay.
That was the German foreign minister speaking with us earlier. Ukraine is not just facing dangers from Russia on its borders, it's also dealing with threats from within. Authorities say they've noticed an alarming trend, a growing number of teenagers being recruited online by Russia to carry out acts of sabotage. DW special correspondent Mario Müller met a teen who shared his story.
This Ukrainian-made video depicts classic spy activities, paired with a warning, "We will find you." It's a response by Ukraine's intelligence agency, the SBU, to an alarming trend. Ukrainian teenagers and children as young as 12 are carrying out such acts of sabotage and espionage for Russia. Prosecutors say they're being recruited and instructed by Russian FSB agents, often through encrypted messaging apps.
The feds are reaching out.
We're calling him Maxim. He doesn't want to be identified. We meet him at a police station in Kharkiv, his lawyer by his side. He says he got drawn into these activities because he and a friend were looking for a way to earn money.
On Telegram, we looked through different channels where people post jobs in Kharkiv. We found a job putting up posters. I messaged a guy called Vladimir. He asked my age,
What is this guy chasing me?
and if I had
What
experience.
is this fucking guy chasing me? Oh.
Maxime and his friend were told to hang posters advertising driver jobs in public squares. They earned 400 hryvnia, just over €8, paid through a banking app.
Per how
Quick and
much? Per
easy.
1 hour?
Then came the next assignment for €20.
We had to spray paint a wall near the railway,
More than I
writing that
make
our
in 1
president
hour.
is a
Doing
scumbag
hard
and other
work.
insults.
Maxime says he was skeptical about the job, but he followed the order and sent a
What's this
picture to
fucking
Vladimir
mushroom
as
about?
proof. Then came bigger tasks.
The next day, he told me to set fire to a transformer
Okay, we
box
should
near the
eat.
railway.
He refused, but Vladimir threatened him. Maxime was starting to fear for his life and that of his father.
He sent me my dad's phone number and said if you don't do it, he'll feel bad. I was so scared, I started shaking.
So Maxime set the transformer box on fire and sent a short video to Vladimir. Fearing it might cause a train to derail, he says he put the fire out himself. Not long after, he was caught by Ukrainian police. Alexander Shevchenko is leading the investigation into Maxime's case, and 40 similar ones involving minors.
I'd say the enemy is exploiting the psychological vulnerability of
no.
teenagers quite effectively, tapping into their thirst for adventure, youthful idealism, and the desire to gain recognition among their peers.
A police officer takes us to the site of
Oh,
an
wow.
attack. Last December,
This
a
guy had some
15-year-old
shit
detonated a
going on.
homemade
Did I kill
explosive
myself?
device near a Kharkiv police station.
Fucking
The
weird,
blast
bro.
caused only minor damage, and no one was injured, but it could have turned out differently. In another incident, a child died when detonating a device. Police say law enforcement is working closely with schools and child services to warn minors, but says parents need to step up too.
Parents should pay more attention to the development of their children, have more preventative conversations with them, and tell their children what not to do.
Maxime claims he didn't realize he was being used by Russians because Vladimir messaged him in Ukrainian. He says he's learned his lesson, but likely too late. The teenager has been charged with sabotage and is facing up to a decade behind bars.
Here's a look now at the other stories that are making headlines this hour. Prosecutors in Poland have confirmed an unidentified flying object that exploded and crashed in the east of the country was a military drone originating from Russia. Polish media report the object is most likely a decoy drone without a warhead and containing only a small amount of explosives. The number of people known to have died in a gun attack on a mosque in northern Nigeria has risen to 50, with around 60 others abducted. Gunmen opened fire on worshippers gathered for early morning prayers
What is this?
at the local mosque in the remote Malumfashi area.
Whoa.
Torrential rains have lashed Pakistan's largest city, causing at least 10 deaths, as well as power outages and traffic gridlock. The heavy monsoon rains hitting Karachi followed devastating cloudbursts in the country's northwestern mountains. The resulting floods and landslides have wiped out entire villages, killing hundreds of people. Many are still missing. Night briefly turned into day in Japan when an extra bright meteor known as a fireball lit up the sky over the western country.
Wow.
The phenomenon you see right there was captured on many surveillance cameras,
Damn,
including
that
at
looks
several
really
airports.
good.
Scientists say that the space rock almost certainly plummeted into the sea.
Yeah.
All right, closer here to Earth.
That was a nice,
In Spain,
similar to Chelyabinsk
wildfires in
meteorite.
what's become one of the most destructive fire seasons in decades. Thousands of firefighters, as well as soldiers, have been deployed to beat back the blazes. Some of the worst fires have hit the northwestern region of Galicia. Other countries have sent help, such as this Dutch emergency crew, which was forced to retreat from particularly fierce flames. Dropping temperatures are offering some relief, but the region remains under very high or extreme fire risk. A Quick reminder now of our top story. Israel's military says that it has entered the first stages of its planned assault on Gaza City.
Oh man, give me a break with this mana shit.
Of the city after a clash.
The militants often ambush this route.
Let me guess, mana. Right?
Progress has to be slow. Checking for roadside booby trap bombs laid by the extremists is crucial if the soldiers are to survive. This is the same route, filmed in an ISIS propaganda video a few days after we passed.
To be honest with you, ISIS' greatest and headquarters in the global
Swamp.
is here in
Yeah, I
this
should
mountains,
rename my pit
Al-Miskat.
to Swamp.
I think most of the world, they don't know that we are fighting international terrorist organization.
Somalia's Puntland forces have been fighting ISIS for months now, on ground which is ideal for the secretive extremist group to operate. They've had some help, with the US leader ordering airstrikes against ISIS targets in the mountains as his first military action in his second presidential term. He tweeted at the time about the killers hiding in caves, saying, "We will find you and we will kill you." But the fighting on the ground's all been done by the Puntland forces, and the fighting has been harsh. The challenges in this remote area have been substantial for the soldiers. But they've gradually taken back territory which the extremists moved into and uncovered a network of bunkers and hideouts in caves. This was a huge bomb factory with an entire ISIS community living around it.
We picked up this drone from...
They made bombs to be attached to easy-to-buy drones, stashed hundreds of weapons here and made rockets and suicide vests. They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead, is it? And the evidence here shows that IS is not dead at all. It's...
Fitness.
What?
Health. And nutrition. Yum. Everything okay? Or
Oh, one of my
with
fellow
new developments, tips,
YouTubers
or just
streaming,
how to stay
Flaverian.
What if we just
in
drive
good
with
shape?
way more speed?
Lol, what is he doing?
30
What is he
minutes
doing?
On DW.
We can even make it.
No way,
Okay,
no way, not gonna work, bro.
That ain't working.
Not gonna work, bro. Kidding me.
Gender and identity. How does our mental health impact our love lives? How
But
do
this
we
is
approach
working, you know?
money within our relationships?
Makes a lot of sense to have
Slightly at
discussion
least.
on that topic.
That we're over here, you know?
I'm Lisa Mangaldas, and I'm going to be
Exactly like
exploring
this.
all this and more in a new season of
No,
my
hi,
podcast,
American, yeah.
Love
Yeah.
Matters.
The
Available
ramp,
on
no
all
way, yeah,
podcast
sadly it
platforms.
is no way because it doesn't work.
What the fuck?
It's worth a shot though. Come on, door, you can make it.
Neanderthals
Yeah, we
and
go.
Homo sapiens.
And now we're on the other side and have to pay the toll regardless. Wish I can stick around, but I'm life
This
myself.
tells us
Oh, I
that
see,
it
okay.
was a case of cannibalism.
What are you playing?
Were they killed by the local Neanderthals?
There's actually another way to get over there. I don't want to pay the toll now.
If you sequence the DNA of people living
I
today,
want to turn off the
you can see that
exhaust now.
all people outside of Africa carry between 2
Well-
and 5%
disabled
Neanderthal
person.
DNA
I
fragments.
want to stick around to watch him play, but
Neanderthals,
There was again.
our closest relatives.
There was again.
They've
There
been
we go.
extinct for more than 30,000 years. What role did modern man
Far
play
off
in their
dream.
demise?
I have no idea. Never heard about that. Look at that.
Several caves in the limestone cliffs of
Easy.
Germany's Swabian Alb Mountains
Oh,
show
that's a
traces of
shortcut.
Stone Age peoples,
Actually, that might
both
work
Homo
the other way
sapiens
around.
and Neanderthals.
Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just doesn't work at all.
Researchers from the University of Tübingen have been digging here in the Hohle
man, this
Fels,
truck is
or
too
Hollow
long.
Rock, for over
Oh,
45 years.
you-
And just what
I
the
should probably put the
archaeologists and
handbrakes on.
anthropologists have uncovered from tens
Hey,
of
my
thousands
Discord
of years
just
ago
fucking
is
crashed. You
particularly
kidding me?
fascinating.
Not so
You are
far
shitting me.
ago, I
got my master degree in Jagiellonian
We
University
don't
in
get stuck
Krakow.
on it. And the car is small enough. But I mean, it has the slippery surface on it, like slippery surface, so maybe it doesn't
They
hurt.
basically are the closest species or subspecies
Well.
of us. And I'm wondering how much they were actually different, how much we want to see them as different from us. And
My Discord just crashed and my optic internet was sparing since the Alaska meeting. Very, very strange. Hope we are not banned.
We're digging up history.
Not now.
We're trying to find artifacts of early modern man, and down there where my colleagues are, of Neanderthals. We want to find out what happened to them and how they lived. The current rumor claims they mainly ate big game, meat. But here we see they made use of small mammals, still meat, sure, but also fish.
Fish-rich waters are still
Let's
near the
see
cave today.
the Discord.
The fish could not have entered the cave on their own. The animal remains, such as bones, must have therefore been left behind by humans as waste from their meals.
Discord status. Online.
This gives us an idea of what Neanderthals ate over 40,000 years ago, at least in the Swabian Alp Mountains.
Looks like Discord is... I've crashed 17 minutes ago. Discord have huge crash right now. Anybody have Discord crashing?
Where we have a direct transition to modern man.
Yep.
Or even layers that keep alternating.
In the small French village of Saint-Césaire, Isabelle Crèvecoeur and her team from the University of Bordeaux are excavating an important site. It was once used by
server
Neanderthals
connection,
as a
boom,
campsite.
report. Yeah, I can't fucking join my Discord.
Archaeologist François Levesque found Neanderthal bones here in
International
1979,
meltdown.
and archaeologists have since been working to uncover
Discord.
ever larger areas,
Yeah.
hoping to learn more about Neanderthals.
Let me know if anybody watching if your
But they have
Discord
not
is
yet had as
working.
much luck as Levesque's team.
They actually found the remains of a Neanderthal person. It is one of the latest Neanderthal found in France and in such a complete preservation.
Okie,
And
let's
you can
cook some
see,
shit like
there was
this,
part of cranium,
this.
part of upper limb, lower limb, so a lot of
Mushrooms.
bones were preserved, and that is
Two
quite
mushrooms.
The exceptional preservation meant the skull could be puzzled together from the fragments. And based on the shape of the skull, forensic anthropologists were even able to reconstruct the face
I
of
gained
this
some
Neanderthal
experience from this or no? Okay, what else? Potato and cucumber.
woman. Her appearance is similar to people alive today. At the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in
Nice.
Leipzig, Philipp Gunz is researching our similarity with Neanderthals.
The most indisputable ancestor of modern humans and Neanderthals is Homo erectus, who were well-adapted hunters who lived in Africa and Asia.
Yeah, I'm okay now.
The oldest
I'm
Homo
already
erectus
dead.
fossils are around 2 million years old. The species originated in Africa and then eventually colonized Europe. These early humans gradually changed over thousands of generations. Their skulls became larger and longer,
gonna take a long time
and they
to fuck.
became Neanderthals. But Homo erectus evolved differently in Africa. The skull became rounder, the forehead and face straighter.
Okay, we
The
are
result?
back.
Homo sapiens.
Cha-ching.
The discovery means Neanderthals can no longer be considered our direct ancestor, and that the cradle of humanity was in Africa, a scenario almost no one would have believed 40 years ago. Back then, a young scientist from England overturned conventional wisdom. Today, he is research leader in human origins at the Natural History Museum in London, and one of the most renowned experts on the evolution of our species. Chris Stringer.
I certainly
you
started
finished?
to develop the idea from my PhD that Neanderthals did not
Oh.
make good ancestors for us. So looking at tiny bits of DNA inherited through females from mothers to daughters. When modern data from around the world was put together, and you build evolutionary trees from it, it suggested that all of that mitochondrial DNA traced back to Africa. So by 1988, Peter Andrews and I published a now influential paper where we talked about the genetic and fossil evidence for the origin of Homo sapiens. So that was the first detailed presentation of the genetic and fossil data together, arguing for a recent African origin. And it was very controversial.
Stringer's theory was revolutionary. Anthropologists had assumed that humanity originated in Europe or Asia. The research has been complicated by the simultaneous existence of several types of humans.
Let's see.
When Homo sapiens set off from Africa to explore the rest of the world more than 150,000 years ago, they encountered different relatives along the way. Neanderthals in Europe, Denisovans in Northern Asia,
Denisovan.
and in Southeast Asia,
Good genetics.
Homo erectus, who had first appeared in Africa some 2 million years ago.
Denisovan all the way. Homo erectus is
The Indonesian island
retarded.
of Flores and the Philippine island of Luzon were home to extraordinary species. Adults on Flores were only 1 meter tall. All have long since disappeared. Only
1 meter.
Homo sapiens, have persevered.
Jesus, the Mogers have taken over.
Why?
Disgusting.
Researchers are hoping to find the answer in artifacts and bones. Did Homo sapiens and Neanderthals lead significantly different lives? What did Neanderthals eat in what is now France?
Some traders. Is there some trader here? Wait.
This is a tooth from a horse. To find this
Tools.
allow us to
Tools
connect
from a
the
horse.
stone tools and the animal found and say that this was probably part of an activity of this human group. They were hunting, they were bringing part of carcasses, they were processing the carcasses here to extract the meat, obviously to eat.
This looks good.
But how do the researchers know that it was really slaughtered? Couldn't a horse have just died in the cave by chance at some point?
We have some marks that were left on these bones
that
were left by humans. And we have very, very tiny marks on them right here that were left by a stone tool that was used to remove the flesh from it. And so clearly to, remove the meat to eat it afterwards.
The work of experimental archaeologists like Rudy Walter proves that such traces actually come from stone tools. He tries to recreate the scars discovered by archaeologists and is often able to show that the traces he leaves on the bones today correspond to those made 40,000 years ago.
They didn't just carve out a cutlet, they really used everything, starting with the hooves. Sometimes there are cut marks on the bones. They can be made into rattles or jewelry.
Oh no, it sold everything.
They also use the skin, the fur of the animals, for clothing, for tents, for cooking pots. You can also cook in the skin. The tendons here on the bone are dried and then defibered. They can be broken down into fine strands. And then you get an incredibly strong thread that I basically cannot tear.
Yeah, sell.
The research involves a constant interplay between discovery, hypothesis, and practical tests. Researchers from different regions also help each other by sharing what they've learned at conventions like this one in Aarhus, Denmark. Martina Lech from the University of Tübingen presents news about an astonishing find from the Höhlefels.
The days that we have is around 60,000 years ago, so it's around 20,000 older than we assume. So it suggests that it's totally connected only with Neanderthals. So our perception that we thought that Neanderthals are incapable of making something like that without influence of Homo sapiens is now should be put in the history of research, but not of the current research knowledge, because it showed that we just didn't understand that Neanderthals maybe are a little bit more complex than we assume.
If they didn't come from Homo sapiens, then what historic weapons did we use? Clues can be found at the Sibudu cave in South Africa. A team from the University of Tübingen is on its way to the excavation site, but the journey is not easy.
Taking me.
A river blocks the way with no nearby bridge. A climb awaits on the other bank. But the extra effort is worth it. People have sought shelter under this rock overhang for the past 45,000 years. And they've left behind a trove of treasures for archaeologists.
Sibudu is incredibly rich in finds. We have buckets of sediment less than 10 liters that contain thousands, 2,000 stone artifacts. The find density here is enormous.
Many of these finds are specially made pieces of pointed stone. Some include indications that they were once affixed to arrows and spears.
I am now looking at a piece that has probably been hafted with the use of ochre. The production of glue requires planning, it requires several steps, and identifying the exact recipe of these glues is crucial.
Testing such recipes is Rudy Walter's specialty. He uses only ingredients found on the pointed stones to recreate the glue.
In South Africa, in Sibudu, we found the remains of a red material on the pointed stones. It turned out to be a mixture of beeswax, tree resin, and red chalk.
The mixture is heated in the fire, leaving a viscous, sticky mass that hardens as it cools. Perfect for attaching a pointed stone to a wooden shaft.
Okay, what a nice bridge.
Walter then wraps the spear in string to add stability. Spears were probably the most important Stone Age hunting weapon.
One egg.
They were given an important upgrade around 18,000 years ago, the atlat. By extending the throwing arm, spears could be thrown much faster and much farther.
What the fuck is this place anyway?
A direct comparison illustrates the difference between spears thrown with bare hands and those with an atlat. More than twice as far. Were Homo sapiens able to out-hunt Neanderthals thanks to better weapons technology? Might they have even attacked Neanderthals directly? A special find from Belgium shows that there were indeed deadly clashes between different types of humans in the Stone Age.
Maybe I can continue with the quest.
We have Neanderthal bones that show such marks. And in these instances, we also see that the bones were processed to remove the flesh. They were also broken to get to the marrow. We compared the traces that were left on them with those left on animal bones and saw that they were the same. So we know that those Neanderthal bones were processed and then used in the same way as the animals that they ate in these places. And so this tells us that it was a case of cannibalism.
These bones were found in the g0y caves in Belgium, where the remains of several Neanderthals were found. Not all showed signs of slaughter. Researchers decided to look at isotopes from the remains to determine the difference. The isotopes help Sarah Pederzani determine the origin of particular stones or bones.
Isotopes are just two versions of the same chemical element. If you take a chemical element, for example, carbon, there's the little brother and the big brother, so to speak. And they are actually found everywhere. There are different isotopes in me, there are different isotopes in this stone I'm sitting on.
The same is true for other elements, such as strontium or sulfur, and the ratio of their isotopes differs from place to place. Everyone absorbs these isotopes through drinking water and food. As long as bones and teeth grow, isotopes are incorporated into them. The isotopes therefore reflect where someone spent their childhood, no matter how far away this person later moves. Bones can be used to reconstruct whether they grew up in the same place they died or somewhere else. The isotopes reflect the geology of an area. The elements leach from rocks into drinking water and from there into bones. They leave behind a kind of fingerprint specific to a certain region. Analyzing the isotopes identified the origin of the g0y Caves Neanderthals. Many came from what is now Belgium, but not all.
What is super exciting is that these are exactly the fossils where there are cut marks on the bones, where you can see, okay, a form of cannibalism has taken place, and only with the individuals that came from somewhere else.
While isotope analysis goes a long way in helping us fill in our family tree, genetic analysis is now providing even more precise information.
We now have whole genomes, high-quality ones, of a few Neanderthals, and that really confirms our close relationship to them. It suggests that we had a common ancestor with them maybe 600,000 years ago. And remarkably, even though we went our separate ways maybe 600,000 years ago, we've come together with them from time to time, and so there's been interbreeding. So everyone around today has a little bit of Neanderthal DNA in them.
But how do you get DNA? It becomes increasingly difficult as bones age.
In these hard bones, inside these bones, the DNA is quite well protected from the effects of bacteria or other contaminants.
I don't want to eat the fucking...
Some organic material must still exist. A fossil that is completely fossilized, something that is, say, 1 million, 2 million years old, unfortunately no longer contains any DNA. But bones that are, say, 200,000 years old and have been stored in a cave, like a natural refrigerator, sometimes still contain enough DNA to be extracted.
Look at the mirror.
To extract DNA, a small hole is drilled into the bone. The resulting fine bone powder is mixed with various chemical solutions. The goal is for only pure DNA to remain.
Fucking run.
The actual DNA analysis is largely automated. A PCR machine amplifies the DNA contained in the sample to ensure that enough genetic material is available for analysis.
What?
This glass plate is coated with molecules that can hold DNA fragments. The solution containing the sample passes over it, and the DNA binds to the appropriate places on the glass. A kind of striped pattern forms on the platelet because certain DNA fragments only stick to certain places on the glass. The machine can recognize this pattern on the glass platelet. It determines where the 4 basic DNA chemicals are located, allowing the computer to decipher and display a DNA sequence as a sequence of letters.
What the hell was that? It's raining.
Discovering that fragments of DNA can now be extracted even from Neanderthal bones that are more than 50,000 years old was revolutionary. That was a pioneering achievement by my colleagues here at the Max Planck Institute, for which Svante Pääbo also received the Nobel Prize. And one of the things this makes possible is a better understanding of the relationships between different groups.
Thanks to groundbreaking work at the Max Planck Institute in Leipzig, the differences in the DNA sequences of Neanderthals and modern humans can actually be determined, literally to the letter.
Neanderthals and modern humans are very different in terms of parts of their genome, but fundamentally, we are of course extremely closely related. So closely related, in fact, that my colleagues were able to show that modern humans and Neanderthals could successfully interbreed.
The first encounters between anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals may not have always been hostile, because the species mated with each other. These sexual encounters left genetic traces that can still be found in the DNA of Europeans today, but not in that of most Africans.
Why we have no or hardly detectable Neanderthal fragments in people living in Africa today is because these mixtures took place outside Africa. In today's Israel, that was certainly a hybrid zone, where we can also provide fossil evidence that there were Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. And also parts of Asia, and possibly even in Central Europe. But we don't currently know of any Neanderthals who lived in Africa and who could therefore have interbred.
The first modern humans who arrived in Europe from Africa around 50,000 years ago repeatedly mated with Neanderthals, and the resulting children passed on their genes to the next generation. But the further Homo sapiens spread, the faster the Neanderthals disappeared, leaving only us.
Whoa, he's really
Are we
good.
responsible for the extinction of our nearest relative?
Then Homo sapiens comes on the scene in Europe, and the Neanderthals disappear within a very short time. The Neanderthals were gone in just a few
Wake up,
thousand
no,
years.
he killed my friend.
For a long time, it was believed that these were warlike conflicts, direct conflicts. But it's very, very
That's a
unlikely
shame.
that this explains the disappearance of the Neanderthals, because the population density in Ice Age Europe was extremely low. We're talking about 100,000 people at most, spread across the whole of Europe. This means that it's difficult to imagine that they would have wiped each other out, whether through fighting or infectious diseases, or through competition for food resources.
Is this shit?
What the genes tell us is that the Neanderthals made a contribution, so to speak, to humans living today. And what this means is that the Neanderthals were absorbed into the Homo sapien population. In other words, the Neanderthals were significantly fewer, so they disappeared into the much larger Homo sapien population.
We didn't evolve from the Neanderthals in an evolutionary sense. They didn't change into us, but they are partly our ancestors. So it's a kind of paradoxical thing. We didn't evolve from them, but they are our ancestors.
Knowing the Neanderthals' extinction wasn't violent is somehow reassuring. They just became a part of our gene pool. Neanderthals were not wiped out. Instead, their genes were simply diluted by the sheer number of Homo sapiens. Or that's the theory. Many questions remain unanswered. The early history of mankind remains intriguing.
What? Oh no. No, he's powerful. Wow. Fucking hell.
Oh, fitness. Health. And nutrition. Yum. Everything okay?
The job that people are tempted to spread the net wide.
There's nothing in the water that stops it. It's all about opportunity. I think it's probably a little bit simplistic just to put it down to national borders.
On whichever side of the debate you fall, there is one fact which is indisputable. The pool of English coaches at the elite level of the game is pretty shallow. And the key question is, why?
What we are deemed as English coaches, we're responsible for.
Do you feel like to get a job in the Premier League as an Englishman, you have to be promoted to the division?
I would say 99 times out of 100. You can't just give people jobs.
I want to try and help in any way that I can produce more English managers.
I'm at St George's Park. Opened in 2012, the FA intended this place to be a centre of excellence and a destination of choice for players, coaches, administrators and officials alike. Why have the FA turned to the continent to replace an English manager who's been the most successful in the top job since Sir Alf Ramsey? Well, to answer that question, you have to look much deeper within the game.
Before the birth of the Premier League, the English First Division was won predominantly by teams with British...
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Thanks, Jess. Now let's take a quick look at the weather.
The perfect climate, wherever the destination. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
A bit more sunshine coming our way the next couple of days than recently, but it's going to be quite cool overall, especially in the east of the country. The bank holiday weekend, though, does look a tad warmer. Before then, mainly fine this evening with clear spells for many, but central and southern parts of Ireland look quite cloudy. Southern and eastern England will keep the brisk wind. It'll stay mostly dry overnight, turning quite chilly under the clearer skies in the north and west, especially outside of towns.
Well, where is he going?
Perfect climate, whatever the forecast. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
What the hell was this? What the fuck just happened? Brilliant. Oh. Good gods. No, why? Well, where's the guy? Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break. Okay. Oh, too much fucking junk. Okay. should travel somewhere and sell everything. For example, maybe here is a good idea. Welcome, traveler. Hunting bow. Is it better? It's not. It's not.
Good evening, you're watching Sky News. It's 8 o'clock, I'm Matt Barbett. Our top stories this evening. Councils across England are planning legal challenges to asylum seeker hotels after the High Court Epping ruling. The UK and Russia trade a new round of sanctions, with the Kremlin accused of laundering transactions through crypto networks. Israel's military is to call up at least 50,000 reservists as it begins a new operation in Gaza City.
Oh, that fucking retard with the crossbow.
This man who stabbed a neighbour
fucking
and shot a police
subhuman.
officer with a crossbow has been jailed for 9 years.
Subhuman asshole.
One of the rappers from Irish trio Kneecap faces a month-long wait to find out whether his terrorism charge will stand. Plus, a special report from the mountains of northern Somalia, where Islamic State has found a new foothold.
They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead, is it? And the evidence here shows
Init.
that IS is not dead
Said
at all.
forget
It's
Init.
alive and kicking and expanding and exploding everywhere.
Expanding. Init.
Good evening. Several councils across England say they are weighing up their own legal challenges after the High Court temporarily blocked asylum seekers from being housed in a hotel in Essex. Epping Forest District Council was granted the temporary injunction yesterday, under which migrants must be removed from the Bell Hotel by the 12th of September. It has left the government grappling with contingency plans as its asylum housing scheme faces chaos. Sky's Rachel Venables has more.
At asylum hotels across the country,
Dismantle.
protesters had a simple message. You're not welcome here. And with Tuesday's interim High Court ruling, one council's victory to remove migrants from the Bell Hotel in Epping could become a blueprint for others across the country to follow suit.
Blueprints.
Starting a few miles away at this hotel in Hertfordshire.
As soon as we heard that they managed to get their temporary injunction, we decided that we would start seeking the same legal advice and the pathway that Epping has gone down. There are families in there, there are children in there, those children need to go to schools. That is impacting the schools massively and impacting sort of GP services.
Massively.
You know, those sort of vital services.
There are more than 200 people, families and single men living in this hotel in Broxbourne.
What?
But if the council gets its way, the government will have to find new accommodation for all of them, and fast, with pressure mounting from other local authorities following suit and trying now to do the same thing. Reform UK also says its 12 councils will try to do the same as Epping.
Reform is going to use every instrument available to it in terms of councils that we control that do have planning power. We're looking at this. Wheels are in motion. You can expect cases to be brought by Reform Council.
100.
But in Cannock, where there have been protests near this hotel, a more mixed reaction from the public.
They've got to go somewhere. They're in the country and they've got to be out somewhere, haven't they?
We need to look after our own people. We know we need to save our own services. If we was in a position where we could help them, maybe we could.
I know they came over on boats, but they didn't ask to be put in the hotel. The council have put them in the hotel, or the government, or somebody else, and it's not right.
I myself is a Afghan asylum.
Whoa, whoa.
So I would say, yeah, it's a good thing, but
and I didn't save the game.
The government had already pledged to end the use of hotels to house migrants by 2029. Now that timeline
That was a mistake.
could be speeding up.
We're looking at contingency options to accommodate those people who will now have to move out of that hotel. But the bigger problem is ensuring that we process asylum claims more quickly and more effectively than has been the case previously.
Just before Labour came into office last June, there were more than 29,000 asylum seekers being housed in hotels. According to the latest available data, that rose to more than 32,000 at the end of this March. That's 1/3 of the more than 103,000 asylum seekers receiving accommodation support in the UK at the time. This is all a problem of policy, years in the making. Tuesday's decision could still be challenged in the courts, but with the numbers of migrants arriving and community tensions both rising, the pressure over immigration in this country is approaching boiling point. Rachel Venables, Sky News in Broxbourne.
At the same time, a row has broken out between the Conservatives and Reform about previous comments about migrant hotels. So who said what and when and where? Well, at the centre of the argument is an interview that Robert Jenrick did with us here at Sky News back in November 2022, a week after he was appointed as Immigration Minister in Rishi Sunak's government. Have a listen.
You're talking about procuring extra hotels, and that is fantastic. But the fact that you, having just been in the job for a handful of days, are having to do this suggests that when Suella Braverman was asked in the House of Commons yesterday whether she herself had stopped the procurement of extra hotels, and she denied that, well, that suggests that perhaps she wasn't being entirely truthful.
No, that's not correct. More hotels have been coming online almost every month throughout the whole of this year. So Suella Braverman and her predecessor, Priti Patel, were procuring more hotels. What I have done in my short tenure is ramp that up and procure even more, because November, historically, has been one of the highest months of the year for migrants illegally crossing the Channel.
Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is with me now in the studio. John, that's the original bit, but it is also a version of that interview that Reform have been putting out and using to attack Robert Jenrick and the Tories.
They're accusing him of boasting, gloating. But the key bit there is when he said, what I've done in my short tenure is ramp that up, ramp up the numbers. And the Tories and Reform like to criticise the present government over the numbers, but in fact the 32,000 figure is much lower than the peak it reached under the Tories of 55,000 in hotels. So there's a real a blame game, if you like, and also a battle over how to exploit this court ruling yesterday being fought between Reform and the Conservatives. Now, tonight, Mr Jenrick has announced that he's offering legal support to councils. He's convening lawyers to act pro bono, he said, to launch similar injunctions to Epping. And they've got some KCs, I beg your pardon, already on board. Reform, well, Mr Farage wrote a piece in the Daily Telegraph calling for more demonstrations. The Tories want more demonstrations as well. Critics will say that they're not helping, calling for more demonstrations outside hotels. But Mr Jenrick, it's all very well taking the stance he took now. He's been criticised before for saying one thing now and something completely different when he was a minister. And we have exposed the fact that he did indeed boast about getting the numbers up in hotels rather than reducing them. The present government says the aim is to reduce, or in fact stop having people in hotels by the end of this Parliament. Well, where do they go? That's the question. I mean, Dan Jarvis didn't seem to have a clue. Clearly the Home Office thinking, oh my goodness, what are we going to do with these people? If there is, as been predicted, a floodgate of legal challenges, more Tory councils, more Reform councils, even some Labour councils now talking about Epping-style injunctions. Now, caveat, of course, it's just a temporary injunction yesterday that Epping won. That could be overturned in an appeal. The Home Office will no doubt want to appeal against that. It's a mess, quite frankly. Policy in disarray, really. Here we have Reform and the Tories slugging it out. A little postscript. The judge, Sir Stephen Eyre, was a Conservative Party candidate 4 times going back a few years. He stood in Northern Ireland in Strangford in '92. He stood in Hodge Hill in Birmingham in, let me get this right, let me get this right, 87, I think it was, 97, I beg your pardon, I think I've got that right. 2001 in Stourbridge, and in that Hodge Hill by-election in Birmingham, when Liam Byrne was elected. So a Tory candidate. Tories' opponents are not making any of that at the moment, but it's a little quirky little fact, a little twist in the story. But this row is going to continue. The Home Office, presumably over the next few days, will have to come up with a plan how to deal with this. Even if they've got to do more than just say we're going to appeal against this. They've got to come up with an alternative, whether it's disused military camps or whatever. They've got to come up with an alternative to hotels.
John, thank you. Well, that story is undoubtedly going to feature in tomorrow's newspapers. We'll have our extended press preview right here from 10:30 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining me in the studio, political commentator Adam Bolton, formerly of Sky News, of course, and also comment editor at The Telegraph, Annabel Denham. The UK and Russia have slapped new sanctions on each other in another sign of fraught relations, even as the US pivots towards Moscow in its push for peace in Ukraine. The government says it's going after financial and crypto networks that are allegedly being used by Russia to evade existing Western sanctions. The Foreign Office said this in a statement. Financial networks utilised by Russia to soften the blow of Western sanctions are today being targeted by the UK. The action comes as the UK and international allies redoubled efforts to secure a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. But in response, the Kremlin announced its own sanctions on 21 people it accuses of promoting anti-Russian narratives. Among them, the former Foreign Minister and Labour MP Dennis McShane, the Times columnist and author Matthew Syed, John Sweeney, the senior foreign affairs journalist formerly of the BBC, and Dominic Murphy, who is head of counter-terrorism command for the Metropolitan Police. Meanwhile, Russia's top diplomat has said Moscow is aware of what he calls clumsy attempts from the European Union to change Donald Trump's position on Ukraine. Sergei Lavrov also said that Russia was in favour of reliable security guarantees for Ukraine, but hoped the US understands that discussing security issues without Russia is, he says, a road to nowhere.
We cannot agree with the fact that it is now proposed to resolve collective security issues without Russia. This will not work. We have already explained more than once that Russia does not exaggerate its interests, but we will ensure our legitimate interests firmly and harshly. And I am sure that the West, and above all the United States, understands perfectly well that seriously discussing security issues without the Russian Federation is a utopia. This is a road to nowhere.
Well, let's speak to our US correspondent Mark Stone, who joins me now from Washington. Evening to you, Mark. Look, this is the fallout of that meeting in DC a couple of days ago that the Russians seem to be trying to exploit, because there was disharmony amongst that group in Washington DC about the need for a ceasefire.
Yeah, but I think the core thing, Matt, is this idea of security guarantees. Remember that this coalition of the willing that quite a few European countries have put together is a sort of plan to provide military support to Ukraine after any ceasefire or conclusion to the war comes, to prevent Russia from reinvading at another point. Now, the reason there was so much excitement over the course of that meeting on Monday was because America had committed to being part of that coalition of the willing, effectively, saying that they would be part of the effort to provide security guarantees for Ukraine as well. Now, that was a game changer. It remains a game changer, even though we don't know the details of what America is saying it will do. But the problem all along, it was a problem on Monday, it was clear on Monday, and now it is clear from the words of Sergei Lavrov again today, is that there is a fundamental difference of opinion between the West and Russia about what those security guarantees look like. The Russians are saying that they need to be part of any security guarantee that effectively, in Russia's eyes, would make Ukraine some sort of a rump state, a state with a smaller military, a state that is not in any way part of NATO, a state which is frankly unable to defend itself. Now Russia's saying we're not going to touch Ukraine, and effectively saying we won't reinvade. It's a matter of trust on Russia on that point, but they say that they will only sign up to any sort of peace deal if they are part of the security apparatus that, as I say, makes Ukraine a sort of vassal state. It doesn't make any sense, you know. It's very hard to understand how all this excitement on Monday can actually result in any sort of peace process for Ukraine. The defense chiefs from quite a few European countries, NATO countries, have been meeting in Washington today, some of them here in person, including the British defense chief, some of them on video link. I'm told by a source that those talks to discuss the security guarantees were very constructive, but they do not see Russia having any role in it at all. So, it remains completely baffling to understand how on earth there can be any sort of peace in Ukraine with this sort of gulf in terms of how the security arrangements are made.
Mark in Washington, D.C., thank you very much indeed. Well, to the Middle East next, and the Israeli military is calling up tens of thousands of reservists as it begins a renewed offensive focused, it says, on Gaza City. The offensive comes even as negotiators work to bring about a ceasefire between the Israeli government and Hamas, and warnings of famine that are threatening Gaza's many displaced Palestinians. Our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons has more now from Jerusalem.
This operation has started, is that Israeli forces are now on the outskirts of Gaza City, and they've confirmed tonight that they are mobilizing 60,000 reservists. Another 20,000 who had already been mobilized are now also being called further into action. So this is a huge fighting force that Israel is putting together and is now approaching Gaza City, and I think this is a show of strength and a show of intention by them. And one thing that it isn't is a withdrawal on the back of agreeing to this ceasefire, and that's important because it's coming up to 48 hours now since Hamas said that it had agreed to the terms of the ceasefire that have been put together by negotiators in Cairo. Now, you will remember that in that proposed ceasefire, half of the 20 believed to be living hostages and 18 of what are believed to be the 30 dead hostages were to be returned to Israel. Israel has always said it wants all the hostages back, as well as other conditions that many believe are completely unacceptable to any Palestinian groups of any kind. No, of course, including Hamas, but also the Palestinian Authority and others. So Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has yet to respond either positively or negatively to that ceasefire proposal, and yet the actions of Israel are clearly putting together this mobilization, this military force, and I think the message they are sending is that we are going ahead with this encirclement of Gaza City, and also what is clear is putting preparations in place to increase the civilian infrastructure in the south of Gaza in what they consider to be the expected flow of people from Gaza City up in the north down towards the south, ahead of what is seen as being the Israeli occupation of Gaza. So right now, bearing in mind there was a fairly clear choice that would Netanyahu go for either accepting this ceasefire and pulling back his troops, or pushing ahead with this mobilization and this military action. Right now, it would appear that he is going for option two. There will always be those who say, well, Hamas was pushed into a corner because of a show of strength, and that this is continuing that. That could yet be true, but sitting here now, it would appear that they are going ahead with this Gaza City military operation.
Adam Parsons in Jerusalem for us this evening. Next, a member of the Scottish Parliament has been arrested and charged over the alleged possession of indecent images. Scottish Labour have suspended Colin Smith, who represents South Scotland at Holyrood. In a statement, Mr Smith said these events have come as a shock and this is a deeply stressful time. I'm obviously cooperating fully with any inquiries and hope the matter can be resolved quickly. A member of the rap trio Kneecap, these are the right pictures now, has been released on conditional bail after appearing in court charged with supporting a proscribed Terror organisation Liam Ohani, who performs under the name Mo Farah, is accused of displaying a flag in support of Hezbollah at a gig in London last November. He's yet to enter a plea. The case has been adjourned until late next month. A former priest has been found guilty of 17 counts of indecent assault after a trial in a London Crown Court. 68-year-old Christopher Brain from Wilmslow in Cheshire led a rave-inspired church group known as the 9 O'Clock Service in Sheffield in the 1980s and 90s. He was found not guilty of another 15 charges, while jurors are continuing to deliberate on a further 4 counts of indecent assault and 1 charge of
attack
rape.
speed 80%.
A man who stabbed his neighbour and then shot a policeman with a crossbow has been sentenced to 9 years in jail. The court heard that Jason King felt he had a score to settle with the authorities when he carried out the attack in High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire last May. Sky Sadia Chowdhury has more now, and a warning that Sadia's report does contain images you may find distressing.
That's my car again.
Oh, this retard.
Gonna kill you in a minute.
He'd just stabbed his neighbour, and Jason King was at his victim's door.
Now he's at the front door.
Their 999 call reveals fears of another attack.
Absolutely retard.
He's got the knife and he says he's coming for me.
King was in a dispute with them over a broken window. 55-year-old Jason King has been sentenced to 9 years in prison. He'd started his attack on an evening in May last year. Having tried to shoot the responding police from a window, he chased them down a residential street. He was grinning, the police said, while firing a crossbow at them.
He's out with a bro! I think he shot me.
One officer is shot, but has to keep running.
Guys, get back in your house. He's got a crossbow.
The attack continued in an area where children were playing.
Kids, I need you to move. Now. Move. Now. Move. Move. Right, get into a house. Get into that house now, sir.
I can hear the mechanism of the crossbow going off again behind me, still trying to take shots at me. And we're clearing people out of the way. I can feel blood running down the back of my leg, but I don't know how serious the injury is, so I'm just running, clearing people, giving people instructions.
With an officer hit, the K9 unit is called in.
Yeah, they're fighting each other like
The
retards.
dog becomes a target too.
No! Gun! 5'9", yeah, he tried to shoot the dog.
It took an armed officer to intervene.
Oh, please, stay still! Stay still!
He took one accurate, non-lethal shot. And King was hit in the arm. His attack finally over.
The biggest thing for me, as I recall, is the screams from the police officers. You don't hear that very often. You don't hear them screaming for other police officers. That's normally a member of the public screaming for the police. And that'll haunt me.
10 officers who attended were later given bravery awards, and in court the judge commended their service to the public. Jason King had claimed he'd bought the crossbow for recreational use, but the judge said it was actually an attempt by King to arm himself in the event of need.
Male down, 1 shot fired by police.
That need, the judge ruled, was to settle a score. And King's long history of mental health illness had only limited impact, if any, on his culpability. Sadia Chowdhury, Sky News.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, a special report from the mountains of northern Somalia, where Islamic State is getting a new foothold.
Now it's right here in Somalia.
They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead. It's alive and kicking.
It's the same thing happening again, only it's in Somalia and Africa.
Welcome to the Islamic State.
I want to find evidence of how big they are.
This is from Daesh.
I've seen what they've done in the past. This is like looking into the future, and it doesn't look good.
Are you regretful about joining ISIS?
What is this? Boobies, nice. Well, we need trader. Potion. Okay. Oh no. Whoa, that's a lot of suckers.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live. Joins us live all in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Now, it was around 10 years ago, 2015, when ISIS territory across Syria and Iraq reached its peak. But within a few years, Islamic State's self-declared caliphate was decimated. Its fighters killed, captured, or on the run. Now it's set up base in northern Somalia. Soldiers there say they found evidence of a terror group that's adapting and now able to operate from remote mountain caves with devastating effect. Their unlikely new headquarters, according to Somali and US commandos, is the semi-autonomous region of Puntland in the Horn of Africa. Sky News' special correspondent Alex Crawford joined the troops there, battling an ISIS resurgence.
Well, I need to sell my shit.
ISIS is alive and hidden in the Somali mountains, and we're with the forces hunting the extremists.
Potion, I need potion.
The terrain is tough. The soldiers' vehicles are constantly breaking down. And there are multiple dangers. The militants often ambush this route. Progress has to be slow.
Oh wow,
Checking for roadside booby-trap bombs laid by the extremists is crucial if the soldiers are to survive. This is the same route, filmed in an ISIS propaganda video a few days after we passed.
To be honest with you, ISIS' greatest headquarters in the global is here in these mountains, Al-Miskat. I think most of the world, they don't know that we are fighting international terrorist organization.
Somalia's Puntland forces have been fighting ISIS for months now, on ground which is ideal for the secretive extremist group to operate. They've had some help, with the US leader ordering airstrikes against ISIS targets in the mountains as his first military action in his second presidential term. He tweeted at the time about the killers hiding in caves, saying, "We will find you and we will kill you." But the fighting on the ground's all been done by the Puntland forces, and the fighting has been harsh. The challenges in this remote area have been substantial for the soldiers. But they've gradually taken back territory which the extremists moved into and uncovered a network of bunkers and hideouts in caves. This was a huge bomb factory with an entire ISIS community living around it.
We picked up this drone from...
They made bombs to be attached to easy-to-buy drones, stashed hundreds of weapons here, and made rockets and suicide vests.
They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead, is it? And the evidence here shows that IS is not dead at all. It's alive and kicking and expanding and exploding everywhere. And very, very capable of building huge hideouts as well as weaponry.
The soldiers recovered a huge stash of unused rockets and homemade bombs, and uncovered clues that they're working with other extremist groups like the Houthis in Yemen.
It's become evident that the enemy has extensive knowledge in terms of crafting weapons. And it's clear that this is not knowledge that was picked up locally.
Do you think they're working very closely with the Houthis?
I am confident that there is, to an extent, a cooperation between the
Oh
two.
no, he's based.
We have found letters that indicate there is correspondence between ISIS and the Houthis.
The haul of goods recovered from ISIS caves includes sophisticated medical equipment, unheard of in these poor communities. The troops raided villages where ISIS had set up base, declaring it their caliphate, flying the ISIS flag and imposing a strict set of rules. Thousands of people have fled their homes, and even where the army has driven ISIS out, they're still too scared to return. This man tells us how scared the whole community is. Even if you're a civilian, he says, ISIS will slaughter you. Documents we've had access to show ISIS financiers in Somalia have digitally moved huge amounts of money around the world, and that's funded global terror attacks.
Run.
The bombing of Kabul airport as international troops pulled out of Afghanistan was financed by ISIS Somalia.
Hey, he's replenishing health. Fucking asshole.
It killed more than 200 Afghan
They can't
civilians
kill him.
and 14 members of the US military. Puntland's army chief warned that the world, and he mentioned Britain in particular, needs to wake up because this is not just a Somali problem.
But it's not Somalia or Puntland. For lack of better words, caught asleep. The world was caught asleep. We would like to see UK forces or UK assets helping us in this campaign.
The head of ISIS Somalia is a former British citizen called Abdul Qadir Moomin, who preached at mosques in Leicester and London. He was accused of heading a recruitment drive, persuading British men to go to Somalia and become extremist fighters. He's still at large, despite repeated attempts by the Puntland forces to hunt him down. And he continues to be behind a network, luring fighters and families to Somalia, from where they're still exporting terror. Alex Crawford, Sky News in Puntland, Somalia.
The second part of Alex's report on ISIS in Somalia will be shown here on Sky News tomorrow. It includes interviews with foreign ISIS fighters who've been captured. The full-length documentary, Hunting ISIS, A Warning from Africa, will be broadcast here shortly, about half an hour's time at 9 o'clock. But if you can't wait until then, you can have a look now. Scan the QR code on the screen. It'll take you to the documentary that's on the Sky News YouTube channel. OK, let's take a quick look now at the weather.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The next couple of days look sunnier than we've seen recently, but then it will be quite cool as well overall, especially in the east. The bank holiday weekend does look like it's going to be warmer. For that, it'll be mainly fine tonight with clear spells for many, but central and southern parts of Ireland look quite cloudy. Southern and eastern England will be fairly windy too. It's going to stay mostly dry overnight, turning quite chilly under the clearer skies in the north and west, especially in the countryside. Tomorrow morning looks mainly dry, with bright or sunny spells, best in the southwest. It'll be rather cool again, though chilly near England's still windy east coast. The afternoon will bring little overall change, although it does look a little bit sunnier.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
How can I replenish my health?
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have more on why councils in England say they're weighing up their own legal challenges against hotels that house asylum seekers.
Oh. Come on. I can make it. Aha. Nice. Okay. Oh, minor. Okay. I think I can smoke something. Fuck.
Now, several councils across England say they're poised to take legal action of their own after the High Court temporarily blocked asylum seekers from being housed in a hotel in Essex. Epping Forest District Council was granted a temporary injunction yesterday, under which migrants must be removed from the Bell Hotel by the 12th of September. After that decision, Nigel Farage said all councils controlled by Reform UK will do everything in their power to follow Epping's lead to try to block asylum seeker hotels in their areas. Barrister and asylum law specialist Dr. S. Shelvin joins me now. Dr. Shelvin, good to see you. Let me just very quickly pick up on that point by Nigel Farage saying all reform councils will do everything in their power to challenge this. They don't all have the power, do they?
No, I mean, the judgment by Mr. Justice Eyre, which was handed down on Tuesday, followed an application by Enfield Forest District Council to have an enforcement action against the hotel group for the Bell Hotel because their planning permission was for a hotel. They argued, the council, that it was actually not a hotel, it was a hostel. The Home Office and the hotel group have always maintained that it is a hotel. They wouldn't agree to the difference. There was a difference of opinion. But what then happened, of course, was that we had the arrest, we had the charging of one asylum seeker in relation to a 14-year-old girl and assault, and then we had the demonstrations, which also included violent demonstrations. So what we had here is not a case which challenges the Home Secretary's ability to be able to house asylum seekers in asylum hostels. It was a case about planning permission, consent, enforcement action, where there was a property which was used for a service which wasn't covered by the original grant of permission by the council and would have allowed the public to comment on it. Now,
temporary injunction nonetheless, isn't it? I mean, it's still a temporary measure, by the way. Let me just come back here on this. Where does it leave the government then and its policy, perhaps not as chaotic as it might seem?
Oh, absolutely, because it's dependent on its facts. The facts and evidence were that there were 3 arrests in the hostel, which provided a fear of crime. It has to be based on the specific circumstances, not this general headline by certain political parties or whatever. We know that there was, as I said, a charge of the one individual regarding the 14-year-old regarding sexual assault, and then we had a charge of another individual in the hostel in relation to 4 charges of assault. So you have the fear of crime, which is one of the factors which weighs in favour of the council in relation to getting that interim relief. Then you had the issues in relation to the demonstrations. The demonstrations, the peaceful demonstrations, but also the violence. We have 16 arrests which were encountered in relation to the violent demonstrations there. So what we were looking at is in relation to irreparable harm. So it's not a domino effect. Every case will be taken on its own facts, because without those factors, then applications of that kind were not successful. Even the leader of Epping Forest District Council admitted that this morning. They could not go any way in relation to getting rid of the asylum hostel, but through the planning application, only now did they succeed. Yeah. And it is important, Matt, that this is a temporary injunction for the 12th of September. Then the case goes back before the High Court for 2 days in the autumn for looking whether there's a permanent injunction. And then, of course, if either side are not happy with the result, there's an appeal right, as long as there are meritorious grounds, to the Court of Appeal and then the Supreme Court. So it's got nothing to do with the government's policy. I work with refugees and migrants. One always challenges unlawful policies, but this has got nothing to do with the policy of housing at science. And remember, the numbers have gone down. 400 in 2023 hostels, now is only 210. Yes. And what we need to do is looking at diverting taxpayer money to be able to make the system of asylum, procedures to being able to facilitate individuals not to have to take small boats and irregular migration and risk their lives, but be able to adopt the policy they used to have until September 2011 under the old previous Labour government and even Conservative Lib Dems. That a refugee could apply for asylum in a neighbouring country to the UK Embassy or High Commission for the UK. They did not need to make that journey. So what we need to do is open a registration centre in France with those people awaiting.
I'm just going to come back because it's very easy to get into all the other issues around this kind of migration, and we just don't have the time for that. So I'd quite like to just focus more specifically on these possible legal challenges by councils, wherever they happen to be. Just on a point, you said certain parties. I think it's the policy pretty much of all parties. No parties want these people to be housed in hotels, and the Labour government has said they intend to end that by the end of this Parliament. Of course, you'll say there needs to be other places for them to live as their applications are processed or whatever happens next.
The legal duty to provide accommodation to those seeking asylum who are destitute is under the Immigration and Asylum Act. It's a duty of 1999. It's a duty incumbent on the Home Secretary. Because a lot of refugees, contrary to the media frenzy regarding economic migration, do not come with money. A lot of refugees don't have, their own documents because they've had to escape regimes where if they had their documents on them at the time, they would be caught at the airport and detained and tortured. So the point being there is that there is a legal duty to that. What we should be doing is providing more money to local authorities to provide more housing within local authorities, looking at the 10 designated centres in relation to dispersal and providing more.
I'm going to have to come back here because we're going off into other areas. I mean, plenty of people hear you say that and think, well, what about housing for people who were born and brought up here for a start? But sorry, let's pause that. We need to build more housing. We've got a housing deficit, and that's not because of asylum seekers or migrants. It's because our planning policy is absolutely ridiculous. But clearly, that's not a conversation today. We're discussing with you the legal elements of these councils bringing challenges rather than the broader subject of housing for people, whoever they are, of which there is not enough of, which is abundantly obvious to all watching right now. Just as a final question, you mentioned the specificity of this legal case. Other councils, will they be getting legal advice saying, listen, it's not the same here, whether it's a neighbouring council or one in the Wirral or anywhere else, and they might be put off from the cost of bringing a legal challenge because it's not
Well, I think it's important that, I'm not going to mention any political party, but, we are all taxpayers. We all elect our local politicians, be it in our councils and our MPs. So if it's very important that councils, look at the actual merits of the case. I'm sure they do with their legal advisors. I'm clearly not going to encroach on that. But you read the judgment. It's a very short judgment, just over 100 paragraphs. It's pretty clear of the aggravating factors. But what's important is that it will turn from a planning case to a law and order case if people are gathered, shipped across the country to join in these demonstrations and commit violence. And that's where it really becomes the responsibility of the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary did want to intervene in this case. She wasn't permitted to do so at this stage. Clearly, there's, within the judgment, it even said that there is a public interest to provide accommodation to destitute asylum seekers. So this is not the end of it. You know what happened with the Rwanda case. So it's all about looking to see how our British Constitution works to make sure there's a review of these cases and the right result.
People will also remember how the criminal justice system reacted last summer, of course, to a lot of what happened there. We don't have to go into that now. Dr. Shelvin, appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Next, an investigation has been launched into the death of an internet streamer who is known for taking part in extreme online challenges. Raphael Graven, who went by the name Jean Pormanov online, was found dead on Sunday after viewers of the Frenchman's last live stream had reportedly become concerned about him lying unresponsive on a mattress. Sky's Oliver Whitfield-Miocic has more on this now.
This is bullshit.
Entertainment or ritual online humiliation? French content creator Raphael Graven was known for his video stunts, like taking on these attack dogs. But other clips showed the 46-year-old being doused in water, shot with paintballs, and apparently even being strangled. The streamer, better known as Jean Pormanov, was taking part in a marathon multi-day live broadcast near Nice when he had a heart attack, according to a friend whose brother was there.
They couldn't leave the live stream until they'd finished the game. That means they were filmed morning, noon and night. In the middle of the night, he started breathing heavily. We were light years away from thinking that there was a problem. We thought he changed position and started snoring, and then it lasted a few minutes, and then he stopped snoring completely and didn't move anymore. Everyone is asleep, but there are still 4,000 people watching the live stream at that moment.
Writing on X, French Digital Technology Minister Clara Chapaz said Jean Pormanov was humiliated and abused for months live on the Kick platform. A judicial investigation is underway. Kick has since removed all of Graven's videos from its platform. The site was set up as a rival to Amazon's Twitch service and is less restrictive about the content it hosts. In a statement, Kick said its community guidelines are designed to protect creators, and we remain committed to upholding these standards across our platform. However, some experts fear the way algorithms promote certain videos makes influencers push the limits.
That's right.
It's very sad to say that any content that can be shocking in any way usually creates a buzz. So it's a bit of a snowball effect, with more and more people getting involved, and it can sometimes be the most shocking, the most extreme. It's about standing out.
French ministers say websites are responsible for monitoring
What a
materials.
degenerate. Look at
Children
that.
are not
The
exposed
fucking
to
jester.
violence.
Jester
Once
subhuman.
again,
Balding.
internet safety is being discussed
Balding
in the
wanklet.
context of someone losing their
Brutal.
life. Oliver Whitfield-Miocic, Sky
Perfect
News.
candidate for infarct.
You are
What
watching
is this?
Sky News. Coming up
Whoa,
in
whoa,
the sport
whoa,
news
whoa.
of a major restructure of Welsh domestic rugby.
The fucking Vokodlak. Kurwa.
We arrive. A secret
It's too-
hospital
oh, it's too strong.
hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the
Oh,
world
there's
to
much
see,
more of them.
but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation future.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbors, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbors that harbor decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day.
Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence
Let me guess, this is some kind of trap.
Climate. It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
The Conservative Party claim that families are paying for economic mismanagement after inflation hit its highest level since last January. The rise to 3.8% last month has largely been driven by summer demand for airfares, as well as the increasing cost of food. Our business correspondent Paul Kelso has more now.
In Kent, the summer fruit came early and keeps on coming. Almost 2,000 pickers are employed across this company's farms in the county. Without them, there is no harvest. But the cost of paying them is booming too. Increases in the minimum wage and employment taxes have pushed the payroll here up by £4 million.
Is it getting more expensive to grow a strawberry?
Absolutely more expensive. About 60% of our cost is labour. Our biggest impact on our industry is wages, and wages are not going to come down. So I can't see in any way prices falling on food, fresh food production. They're just going to keep going up. Our worry is, will they go up to a point where the consumer won't want to pay them when we can import cheaper from abroad?
Consumer price inflation rose to 3.8% in July, up 0.2 percentage points and close to double the Bank of England's target. And food inflation was a major factor. Having briefly dipped below the level of general inflation, it increased to 4.9%, and the gap is widening. Supermarkets face higher staff costs too and say competition is keeping prices in check, but some staples are still rising sharply.
Even a basic bag of shopping tells us a lot about how fast some prices are rising. Beef, 24% more expensive than it was. Coffee is up 18%. Chocolate and butter are both 17% pricier than they were.
70.
Even a pint of milk up 11% in a year. If it feels like your shopping is getting more expensive, well, it really is.
And that is a challenge for a government that promised to put more money in people's pockets.
Well, price rises are disappointing for everybody. We've seen energy prices come down in July, but they're still too high. That's why it's so important that we keep easing the cost of living, keep acting on that.
The higher inflation figures today, which have almost doubled since the election, is a damning indictment on the failings of this Labour government. They're putting all of us under cost of living pressures.
Rising airfares also pushed up inflation, and July's figures could set the price for rail fare increases in the new year. More immediately, the chances of another interest rate cut in September may have receded. Labour's second budget will need to bear fruit and fast if the economy is to change direction when summer turns to autumn. Paul Kelso, Sky News.
Let's get the latest now from Sky Sports News.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
Big study. Demon Slayer bow. Range 19. Wow. That's a nice bow right here.
Sorry, I just have a German passport. Hopefully I can convince them and show them and prove them that I'm proud to be the English manager.
For only the third time in history, the FA have turned to a foreign manager to take charge of the men's England team. Thomas Tuchel follows in the footsteps of Sven-Göran Eriksson.
If we don't do results, of course, they will try to hang me, but even if I was an Englishman, they hang me. So let's...
And Fabio Capello.
A winner with a capital W. That was the template. This is the man.
When the news about Tuchel broke, there was a mixed media reaction. Some in Tuchel see a Champions League winning manager and the best candidate available if you want to win a World Cup. That's certainly how the FA bosses view it. But for others, there's a more fundamental principle here. They believe that an Englishman should be in charge of England.
Well, I was hoping we'd get an English manager, but when you look at the choices, there are very few, aren't they?
The jobs are so prestigious and there's so much money in the job that people are tempted to spread the net wide.
There's nothing in the water that stops it. It's all about opportunity. I think it's probably a little bit simplistic just to put it down to national borders.
On whichever side of the debate you fall, there is one fact which is indisputable. The pool of English coaches at the elite level of the game is pretty shallow. And the key question is, why?
What we are deemed as English coaches, we're responsible for.
Do you feel like to get a job in the Premier League as an Englishman, you have to be promoted to the division?
I would say 99 times out of 100. You can't just give people jobs.
I want to try and help in any way that I can produce more English managers.
I'm at St George's Park, opened in...
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Thanks, Jess. Now let's take a quick look at the weather.
The ideal atmosphere,
Oh,
whatever the
nice.
altitude. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, things are looking a little bit brighter for the next couple of days at least, but it will still feel a bit cooler than we expect this time of year, especially in the east. The bank holiday weekend, though, does look a tad warmer. Before then, mainly fine. The sunny with clear spells for many, but central and southern parts of Ireland are looking a bit cloudier. Southern and eastern England will also keep the brisk wind. It's going to stay mostly dry overnight, turning quite chilly under the clearer skies in the north and the west, especially out of town. Tomorrow morning looks mainly dry with bright or sunny spells best in the southwest. It will be rather cool again, chilly, especially near England's still windy east coast. Sunny spells by lunchtime.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
Slay the vampires.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up in the next hour, a special programme from the mountains of northern Somalia, where Islamic State has found a new base. That's coming up after the break.
How far? Oh shit. Midnight, after midnight, he said. Vampires after midnight. Which means 6 hours. Whoa, and they're fucking me up already. Oh. The shit? What the shit? Not how it works. Oh god. Whoa, they're fast. Oh. Shit, fuck off. Whoa, they're fast. Oh. Oh no, 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 no. Jesus fuck, they're really hard. These areas are hardcore. But I still have not discovered here or here, for example. Nice map, nice everything here.
Tonight, US-backed Kurdish forces have achieved a significant milestone in the fight against the so-called Islamic State, today declaring the group totally eliminated.
The world thought ISIS had been defeated in 2019. More than 80 countries came together to fight them.
We are taken into the Islamic State's last stronghold after a final night of heavy bombardment.
But the ISIS ideology is still very much alive, embedded and thriving in the most unlikely of places.
Africa remains a nexus theater from which terrorists who take advantage of conditions in Africa to grow and export their ideology. ISIS controls their global network from Somalia.
In this film, we'll show you a hidden ISIS network in Somalia, which stretches far beyond its borders.
Islamic State have claimed responsibility for the 2 bomb blasts.
None of them want to survive. They want to blow themselves up, either kill you or die trying to kill you.
We uncover how ISIS is recruiting fighters to Somalia from around the world.
I wanted to live a happy life and I joined for money. I didn't know that I was coming to Somalia.
It's become evident that the enemy has extensive knowledge in terms of crafting weapons, and it's clear that this is not knowledge that was picked up locally.
We were surprised, and we were not expecting that they can do like this in our land.
And we expose their ruthless financial empire, digitally laundering money.
They're using cryptocurrency to cover their tracks.
There have been evidence on crypto communications by ISIS.
ISIS money is being used to fuel violence in Somalia and beyond.
This is part of a suicide vest.
About Chinese news, anything good?
Area large, so in this case they would probably use mortars, maybe RPGs.
Bloomberg, anything good?
And most importantly, we show the terror network is still very much active and largely being ignored.
But it's not Somalia or Puntland caught asleep. The world was caught asleep.
There is sort of this tragedy, the commons challenge in the startup ecosystem and in the venture ecosystem, because it's highly fragmented, right? These are relatively small institutions, and so I think their belief is, you know, if not us, then whom? And so I think we're trying to be sort of a convening force and creating a voice for this tech ecosystem, again, to drive innovation and ultimately,
because of what they
I think,
can
better
do.
outcomes
I've
for
seen what
society,
they've done
for
in
the
the
economy,
past,
etc.
and this
We're speaking with David
is a bit
Haber,
like
general
looking
partner
into
at the
the
venture
future,
capital firm
and it
Andreessen
doesn't look good.
Horowitz.
And, you know, David, I have another
Everyone
question
was
for you. I
taken
cover consumer
by
finance here at
surprise
Bloomberg,
when they
and,
took over
you know, we
Syria
did just
and
see the
Iraq.
Chime
And
IPO.
this looks like it's the seeds of the same thing happening again.
No, I mean, you go to
Only
a
it's in-
drugstore, you can get a 10, 15, 20.
Okay, well, the folks at
Louis Vuitton.
I sent it.
Fucking
They
$160
think that there's a
lipstick,
market
you
at the
are
highest end
fucking
to create
kidding me.
essentially the Louis Vuitton trunk of lipstick? At least that's the question that the Wall Street Journal asks.
But the case that the lipstick is in is also beautiful, right? I mean, it's leather and it's monogrammed and, you know, it looks like one of those mini trunks. So I think that's part of the selling point, too.
Oh, no, Scarlett. The mini trunk costs extra.
Oh.
Do you want to know how much that costs?
No.
$2,900.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But you could get
That's
you could
fucked
get
up.
a canvas
Tee-hee,
one
tee-hee.
and an eyeshadow
So
palette
fucked
for
up.
$500.
Tee-hee.
I mean,
This is really
Ho,
turning
ho,
the
ho,
lipstick
ho.
indicator on its head.
That's the
It's
NPC
supposed to be a
smile.
recession
NPC
indicator
laughter.
because it's an inexpensive luxury.
Recession, tee-hee. Recession,
Because that's the one
tee-hee.
that's, you know, going to tell you
What
what
about-
the consumers are willing to spend.
Fucking
I mean, so
tee-hee.
Emily, you brought up earlier about how Estee Lauder is hiring advisors to help it perhaps winnow down his brands. How do they position themselves when you've got Louis Vuitton entering the makeup market now? I mean, what is their highest end brand at Estee Lauder? La Mer, but they don't make lipsticks or anything like that, or regular cosmetics, right? I mean, they're a skin cream company.
Yeah, they just have, I think, that moisturizer that smells really
Skin
good.
shit
But it gives us this
company.
idea too of like what the brand power. I mean, we've been talking about this all day today. We had Mickey Drexler, of course, famous for helping to sort of build Gap and turn around J.Crew. And this idea of, you know, why would you pay $160 for lipstick? Well, because, you know, it's attached to Louis Vuitton. At the same time, Estee Lauder is dealing with the idea that maybe some people don't see his brand as having that same premium. And that's why when you got their earnings report, they talked a lot about maybe potentially actually scaling back prices or at least offering some sort of discounts. Why are you guys just looking at me right now? Isn't there a flip box or something? I'm confused. It's like I'm talking to myself. There
I'm just getting all the information about the luxury skincare
I'm
routines.
just looking at the brand. I mean, Estee Lauder owns an incredible number of brands, right? And the makeup sales that fell 5% during the quarter were due mainly to declines in MAC, Too Faced, and Bobbi Brown. Aveda also saw sales declines. Speaking of another skincare
I love that.
company.
My prerogative, you know?
No, different Bobbi
Fenderoni?
Brown. Yeah, different one.
Oh.
Yeah. Not Mr. Whitney Houston, the ex-Mr. Whitney Houston.
Oh.
Bobby with an I.
Well, now I'm less interested.
Oh, okay.
Bobby with an I.
Thank you, Scarlett.
Yep.
For the information. Appreciate it. We are
You
going
would know it too if you listen to 80s pop music.
Sadly, we're going to have to leave it there. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We'll all be back same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
$200 lipstick.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenivek. That's Emily Grafea, who just told me I would eat lipstick.
What I mean is, like, you know how sometimes, maybe you don't know this, but
Eat the box.
you
You
get,
own
like,
nothing
SPF
and eat the
lip balm.
Yeah, I
box.
do
And
wear
it's
the SPF
coconut
stuff.
flavored, and you're, like, licking your
Coconut.
lips.
Tee.
But it never tastes as good as it smells.
No, that's right. But you know, taste and smell, they're very related. They're correlated, right?
Taste and smell.
Your sinuses are all together.
And the color of things also has to do with taste, which is a big thing that comes into debate when we're talking about artificial dyes, natural colors, and the like, and what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of the Health and Human Services Department, the Secretary of the Department.
Yeah, I'm just
Secretary of the
slapping
agency, he
my
wants to do
chest
with getting
right now.
companies to remove these colors.
Would you eat a lemon Twizzler?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I wouldn't mind it, especially if it was healthier.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they do already do that with I think Fruit Loops in Canada.
Nanny shekels. Nanny shekels. 0 shekels.
A certain brightness.
Keine Geld haben.
As
Kann
Jimmy
nicht
Schaefer has written about for Bloomberg
essen.
Business Week. So
Kurwa.
even though they've released this stuff in the past, companies have found that Americans don't really want it.
Okay, have you tried the Mexican Coke, the so-called Mexican Coke?
Oh yeah.
Really? I don't think I've tasted it.
Well, there's a
You
big
tried
debate
Mexican
going on.
Coke.
So, as you know, I'm a
Sure.
cyclist, and
What a
sometimes
fucking question.
you know, when you stop for on a hot day at like a
Okay, here's
cafe
a
that's
video.
known for attracting cyclists outside of New York City, they'll have Mexican Coke for sale at a nice little markup.
In the
'cause they
glass
know,
bottle.
Yeah, in the glass bottle, because they know we love that stuff. The question is, does it taste better because of the actual sugar, or does it taste better because it's in a glass bottle, or does it taste better because, you know, you've been riding your bike?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's never the diet version, right? It's
We should do
only,
it. Yeah, no.
We should do a blind taste
Yeah,
test.
blind taste test.
I heard that on a podcast, and the
Pepsi one.
No, it was the Mexican Coke versus normal. It may have been a Bloomberg podcast.
The high fructose corn syrup Coke.
But the person doing the blind taste test actually got the answer wrong. Like they thought it was the Mexican Coke, and it was actually the normal one.
All right, we'll see what happens with Coca-Cola's product category. Hey, just a reminder of how things closed out the day today. The S&P 500 finished off its worst levels of the day, down 0.2%. The NASDAQ composite down 0.7%. What stuck out to you from today's trade?
So what stuck out to me was just the fact that it was the most speculative areas of the market getting hit the hardest. And we were talking about the equal weighted S&P 500 with Bloomberg Intelligence's Jillian Wolf just a couple minutes ago. The ticker for the ETF that tracks this is RSP. This is getting a lot of attention because the performance of the equal weight, the RSP, has been doing really poorly versus the S&P 500, the normal one. But actually today that trade reversed. And we saw the Dow, we saw the equal weight S&P 500 outperforming the NASDAQ 100, the S&P, those more speculative areas. I wonder if this is, a longer term trend or just kind of all happening in a week where the mega caps are what is leading the losses the most.
I'm creating an absolute mess of a chart right now in the Bloomberg terminal.
Oh no.
Just looking at some interesting sort of technicals when it comes to where we are off of all-time highs. The latest all-time high on the S&P 500 was back on August 14th, so not even a week ago at this point. Despite the fact that we've seen a couple down days in a row, we're only down 1.1% from that most recent all-time high. We are up, though, on the S&P 500 more than 28% since that April 9th low, post-Liberation Day.
Have you seen that meme from Mad Men where it's Don Draper and he's in the elevator? And then, I'm forgetting the assistant's name.
I wish I didn't.
But he's like the young guy that goes to work for Don. And the young guy's like, I feel sorry for you. And then Don goes, I don't think about you at all. This is a meme that the cross-asset team uses a lot in the context of you can throw anything at the S&P 500, geopolitical headlines, bad inflation prints. And
of course, she knows memes from Mad Men because
Liberation Day. And the S&P 500
all the
is like
Beckies are obsessed with that chat, main actor.
Has Don Draper energy.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
I guess so, yeah. You could call it that.
The S&P 500 is up 4% since the pre-Liberation Day all-time highs. So certainly chugging along. Like you said, you can kind of throw anything at it.
Yeah, that's definitely been the theme over the last few years, Tim. I think there are some really smart people in the market that naturally feel like that is something to be suspicious of. Howard Marks is one market expert that's certainly been talking about the potential for a bubble. But actually, when he was speaking with Bloomberg TV earlier today, he said he doesn't really see anything concerning when it comes to the equity market.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, he would be the
talking
first
to
to admit
himself,
you can't necessarily
screaming
call the top or
in the
bottom
empty
here,
room.
but he did say it's in the early days of a bubble, U.S. stocks that is, although the critical point for a correction has yet to come. Here's what he said, quote,
Can
I'm
I have a
certainly
fish,
not ringing the alarm
please?
bells.
Yeah.
The point is that things are expensive. The co-chairman of the distressed debt investment manager told Bloomberg TV in a Wednesday interview, he said that it's been 16 years since investors last went through a serious market correction. Still, the market rose for a few more years after that before the tech bubble burst, he pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what happens too, like after Friday and after Jackson Hole, because that could change a lot of things. Sometimes we think of Jackson Hole as being just a bunch of economists in a room
Wearing, or no, a bunch of economists outside in front of the mountain range wearing vests.
Right. And then they go
That's
inside.
one of the rules. Well, that's one of the rules about being a central banker. You have to have
wear the vest.
A vest, yeah.
And then they go
I think
inside
I'll ask Mike
the
about
Jackson
that
Lake
when he gets
Lodge,
back. Yeah.
Which I actually stayed there with my family when I was a little kid, and I wish I could go back. I just think the scenery is remarkable. For Jackson Hole Economic Symposium, send me next year.
Hold on. You went there with your family to the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium?
No. We went on a vacation.
Okay, I was going to say, you can go back on another vacation there.
No. I mean, I'd love to go back, for work reasons, get to really hear the insider central banker take. But anyway, this is something to pay attention for traders this week, because sometimes Jackson Hole does move markets. I'm thinking of a couple years ago when Powell's speech was only 8 minutes long, and that caused a lot of concern that, he was going to be, he was more hawkish than maybe we would have expected.
Yeah, we checked in with Mike McKee a little earlier today. I do want to also point out some other most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. Our coverage from Jackson will continue tomorrow, and of course on Friday, Lisa Abramowitz and Tom Keene on their way out there. In addition to the crew from Odd Lots, they make an annual pilgrimage out there. So keep an ear out and an eye out for them.
Maybe
I was going to talk about the Epstein grand jury transcript.
Center of discussion from Pakistan,
Pakistan,
Afghanistan, and China.
Pakistan,
And China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi is.
Risk today is ethnic cleansing of our people.
Palestinian,
Gaza first
oh
and
my
then in the
god.
West Bank. That's the threat we have to face.
What the fuck is going on?
And then if we manage to stop it, and we will not be.
I need to go to kitchen.
And now the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb, as I promised, is with me because he was inside that meeting with Trump and Zelensky today, sitting next to Zelensky across from Trump. Finland, a crucial country for NATO and Europe, sharing an 830-mile border with Russia. In fact, it is the longest European border with Russia, and Finland is part of NATO. So, as we've made the point before, it's not about NATO, even though Putin may say sometimes that it is. President Stubb, I appreciate your time. I'm so glad to talk to you again. I know it has been a long day, and you had to be flexible and go with the flow. Some things happened, unexpected timing, and you know, which speaks to the moment that we're in, the uncertainty. So at one point in this meeting, you're in the room across from Trump, you're sitting next to President Zelensky, and Trump at one point calls Putin in a call that Russia now says was 40 minutes long. I'm so curious, Mr. President, was there any conversation in the room about that call? Did Trump talk to you beforehand about it or after he got off the phone with Putin?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, this was very much a day of Team Europe and Team US together supporting Ukraine. So first, us Europeans, we had a pre-meeting, and then after that, Zelensky had a bilateral meeting with President Trump. And then we spent the better part of 4 hours together with President Trump sussing out what we can do next. And one of the plans was for President Trump to tell President Putin basically what we had decided in the meeting. So yes, it was very coordinated and very constructive.
So you're saying that call, when the meeting sort of got paused, it sounds like what you're saying is because of the conversation that you're having in the room, that you all sort of said, okay, he said, all right, well, I mean, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm going to go call him now. You guys were all in agreement with it? This is sort of how it sort of organically played out?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so basically there were three outcomes of today. The first one was a good conversation on security guarantees. In other words, security guarantees by Europe and coordinated with the United States for Ukraine. And we start that work on concrete things immediately. The second one was a suggestion of a bilateral meeting between Zelensky and Putin. And that was what President Trump was testing with President Putin, and President Putin had agreed to do that meeting. And then the third step is after the bilateral meeting, if everything goes well, which is of course always a big if when you're dealing with Putin, there'll be a trilateral meeting. So I think this was one of these meetings where we kind of took, 3 steps forward rather than any backwards.
Do you know what Trump, said to Putin on the phone? I mean, what were the specifics that he put out there?
Well, I mean, President Trump then, after the call, we agreed to meet in the Oval Office, and we had a very thorough briefing by him of the conversation. But obviously, in diplomacy, what happens in the Oval Office stays in the Oval Office when the media is not in there.
Well, that isn't always true, but I appreciate that you are taking the high road and doing the right thing. I don't mean to laugh about it, but in this context, you're talking about he gets on the phone with Putin, then you all go into the Oval Office. There was a moment where I believe Trump was talking to your colleague Keir Starmer, and he said something that was caught on a hot mic. He was talking about Putin. Let me play it for you, Mr. President.
I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that, as crazy as it sounds?
So you have told, I know in the past, Mr. President, Trump that no one can trust Putin, right? You have the longest land border in Europe with Russia, and you have a lot of troops that are on that border, as you've told me, and that's because of Russia, right, to state the obvious. What is your response when Trump says something, even at this point, that he believes that Putin will make a deal for him, because of him?
Well, I mean, I've been involved in peace mediation before, and I think that President Trump is genuinely trying to bring this war to an end. and we're all working in that direction. But of course, you know, we are dealing with President Putin, and we do have to understand that his, you know, basic strategic aims have not changed, and they are threefold. He wants to see Russia as a superpower. He wants to split the West, and he wants to deny the sovereignty of Ukraine. So that's the reality that we're dealing with. The reality is also that we have, you know, a minimum of 1,000 people dead or wounded every day. So we're trying to do our best through diplomatic means to find a solution to this conflict, to Russia's war of aggression.
And when you talk about Russia's war of aggression and the history here of what Putin wants, it's personal to you, and not just because you happen to be the president of Finland and you've got the largest land border, all those things that I keep repeating. I mean, it's personal to you. Your father, your grandfather were both born in cities that Finland was forced to cede to the then Soviet Union, cities that are part of Russia now. So, I mean, do you have any doubts about Putin's ambitions when it comes to expanding Russian territory?
Well, I mean, we've seen that in both Georgia and in Ukraine. But, you know, I keep on stressing the basics of it. So statehood is based on independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. And after World War II, which for us was the Winter War and the War of Continuation, Finland retained independence, unlike, for instance, our Baltic friends, unfortunately. But we lost sovereignty to decide, and we lost territory. But the difference there is that at that time, Finland was alone. But now Ukraine is not alone, and that's why I think it's so important that all of us, both Team Europe and Team US, keep on working for the independence, for the sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And to be honest, I think if we work on the security guarantees, that will guarantee sovereignty and it will strengthen territorial integrity as well.
President Stubb, I appreciate your time, and thank you so much. I'm glad to speak with you again, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's go. How does Ukraine publish?
Many Ukraine supporters breathed a sigh of relief after Monday's White House meeting between Presidents Trump and Zelensky. Unlike the meltdown on live TV during their encounter 6 months ago, this time the atmosphere remained cordial. Zelensky and his aides appeared to have learned how to better read the U.S. president, for whom style is sometimes more important than substance.
A new look for new talks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is dressed formally. A black field jacket, black shirt, and black slacks. Appearance, after all, is important for Donald Trump. And at the meeting, Zelensky's attire is immediately noticed.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on you.
I said the one that attacked you last time. See, now I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed, you are not.
My first question for you.
Brian Glenn is the same reporter who had attacked Zelensky's clothing in the famously acrimonious meeting at the White House in February.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something like
something
this.
like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. Yeah. We will see.
The Ukrainian president is usually seen in sweatshirts, polos, and military-style outfits since the Kremlin's full-scale invasion. Ukrainians view this as Zelensky's solidarity with their soldiers and their war-ravaged country. However, since the public spat in February, Zelensky's clothing and tactics have changed. Later in April, in his meeting with Trump at the sidelines of Pope Francis' funeral, Zelensky was seen in a suit. His diplomacy improved as well. He handed over a letter from his wife to Melania Trump.
using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States.
Yeah, think about it. All of these leaders' wives are Slavs, Slavic women. Melania Slav, Zelensky Slav, Putin Slav.
She gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
It's like Slavic
And
voice.
this time he
All
was
the
in Washington
cars.
not
Yeah.
alone, but with the support of influential European leaders, presenting a unified front of solidarity with Ukraine to end the war that began with Russia's invasion of the country.
So how did the meeting between Trump and Zelensky go down among Ukrainian public? Here's what some people in Kyiv had to say.
I believe that we need to support the president now. We find ourselves in a very difficult situation. It looks like world leaders want to divide up the territories of Ukraine that constitutionally belong to us.
We need military guarantees from the United States that their troops guarantee the security of our territorial integrity. And if Russia violates it and attacks us again, then their troops will defend us.
These are absurd things. Security guarantees are here today, gone tomorrow. Today there could be some American contingent, and tomorrow it will leave, as it did from Afghanistan.
If Trump interrupted the meeting to call Putin, it's kind of sad. But, well, it's good that they didn't fight.
DW correspondent Nimisha Jaiswal is in Kyiv. She told us more about how people in Ukraine are reacting to the meeting between President Zelensky and Trump.
The last time Zelensky and Trump met in the Oval Office, things got pretty ugly, and nobody remembers that as well as the people of Ukraine, who united behind their president after that February bust-up. Now, after the latest round, which ended with smiles and cordiality, there has been a sigh of relief, but Ukrainians are reacting with caution to the overall DC summit. Let's look at three things. First, security guarantees. This has been a top demand for Ukrainians in polls across the country over the last many months. They want firm security guarantees, especially if Ukraine is not going to be allowed a path into NATO. The fact that Zelensky came out of the summit and said that these guarantees may be outlined within the next 10 days has been a cause of optimism. Next up, the meeting between Zelensky and Putin, either in a bilateral or a trilateral format. Now, nobody here trusts Putin, but they do think it's better for Zelensky to have a seat at the table than for Putin to have Trump here alone. And Zelensky has also said that this meeting is where he would discuss any territorial negotiations, which brings us to our third point, which is these concessions. Now, this topic was pretty much avoided throughout this DC summit. Macron even said that it was not widely discussed, but it does seem it'll be a very uphill battle for Zelensky because it is impossible for him to concede these territories legally. As he has repeatedly pointed out, it would need parliamentary backing as well as a referendum across the country that is free and fair, including in occupied territories. Now, many Ukrainians here are resigned to the freezing of the front lines and a de facto concession, but even that there is no legal precedent for. So that's a lot of things that Zelensky will have to figure out in the days to come, perhaps sitting opposite Putin.
So many opinions, so many unanswered questions. We asked former NATO Secretary General Rasmussen what it will mean for Kyiv and its European partners if the war in Ukraine, if that war continues.
Well, let's face it. We need Ukraine as a bulwark against a still aggressive Russia. Whatever will be the outcome of this conflict, you will still have an aggressive Russia. And we need Ukraine as a bulwark against that aggressive Russia. We need Ukraine as an integrated part of a new European security architecture. So if we allow Putin any success in Ukraine, then he will just get appetite for even more. And according to our intelligence agencies, he might be capable of attacking even a NATO country by the end of this decade. That is what is at stake.
All right, strong words there. Let's go now to our Russia analyst, Konstantin Egert. He joins me from Vilnius. Konstantin, we heard from the former NATO Secretary General there, warning of a Russian attack against a NATO country maybe by the end of this decade. How realistic do you think that is?
Well, looking from Vilnius, which is situated 32 or 34 kilometers from the border of Belarus, which in military terms is a de facto Russian protectorate, this is a very acute interest and very acute worry here in the Baltic capitals as well as in Warsaw. Potential scenarios for Russian strike against the Baltic states of Poland are constantly debated. And one of them is essentially an incursion, armed incursion with withdrawal, after which the North Atlantic Council will have to meet and determine whether it is aggression or not. And this will test the political unity of NATO to the limit. And we know the usual suspects in Budapest, in Bratislava, probably in other capitals, who will say, well, you know, it's not really war. And this is, I think, what Putin at least will be aiming at, undermining NATO unity physically, showing it to the world that the alliance is politically dead.
Rasmussen says that Ukraine could work as a bulwark for the rest of Europe against Russia. I mean, is it a bulwark or a punching bag? I mean, how is this going to work for Ukraine?
Oh, great question, Brett. I think what Secretary General, former Prime Minister Anders Fogh Rasmussen meant is that as long as there is, or rather if there is a tangible Western presence in Ukraine, as long and rather if Ukraine is an ally of the West, and this alliance is politically and militarily formalized, then Putin will think twice before moving against NATO, because to all intents and purposes, Ukraine will be an unofficial member of NATO. I think this is what the most far-sighted European leaders are debating now, integrating Ukraine into the transatlantic defense structures without calling it NATO membership. Yeah. That, I think, is the ultimate goal. And that, I think, that is, I think, what Anders Fogh Rasmussen pretty presciently talks about.
Yeah, like being in the club, but you don't get to say you're in the club, you could say. Konstantin, as always, thank you. We appreciate your analysis.
Thank you.
Oh, shit. How does it rain? Okay, what else? Yeah.
Discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current
Washington,
line
this
of
is old
contact.
news. Kurva, this is old news. Okay. Ukraine live. So, live. Nothing live about Ukraine? Shitting me. The big media goes live only when there is a fucking meeting. Maybe the Kuri news. Okay, we're gonna put all the Kuri news
on the table, but
okay. Kurwa.
The West against using Ukraine as a way to attack Russia. As far as Russia's response is concerned, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has
should I imitate this accent tonight?
Between Putin and Zelensky,
like
but
this.
perhaps
Zelensky
short of ruling out further talks. Speaking to Russian state media on Tuesday, Lavrov was also quoted as claiming Russia never sought to seize territories. Instead, he said Russia's goal was to protect the Russians who had lived on these lands for centuries. Zelensky, meanwhile, has offered to buy $90 billion worth of U.S. weapons, including aircraft and air defense systems, in exchange for security guarantees. He's also confirmed that Ukraine is ready to meet Russia in any format, saying the question of land will be discussed directly with Putin. But with Putin still
Chinese
holding
make
out
new
and Russia
video.
intensifying
Nice.
attacks, the risks are enormous. Critics warn that Zelensky could be forced into painful compromises. Some fear that
A bilateral meeting with Putin
This is a good
without
video.
broader guarantees could backfire, leaving
I can't
Trump
listen to
him
this
to blame
fucking
for the
accent.
failed talks.
I can't fucking
For now,
handle this shit
Trump
accent.
is
bro.
pushing hard for a deal with.
While the West looks for a peaceful solution for Ukraine, Germany's Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul is on his first official trip to Asia. After Japan, he's now come to Jakarta, Indonesia, where we're speaking with him. Foreign Minister, has Ukraine, has Europe
Lucky
become a
motherfucker.
safer place in the
C-maxing.
past few days?
C-maxing without me.
There's a good chance that this is a step towards security and peace.
Tiny chance.
After all, the American president was very committed in making sure that even the Russian president is now basically considering a halt to the shooting and fighting and attacks on Ukraine, as well as discussions on a peaceful solution with Ukraine. It's also positive that the American president is talking about security guarantees for
play Slarok
Ukraine.
again.
Those are
Fuck it.
signs that good progress could be possible for the first time in this terrible war. But now, everyone's waiting to see whether Vladimir Putin is genuinely ready to preside over an end to this war. Unfortunately, things are still looking very different on the battlefield.
Sieht es bedauerlicherweise immer noch völlig anders aus.
As you just mentioned, it has become clear that without security guarantees, there will be no peace in Ukraine. President Trump has also stated that he expects Europe, and in particular Germany, to send troops. When and how many?
Ja, das wird man sorgfältig miteinander.
Yes, that will have to be discussed in detail together, and these talks are already happening, by the way. Careful preparations are being made in terms of military and security policy. I would nevertheless advise firstly waiting to see whether talks even take place. And secondly, if talks do happen, we must see whether an agreement is found that is durable. We're all waiting on Russia for that. Germany has so far never failed to show its readiness to take responsibility in this conflict. From the very start, practically straight after his swearing in, Chancellor Friedrich Merz showed every commitment by travelling to Kyiv, by heading many meetings, and recently by accompanying President Zelensky to Washington. Germany is taking responsibility in the form of the government and the Chancellor.
It sounds as though you still have significant doubts that a meeting between Zelensky and Putin will take place. How big are these doubts, really?
Well, there are obvious doubts because President Putin has not yet said yes to negotiations. President Zelensky said he is ready to hold a bilateral meeting with Putin and then a trilateral meeting with President Trump. Where is the yes from Putin? All we're seeing is how he keeps attacking Ukraine every day. All we see is him employing delaying tactics. All we see is him coming up with new excuses and new conditions. He finally has to understand that this war must be ended. On some days, Russia is also losing 1,000 young people in this war. It's a completely senseless war that is so very damaging to Russia and its people. And Putin has to realize that if he isn't prepared to negotiate, there will be further sanctions. Europe, and I think the United States, who are now involved, are prepared for that.
If this meeting between Putin and Zelensky does actually take place, where will it happen? Geneva, Budapest, Qatar have been proposed. Is Berlin also pushing to host it?
Nein, ich glaube Berlin.
No, I don't think Berlin has any ambition to host these talks. We're participating through proposals and support. We're ready to talk to any party. We've already shown that, and will continue to show that in the future, but we don't see our greatest contribution as being the venue for these talks. The most important thing is that they take place. There are many good venues in Europe where they can be held. I think it should be as neutral as possible. In the past, Switzerland has always been very good for this sort of thing.
This is your inaugural trip to Asia, and people here are also closely observing efforts to start these talks over Ukraine's future. Depending on the result, could it encourage China to become more confrontational here in the region?
Yes, that is one of the messages that I have brought with me, but that is also understood here. We know how these crisis regions are linked, and we either defend the international rules-based order and peace together, or we lose this battle, and we don't want to lose it. Here in Asia, I was in Japan, but also now in Indonesia too, people are very grateful that in Europe and the world there's a very clear position on Russia's war of aggression. And that's exactly why I said here that a peaceful situation in the Taiwan Strait, for example, is as important for regional stability as it is for the global economy and also for economic and security policy in Europe. People here see that and appreciate that Germany recognizes these issues.
But suppose it actually did come to a blockade, what would Berlin's response be? How would you secure and protect Germany's maritime routes and supply chains here?
I see that as a hypothetical question, thankfully, and can only repeat the call for the rejection of direct or indirect violence. That is our position, and that is the position of practically all neighbouring nations in this region. Otherwise, I believe that the progress around the Russian war of aggression has shown one thing. Many nations are now prepared to work together. We see a coalition of the willing supporting Ukraine, 30 nations. And there are also Asian states, Japan, for example, that support it. So, by the same token, this region has the right to demand solidarity from us. New global partnerships are being created, and something I also hope to achieve for Germany here is that people see us as reliable. We're showing it. And that, of course, we can expect the same reliability from them too. The prospects for that are very good.
Auch Verlässlichkeit erwarten, aber die Aussichten dafür sind wirklich gut.
Shouldn't China really be involved in the talks over Ukraine's future? Putin is visiting Beijing at the start of September.
China
defines its role itself. China is an important country, a huge country, which can have a lot of political influence, which has a lot of economic influence, and is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. And for a long time now, we've been calling on China to use these opportunities and help ensure the war is ended. Hardly any other country, any other government, has such a strong influence on Russia as China. Unfortunately, China hasn't used its opportunities so far, but it's never too late.
Bisher nicht, aber es ist nie zu spät.
So you're saying that you would welcome it?
Ja, selbstverständlich.
Yes, of course. We've already appealed to China several times, and during my last talks with Foreign Minister Wang Yi, I called for both him and the Chinese state and party leadership to make more explicit use of these resources in their dealings with Russia. I would be very pleased if this appeal was heard in Beijing.
Ich würde mich sehr freuen, wenn dieser Appell in Peking gehört werden würde.
But on your trip, you've also criticized China. You accused it of aggressive behavior. There was an immediate response from China. How do your Indonesian allies, your Indonesian partners here today, see the criticism that you leveled?
Diese Kritik ist ja nicht neu.
This criticism isn't new. And of course, it is only a reaction to the regrettable behavior that we repeatedly see from the Chinese side. There have also been some serious incidents at sea here, and the violation of court rulings and of borders and of sovereign rights. And I believe that we're allowed to respond to that. We must respond to that. We're all subject to the same standards, whether in Europe, Africa or Asia. My experience in Asia tells me that Germany's position is very valued. It's not anti-Chinese as such, but it's a position that stands for the law, international law, and that is an independent position.
Es ist eine Position für das Recht, für das internationale Recht.
Germany expressly offers China its partnership and collaboration. And we find it regrettable that China occasionally shows a rather different side of its behavior. But our hand always remains outstretched. and I will seek new opportunities for discussions with China again, of course.
Your trip to Asia is also about de-risking. Germany wants to become less reliant on China, especially with regards to rare earths, important materials, where dependency is over 90%. Is Indonesia an alternative, and to what extent?
Yes, I think there is more than one way to become less dependent on one another, and de-risking is a strategy that China is pursuing too. China too wants to reduce its reliance on other markets. And I think that's why, ultimately, it understands why Germany and Europe are following this path, which has been explicitly set out by the European Commission. We're doing that consistently, without rushing, but at the same time we continue to pursue an exchange of trade with China, of course. We're not talking about decoupling. That would be separation from China. But what we're seeing now in new and current restrictions in the delivery of rare earths from China reinforces our quest for new trade partners. And Indonesia is a good, new and, I think, reliable partner. It's a large economy with a large population, and we want to use this potential more than we've done in the past.
In predominantly Muslim Indonesia, the topic of Gaza is a very emotional one. What expectations have your Indonesian partners in Jakarta conveyed to you?
I believe our partners here have seen clearly that Germany has a natural position by the side of Israel as our closest ally, and they see Germany's special responsibility for Israel. But they've also seen that we have a clear position on issues of civil rights, that we see the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and that our political stance has developed on that basis. That has been fully appreciated.
Israel is planning its biggest settlement project in decades. It would be a nail in the coffin for a Palestinian state. All your efforts have failed so far. Wouldn't now be the right time for Germany to recognize a Palestinian state?
No, our position remains that we instead see the recognition of a Palestinian state at the end of a process that must take place between the Israelis and the Palestinians. But this path must, of course, remain viable. And that's why its construction should not be allowed, not even as the kind of settlement we are warning against, and which we would regard as a breach of international law if carried out. I appeal for both sides to recognize now is the time to come to an agreement concerning Gaza, concerning the release of the hostages at last, and to reach a ceasefire so that we can finally make sure that those people who are suffering can be taken care of, and that at the same time security can be created in the Gaza Strip and for Israel. The plan that has been shared by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is a very good foundation, and I hope that it will be accepted now.
Minister Wadefull, finally, may I ask a personal question? The way international politics is conducted today has changed radically. It's faster, more confrontational and to the point. How do you find it?
I try to conduct policy conventionally and not to allow myself to be swept up by every excitement. You always have to be ready to respond. But I think the important thing in international politics is to be reliable and calculable. German foreign policy distinguishes itself by sticking to several basic guiding principles, and by its strong support of international organizations such as the United Nations. And personally, I feel very good in this role and believe we can make a valuable contribution to the resolution of existing conflicts.
Get down.
Foreign Minister, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, no. Run, run, run. No! I'm not gonna make it. bit. Okay. Video.
Ironing out how to provide Ukraine with sufficient security guarantees will be top of the agenda at a virtual meeting of NATO military leaders on Wednesday. US President Donald Trump has already ruled out sending US ground troops to the country in the event of any peace agreement with Russia. On Monday, Trump pledged to help guarantee Ukraine's security. That was during a meeting with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders at the White House. But in an interview with Fox News, Trump suggested the US may provide air support as part of a deal to end Russia's 3-year war in Ukraine. Speaking with journalists, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt gave more information about the president's position.
The president has definitively stated U.S. boots will not be on the ground in Ukraine, but we can certainly help in the coordination and perhaps provide other means of security guarantees to our European allies. The president understands security guarantees are crucially important to ensure a lasting peace, and he has directed his national security team to coordinate with our friends in Europe and also to continue to cooperate and discuss these matters with Ukraine and Russia as well.
CW Brussels correspondent Terry Schultz has more for us on this. Terry, tell us what options are on the table when NATO military leaders meet today.
Anya, these are NATO chiefs of defense, so that means the highest military officers in each NATO country are going to meet virtually today. And this really says to me that things are moving along quite quickly in terms of practical options that could be provided by European NATO members for this coalition of the willing that we're talking about, this effort to put a mission on the ground in case of an eventual ceasefire that would either be monitoring it or be defending lines that will be determined by this peace deal. We're not really sure yet what the operational mission will be, but the chiefs of defense are the officials in each country which have the best idea about exactly what resources they have, what kind of resources in terms of personnel could they contribute, what capabilities, what equipment could be moved in, what kind of training could they be giving to Ukrainian forces. So these guys are really doing the practical stuff there in this meeting at NATO headquarters today.
And from the American side, I mean, we're hearing from President Trump now that the US may provide air support to back a peace deal in Ukraine. What could that actually look like, that air support?
That was avoided.
Well, neither President Trump or Caroline Leavitt, as we heard there, are giving us many details. And no one that I've talked to on this end knows for sure. They're just happy to hear that the U.S. may be willing to provide it, because this is one of the things that the European members of the Coalition of the Willing had been hoping for from the U.S. and had not been given a commitment that the U.S. would provide air support. And it could mean a lot of things. I mean, it could mean more help in missile defense for Ukraine, so that if a coalition were on the ground, Russia would have less ability to attack it from the air, if that's one of the things that they're worried about, you know, providing more of an air shield over the areas of Ukraine that would now be protected in a peace deal. It could also mean that fighter aircraft are stationed nearby as a backstop, as it's usually described, in case a European soldier or in case Ukraine came under attack again by Russia. That's another practical step that the U.S. could provide. But otherwise, they really haven't given us much idea of what they're willing to commit to on air support. As I said, everyone's just happy that they're talking about it now, because that was a long time coming.
And Terry, you were saying that there is a sense of momentum here, but the Kremlin hasn't confirmed, has it, whether Putin is committed to a face-to-face meeting with President Zelensky. Is there anything European countries can do to bring Putin to the table?
I think they'll just continue the efforts they've been working on for the last more than 3 years of the war, and that is to pressure the Kremlin into understanding that it can't win the war militarily, that it's going to be crippled economically. The European Union is already working on its next round of sanctions, which they hope to adopt already in September, having just adopted the last package in July. That, of course, is more economic measures, trying to stop President Putin's ability to wage this this war. You know, the other thing that the EU could do collectively is to be willing to offer a site for these talks. Budapest has been mentioned, and you know the EU would then have to decide not to pressure Hungary on the commitment it has to arrest Putin as an indicted international criminal court suspect.
Nice.
So there are some things that they could do. We'll see how creative they get.
Okay.
Terry, we'll have to leave it there, but thank you so much. That's DW's Brussels correspondent, Terry Schultz. Now, while Ukraine's president and European leaders have hailed this week's talks in Washington as a huge step forward, our correspondent Yuri Reshetto took a look at the reaction inside Russia.
Trump is good, the Europeans are bad.
Trump deserves enormous respect for his courage.
That's the official Russian view. The US president successfully resisted European attempts to sway him and pushed through what he had agreed to with Vladimir Putin. The anti-Russian warmongering coalition of the willing failed to outplay Trump on his turf, writes former President Dmitry Medvedev on X. Europe thanked and sucked up to him. Medvedev is considered a firebrand that has Kremlin leader Putin appear moderate and reasonable. And yet, Russia's best-known propagandist Vladimir Solovyov disagrees with Trump in one respect. A meeting between Putin and Zelensky isn't a done deal.
Russia means something completely different and is merely talking about raising the status of the existing delegation members.
Just like President Putin, Solovyov says the Ukrainian president isn't a legitimate ruler. Zelensky's term expired in May, he says. What he doesn't say is that Ukraine isn't allowed to hold elections during wartime by Ukrainian law. He argues that even if Putin were to meet Zelensky in person, Zelensky wouldn't have the mandate to sign treaties and agreements. Another YouTube commentator shares this view.
I don't believe in a meeting between Putin and Zelensky, even under Trump's supervision, regardless of the format. He's an illegitimate politician. There's no point in talking to him. Even if we wanted to agree on something with him, he's a nobody.
The moderators in this clip are discussing a territory swap between Russia and Ukraine and call into question Ukraine's territorial sovereignty.
Does Ukraine even have anything it could offer in exchange? Can they give us anything else? Then let's do this. Everyone is talking about security guarantees for Ukraine. Fine. Let's give them those guarantees. But in exchange, we'll get a few more territories. If they give us Odessa too, we'll swear on our lives that we'll never attack them.
The daily political show 60 Minutes on Russian television channel 1 is focusing on an alleged rift between Europe and America. In their eyes, the US is a reasonable discussion partner and trying to reach a deal with Moscow. Meanwhile, it accuses the Europeans of attempting to use a ceasefire to supply Ukraine with more weapons and continue the war.
Paris and London are trying to torpedo Trump's peace scenario at any cost,
concludes the presenter, accusing the EU directly of wanting to prevent peace.
DW's Riga Bureau Chief Yuri Reshetto filed that report for us and joins me now for more. DW's Russia team has been based in Riga since being banned from reporting from Moscow. Good to see you, Yuri. So your report there shows a very clear narrative in Russia. Is there space for any other perspective at all when it comes to these talks in Washington and a possible meeting between Putin and Zelensky?
Bloodlines, man. What is that?
Well,
The
there
vampire
is really
stuff?
only one interpretation, Anya, and that is the Russians have won. Whether or not this means the end of the war is unclear, but it's already clear, they say, according to all channels, that Ukraine would lose and also Europe would lose. Surprisingly, many now see the US as the winner and are glad, as if the US were not part of NATO and as if the US president hadn't received leading EU politicians in the White House on Monday. But according to the official line in Russia, the US is now on the side of the good Russians and the Europeans are on the other side with the bad Ukrainians. A few commentators dare to say that Donald Trump would be only working on his own image and wouldn't care about the war, which would therefore continue in any case because that is what the Europeans want.
So the Europeans being sort of portrayed as being on the other side. I mean, your report suggests that Russian political leaders are very much intending to sideline Europe in these discussions. Tell us a little bit more about their strategy.
Well, from the outset, the Russians wanted nothing to do with Europeans, but only with the US. This mirrors President Putin's perspective. He believes in a 20th century understanding of power in which major countries come to agreements among themselves and smaller states must accept the results. In the eyes of the Russians, Europe is a weak political power, and the Russians would like the EU to become even weaker. Why? Because Europe shares a free, democratic, liberal worldview that the Russians are doing everything they can to oppose in their own country and also in Europe, Anya. For years, they've been reportedly backing pro-Russian and Euro-skeptic movements, parties and groups with help of intelligence services. I'd like to remind you that the EU, the whole EU, all EU countries and almost all NATO countries except Turkey are included in the list of so-called unfriendly states. Those states the Russian government considers unfriendly mostly because of sanctions. The EU has now adopted 18 packages of sanctions against Russia, and we've just heard from Terry Schulz in Brussels, is going to adopt the next one, the 19th one.
We'll have to leave it there, but thanks so much for that. That's DW's Riga Bureau Chief Yuri Roshetto. For more on this, I'm joined now by Domitilla Sagramoso. She's a senior lecturer in security and development at King's College London. Good to see you, Domitilla. Can you tell us more about what Ukraine is hoping for in terms of security guarantees and, of course, what its allies are willing to offer?
Donatella.
Yes, good morning. Yes, I think that what Ukraine would ideally wish is a robust presence of European or NATO member states deployed on Ukrainian territory, and with guarantees that the United States would intervene if there is another sort of Russian attack after a ceasefire has been agreed. So this would be sort of the ideal solution. Of course, they would have wanted to be members of NATO, but this seems to be excluded at the moment. But the Europeans and the United States are talking along slightly different lines, but not entirely different. There is talk about sending what Europeans are calling a reassurance force, led primarily by the Brits and the French. This force would not be primarily engaged in war fighting, as was made clear by President Macron 2 days ago. The idea is that a lot of support is going to be provided to Ukrainian armed forces. So the armed forces are sort of the primary first line of defense, and the forces of the Europeans that would be deployed more on the sort of on the back, they would be able to intervene if necessary. And here's where the question of American air support comes in, is to what extent the Americans would be able to support these forces if they get into trouble.
Well, that's right, because President Trump has ruled out sending US ground troops to the country, hasn't he? But he has hinted that the US may provide air support. So I did want to ask you, what could that look like, that possible US air support?
Well, it hasn't been really specified, so this is a bit speculative. I think what we are talking about, first of all, would be the US providing logistic support through air means, because this is something that Europeans to a certain extent lack. The logistic support of the United States has been very important, and that can be also carried out through the air. We could also be envisaging, for example, missile defense. The ideal situation would also be the imposition of a no-fly zone, probably in the western parts of Ukraine, but at the moment that is not really being considered as a likely possibility. But above all, I think what Europeans would hope is that the United States would provide air cover if necessary, if the European forces deployed on the ground get into trouble. Also, by air support, we might think of intelligence, because much of this intelligence is also provided through a whole air system that operates, for example, from the Black Sea, the Hawks planes, which are the ones that provide intelligence. So there's a lot that can be provided from the air, which not necessarily means that the United States becomes militarily directly engaged in this conflict, but provides the necessary support in logistics, intelligence, and others to make sure that European forces feel safe and can operate effectively on the ground if necessary and are well protected.
As you say, Domitilla, none of this is guaranteed or 100% clear yet. But given this talk of what security guarantees could look like, how is Russia reacting to this potential, kind of support from the US to Ukraine?
Yeah, well, that's a really important point, because the question is that the Russians have been very clear that they do not want any NATO troops. This has been repeated yesterday again by the Russian government, by the foreign minister. They do not want any NATO troops deployed on the ground in Ukraine. So I really do not think, don't really understand what kind of sort of agreement was reached or acceptance was made by Russia when Putin was in Alaska with the United States president, when it seemed that Putin had been sort of open to some kind of security guarantees. But if these are not provided by forces on the ground, then it becomes very unlikely that they would function. Another point that is important to highlight is that when there were discussions on this topic 3 years ago in 2022, the guarantees, when the guarantees were discussed initially, the Russians were saying that they would have a veto on the introduction of American or foreign forces into Ukraine. So the guarantees would be provided, but the Russians would have some kind of veto. And that is why this whole negotiations in April 22 in Istanbul didn't really work out, because you cannot have a country which is sort of the invader having a veto on other countries trying to come in to protect Ukraine. So it's not really clear what the Russians have in mind and what they would be ready to accept. And to me, that indicates that the Russians, in a way, would like to still push forward for the maximum positions. And they are ready to prolong these negotiations as long as necessary to make sure that they obtain what they really want, which is to make sure that Ukraine does not become a member of NATO, that it remains a neutral country with no presence of, Western European or NATO forces.
Domitilla Sagramoso from King's College.
He's powerful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I can't fucking kill him. Whoa. No, you're not gonna survive. No. Get back. Retard. Disgusting piece of shit. What is the new video? Is there something?
And as diplomatic efforts go into overdrive in the West, trying to find an end to Russia's war in Ukraine, the fighting rages on inside the country. Ukraine's Air Force says Moscow launched some 270 drones and 10 missiles overnight in the largest attack so far this month. Authorities say the strikes largely targeted energy facilities, including Ukraine's only oil refinery.
Not much is left of this village in eastern Ukraine. Ryska is a small community near Sloviansk, not far from Russia's border. Russian forces dropped 3 bombs here. The villagers have not only lost homes, but loved ones too.
What happens next? We don't know. Maybe we'll have to leave. Maybe we'll stay here and rebuild. Time will tell. Right now, it's dangerous to return. A lot is flying around. Various drones, reconnaissance troops. There's so much in the air, people are simply scared.
Russian attacks are no longer confined to eastern Ukraine. They're also striking central regions. In Kremenchuk, a major city in central Ukraine, drones and missiles obliterated multiple targets. This school was among them. These attacks happened as peace talks unfolded in Washington, D.C.
And I think progress is being made, very substantial progress.
But those on the ground remain doubtful. Oleg, a 22-year-old Ukrainian soldier, isn't too optimistic.
I don't think anything will change. Maybe it will.
Too
We
many
hope
of
something
them.
will change. I've been fighting for several years. We used to pay attention to talks like these, but now there are meetings all the time. I don't know. I don't think anything will change. Things are getting worse and worse on the front line.
As peace talks continue, Ukrainians are just trying to make it through another day, with whatever they have left.
Well, I'm joined now by Sergei Petkov. He's a former Deputy Justice Minister of Ukraine and a leading voice on European integration and democratic reform, rather. It's good to have you on the program. Let me ask you about the U.S. president. He has floated security guarantees for Ukraine, but he hasn't given out any details. I mean, from a legal and institutional perspective, how could such guarantees, how could they be made credible?
That's a very good question, and it's very relevant as we remember the previous ceasefire that was brokered by France and Germany, the so-called Minsk Agreement, had no security guarantees included, and this agreement was violated by Russia. So right now, the Ukrainian president will, of course, insist on having a real security guarantees, and President Trump previously stated that there will be no American troops on the ground. So the big question is whether the European nations are willing to commit to providing their troops on the Ukrainian soil in one form or another. And if not, what are the real security guarantees are possible, given that Russia has previously breached its participation in the Minsk ceasefire. So this is the most important question, I would say, so far.
Well, in terms of international law and Ukraine's sovereignty, what are the red lines that cannot be crossed in any deal with Russia tonight?
Now, I think that the biggest red line would be legally ceding the territory of Ukraine, any part of it.
Any part of it, any part of it, even Crimea.
Yeah, Crimea is also included in the Ukrainian constitution as an integral part of Ukraine. And in order to do that, the only way to do that under the Ukrainian constitution is to have a referendum asking the people. And there's definitely no popular support for any ceding of the territory.
Diamond ring.
What about making, a compromise in order to get peace and saying, okay, we don't want to, but we will?
Now, that is, of course, possible, and seems like this is something that has been floated around, freezing the front lines. But again, the problem here is that no one trusts Putin. We've had this before. We've had this in 2015. We've had OSCE monitoring mission that was supposed to monitor the ceasefire agreement, and this, went nowhere. I mean, that only gave Putin some time to regroup his armed forces and continue with aggression against Ukraine.
Russia escalated with its largest drone strike this month while talks were underway in Washington. I guess I know the answer here. What does that signal about Moscow's seriousness in pursuing peace, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, Putin is signaling that he has the strong position. He thinks he has an upper hand. He is advancing on Ukrainian territory. He's willing to sacrifice more lives of his soldiers and economic prosperity of his people. He thinks he's showing that he's serious, and for him, stakes are higher than for Americans or Europeans. So this is how he enters any negotiations. He wants to demand and not to concede anything.
If U.S. President Trump attempts to impose a settlement favorable to Russia, how important is Europe's role in ensuring that Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity remain protected? I mean, if you lose Trump in this, is Europe enough to hold your back?
I think it's crucial because European leaders understand that whatever happens in Ukraine will influence the security of the whole continent. And I think they've been very vocal and united in making sure that Trump understands that and sees their concern. So I think in this way, European leaders are allies of President Zelensky, not only just because they like Ukraine or support Ukraine, but because they also see great danger to their own territories and to their own interests. So in this way, having them on board is important because, I mean, there are European sanctions. Alternative, I mean, they are not directly dependent on American sanctions. And Europeans are important in economic support to Ukraine, but also as in other voices that that talk to Trump. Some of his closest allies, like United Kingdom and Italy, for example, Madame Meloni has been very vocal in stating the same position that Ukraine has been stating, that Russia is in fact endangering the security of the whole of the European continent, not just Ukraine.
And despite all of this, you've got some Ukrainians who still doubt Trump's intentions, and they fear that there will be a sellout here. How should Ukrainian leaders address those concerns while keeping the public engaged in the peace process?
At night.
Now, Trump has a very unique negotiating style. He likes to have the strategic uncertainty. He's making statements that he can reverse. So I think we're getting used to his...
Do you trust him?
Well, we do trust that he's acting reasonable in the interest of the United States, his NATO allies, and we do believe that territorial integrity of Ukraine is an important piece of the security of the European continent and the whole Western world. So I think he will be acting reasonable. He wouldn't want to concede to Putin without getting something in exchange. And I think that what is important to Ukrainians is to make sure that he understands what is the good deal for Ukraine, for Europe, and for America.
Sergey, let me just ask you, do you think, though, that U.S. interests include preserving and protecting territorial integrity of Ukraine?
Well, I do believe that U.S. is a champion of the rule-based order. And, we're looking not just only at Ukraine, we're looking at other places where, the territorial integrity can be endangered. And having this kind of, change of territories sends a very dangerous signal to other aggressors around the world who might be, encouraged by these actions of Russia to take by force something that they want in violation of international law. So I think that overall, supporting Ukraine is supporting the rule-based order that we have since the World War II, represented by the United Nations, and in this way, that's in American interests.
Okay. Policy expert Sergey Petrikov, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us tonight. Sergey, thank you.
U.S. President Donald Trump has ruled out sending U.S. ground troops to Ukraine in the event of a peace deal with Russia.
Oh, yeah.
The statement comes a day after he pledged to help guarantee Ukraine's security during a meeting with
their
Ukrainian
SMB is
President
sky high,
Zelensky
as they
at
say.
the White House. In an interview with Fox News, Trump instead suggested the U.S. may provide air support as part of a deal to end Russia's 3-year war in Ukraine. And speaking with journalists, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt gave more information about the president's position.
The president has definitively stated U.S. boots will not be on the ground in Ukraine, but we can certainly help in the coordination and perhaps provide other means of security guarantees to our European allies. The president understands security guarantees are crucially important to ensure a lasting peace, and he has directed his national security team to coordinate with our friends in Europe and also to continue to cooperate and discuss these matters with Ukraine and Russia as well.
And let's try to make more sense of that with John Hardy. He's a deputy Russia program director at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's think tank in the U.S. John, the White House, they're saying the U.S. will guarantee Ukraine's security, but with no U.S. troops on the ground. As the U.S. and Europe discuss the best options of a potential peace deal, how has Russia been responding?
Well, the Kremlin, for its part, very firmly rejects the prospect of Western troops in Ukraine. There's been some confusion over this, with President Trump and his envoy Steve Witkoff saying after the Alaska summit that Putin had given the okay for some sort of security guarantee for Ukraine. I suspect what Putin may have been referring to is something along the lines of what Russia proposed back in 2022 during talks in Istanbul, which is kind of a toothless mechanism over which Russia has a veto. That being said, we need not give Russia a say in whether we deploy some sort of security guarantee force to Ukraine. Ultimately, depends on whether the countries providing that security have the will to potentially engage the Russians if they have to.
Well, you say the Russians don't need a say, but doesn't a potential peace deal hinge on the Russians agreeing to it?
It does. What I'm saying is if we were to get to a ceasefire, however that happens, and the Russians still are not okay with the Western reassurance force in Ukraine, that doesn't mean it can't go through. It makes it more risky, and I think there's some serious doubt over whether the European countries would want to do that, especially if the United States is not directly involved. But it is still a possibility.
Now, one of the biggest outcomes of the latest talks was Trump and the White House saying that Putin has agreed to a meeting to direct talks with Zelensky, but Russia has not publicly said this will happen. How likely is it, in your view, that Putin will sit down with Zelensky?
I'm gonna bring them to kill all these idiots.
The Kremlin is still equivocating and dragging its feet. Just today, Foreign Minister Lavrov basically saying, "Oh yeah, well, we might meet. We're open to meeting in principle, but this has to be very thoroughly prepared." Which in Kremlin speak means we don't want to meet with Zelensky until we've essentially reached a deal, and that meeting with Zelensky is for the mere purpose of shoving it down his throat. So I think more U.S. work, more U.S. pressure on Russia is going to be necessary to get Putin to engage seriously with Zelensky and to drop some of Russia's more maximalist demands, which, as long as they remain in place as conditions for peace, well, then the war will continue.
Now, we heard Zelensky and Western leaders call the latest meetings with Trump a major step forward. It sounds like you're saying we're not necessarily much closer to peace here, though.
I think a deal remains a ways off. I was encouraged by Monday's meetings with Zelensky and the European leaders at the White House. There was a pretty good display of unity, and certainly more between Presidents Trump and Zelensky than that contentious Oval Office meeting in February. I do hope that over the coming 2 weeks or so, we're able to put significant meat on the bones of Trump's general willingness to play some role in a post-war security arrangement for Ukraine.
Oh no.
We're hearing talks about if this bilateral meeting were to go ahead between Zelensky and Putin, where it would be. Reports it may happen in Budapest. Where do you see as the best place for it?
Yeah, I guess Budapest is an option. It could be in a Middle Eastern country, say in Riyadh or perhaps in the UAE. Qatar's another option. But I think the Russians will want to pick a location that they feel is neutral, and obviously the Ukrainians are not going to go to somewhere like Minsk in all likelihood.
John Hardy from the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2. Take all. But
The militant Palestinian group Hamas says it has accepted the terms of a new ceasefire proposal for Gaza that mirrors a U.S.-backed plan. Israel has yet to respond directly. Now, officials insist their position is unchanged. They want all 20 remaining hostages freed and the remains of 30 others returned. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vows that the war will continue until Hamas is disarmed. Mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and the United States are pushing to turn this fragile opening into a deal. At the same time, Israel is preparing an expanded assault on Gaza's most populated areas.
Where?
I'm joined now by Aaron David Miller. He's a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Aaron, it's good to have you back on the program. Hamas says that it has accepted a ceasefire proposal almost identical to the U.S. plan. Israel has not rejected it, but insists all hostages have to be freed under conditions laid out by the Israeli cabinet. I mean, how should we read this ambiguity? Is this real openness, or do you see this as a political tactic to buy time?
I mean, I think Netanyahu is under conflicting pressures. On one hand, the clear public protests might suggest that even a partial deal would benefit his interests. His other two coalition partners, Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, are against it. They want the total destruction of Hamas, as does the prime minister, but they're pressing hard for a serious effort by the IDF to enter Gaza City, if not expand Israeli control through most of Gaza. Trump administration, the president tweeted day before yesterday that he thought the hostages would never come home until Hamas was completely destroyed. So I guess if Netanyahu wants to risk a major IDF operation in Gaza, then he'll continue to insist on a comprehensive deal, and we'll end up drifting one way or another to an expanded military operation. I think, though, there's a reasonable chance that the Israelis will come to accept another partial agreement. But let's be clear about one thing. This is not going to bring us any closer to ending the war in Gaza, because the fundamental end games of Hamas and the current Israeli government are diametrically opposed to one another.
Well, you say Netanyahu may be drifting. I mean, he himself has said that Hamas is under atomic pressure, but he's avoided addressing the outline of the deal. Is this vagueness? Is it a sign that he's leaving himself room to pivot if the political winds do shift?
Wow, this fucker is strong.
I mean, he can pivot toward an interim deal. The question is whether he would ever embrace a comprehensive agreement, which would require an Israeli withdrawal, at least to an agreed buffer zone. And an end to the war, a formal declaration that the war is over. It's hard for me to see under these circumstances that would meet the prime minister's notion of total victory, which is not just the hollowing out of Hamas and its destruction as a military organization. They've achieved that. But he wants Hamas disarmed. He wants what remains of the leadership expelled from Gaza. And he wants a primary role in who is going to determine the security architecture or structure if the war was truly to end. And I think it raises the question that unless three questions are answered, who or what will govern Gaza, who or what will provide the security architecture, and who or what is going to undertake the gargantuan galactic task of reconstruction with 2 million Gazans in place, 1 million of those being children. Those questions are not even on the cusp of being addressed. So I think we're a long way away from anything that you and I would describe as an end to the war.
Well, what about the hostages here? Israel's own military chief has warned that a full assault could put the hostages at even greater risk, and with only about 20 thought to still be alive. I'm just wondering, how much leverage does the hostage issue actually hold over war planning right now?
Very little, actually, in large part because public pressure is not going to be determinative. It's a factor,
too much help,
but it is not. It's not going to countervail the other pressures that Mr. Netanyahu is under. In public opinion, the magic number here is not the hundreds of thousands of Israelis that have demonstrated over the weekend. It's 60+1. It's the number of seats that you need to govern. And he happens to have a relatively coherent, cohesive coalition, even though until October 19th, when the Knesset re-adjourns, he's freed from any threat to overthrow the government or to introduce legislation that toward that end to schedule new elections. I think that if he's going to do a deal, it'll be in the next couple months.
Well, can he get away with that, just ignoring what the public is demanding? I mean, that's what you're saying. He can just, let it go in one ear and out the other.
Yes, every public opinion poll suggests that large majorities of Israelis want the war ended and the hostages redeemed. And by the way, that does not mean that Netanyahu is in their good stead. On 3 issues, he has lost, I think, the confidence of most Israelis. Number one, on exempting the ultra-Orthodox from military service, particularly during a time of war. Number two, the judicial reform, which continues in an effort to emasculate the Supreme Court. And 3, the lack of accountability. There's been no state commission of inquiry, no effort to assess responsibility, culpability for what happened on October 7, the operational failure and the intelligence failure. So, but again, I think that in this case, it is high politics, not mass politics, that essentially has ruled the day.
What would you say? What would be the worst case outcome for this? Let's say if we go full throttle the way that is being planned, what would be the worst case outcome in your opinion?
Yes, no. Yeah.
Oh, I think, and there's definitely a worst case possibility. That would involve a major Israeli ground operation in Gaza City. That would mean the loss of Israeli soldiers, hostages. Clearly, we saw last August what happened. When Israeli soldiers approached, Hamas had standing orders to execute the hostages, and they willfully murdered 6, including an American citizen. And the other downside, obviously, is the tremendous source of suffering and economic, physical dislocation that has beset the population of Gaza, including credible reports of starvation and malnutrition. So if the war continues, all of these things are distinct possibilities.
It has been, I'm just asking before we run out of time, it has been about 2 weeks since Netanyahu announced plans to take all of Gaza, but he was quoted as saying, "We don't want to keep it," considering what has happened in the last 2 weeks. How do those words sit with you?
I mean, again, the Israelis are not going to give up the primary responsibility to preempt or prevent the resurgence of Hamas or any other Palestinian group in the wake of October 7. The question is, who or what is going to maintain law and order? Who or what is going to prevent a Hamas resurgence? And he has hinted at the possibility of Arab boots on the ground, some sort of Arab peacekeeping force. But that's clearly going to depend on ending the war, alleviating the suffering of Gazans, and probably building some sort of bridge to a negotiation to address the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. None of these things right now are anywhere near reality.
Okay. Aaron David Miller with the Carnegie Foundation. Aaron, good to talk with you. We appreciate your analysis tonight. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
In the Middle East now, Hamas has reportedly agreed to a new ceasefire proposal with Israel put forward by mediators. Under the deal, around half of the Israeli hostages still being held in Gaza would be freed in return for Israel releasing Palestinian prisoners. The potential breakthrough follows negotiations between Hamas and Egyptian and Qatari officials. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu released a video shortly after this news broke. In it, he described Hamas as being under massive pressure, but he did not comment on the proposal. Journalist Karim El-Gahari gave us this assessment on why Hamas has agreed to the ceasefire proposal now.
I think there's no question that they're under pressure right now. First, there's the Israeli military advances into Gaza City itself. I think they're also under pressure from their own starved people to end this war and to avoid also further displacement of another 800,000 people from in and around Gaza City. At the same time, of course, Netanyahu himself is under pressure to end the war. Not only international, where more and more countries are turning away from him, but as we can see in the last days, also recently through huge demonstrations within Israel, that demand the end of the war. So both sides are under pressure to end this.
Journalist Karim El-Gahari there speaking with us earlier. Our coverage continues now with Guy Perron. He's a retired Israeli Air Force pilot and a critic of Prime Minister Netanyahu's handling of the Gaza conflict. Mr. Perron, it's good to have you with us. Maybe I can just start by asking for your reaction to what we're seeing happening in just the past few hours. News of Hamas saying yes to this proposed ceasefire, these deals. What do you think of this?
Well, I think that between the Hamas confusion and the Israeli government confusion, we, the Israeli public,
no fucking mena, kurva.
Up until a while ago, the prime minister, the Hamas was insisting.
Fuck your Hamas. Fucking news is full of this mena bullshit. God damn. I only care about Ukraine and Thailand, nothing else. The rest of the world suck dick.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace. The end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern
Fucking
Ireland.
hell,
Catholics and Protestants now facing the same threat.
If we both contract COVID-19, religion's
How can
Sky
I
News,
paralyze
the
this
full
idiot?
story first.
Kurva, he's shooting these. It's shooting too fast.
Hello there, you're watching the press preview. A first look at what is on the front pages as they arrive. It's time to see what is making the headlines with political commentator Adam Bolton and comment editor at The Telegraph, Annabelle Denham. They'll be with me from now until just before midnight. So let's see what is on some of those front pages. And after the court ruling to stop a hotel in Essex being used to house asylum seekers, the Eye says that a number of Labour councils are now also planning legal action over hotels in their areas. That story is also the main item in tomorrow's Guardian. Likewise, The Times as well. Labour councils explore migrant hotel legal action is their headline. The Mail, meanwhile, calls it a Labour revolt. The problems all that creates for the Prime Minister and his asylum policy, highlighted in The Sun with this headline, no vacancies. Meanwhile, in the FT, the jump in the UK inflation to its highest since January last year is the lead, which also points to the widening prices gap with countries in the Eurozone. That's at around 2% there. The Express warns of more misery for consumers over energy bills, with big rises expected later this year, despite government efforts to cut them. The trial of 68-year-old Christopher Brain, a former priest found guilty of 17 counts of indecent assault and still awaiting verdicts on 5 other charges, including rape, is the top story in tomorrow's Metro. The Telegraph looks ahead to tomorrow's GCSE results, with the Education Secretary telling the paper that failure to ensure that white working-class children succeed is holding the country back. And finally, the Star says the country is suffering from Oasis blues after the emotional high of the band's recent tour. So welcome now to Adam Bolton and Annabelle Denham. Good to see you both. I don't know if you're suffering from the Oasis blues. We may never find out, because we're going to start, Adam, with the front page of The Sun. In fact, many of the papers, most of them, in fact, are focusing on this migrant hotels issue in The Sun's headline, no vacancies.
Yeah, and also above that, it's got Prime Minister's asylum nightmare. And this really is a nightmare for the government now, because it's become a very salient issue following that ruling in the courts yesterday that in Epping Forest, in the Bell Hotel, They've got 28 days to move migrants elsewhere. Immediate problem for the government. No one knows where elsewhere is. We've seen ministers on television today unable to answer that question. Sir Keir Starmer, that no vacancies headline, reminding that he told a select committee at one point that he thought there were plenty of places migrants could go. But again, when asked, give us some details, he couldn't come up with an answer. And what the government is now worried about, as it also says on the front of the Sun, that other councils are now considering going to courts to see if they can get migrants kicked out of hotels in their areas, and that includes 2 Labour councils, the Wirral, which interestingly is the patch of the Immigration Minister Angela Eagle, and also the Tamworth, a classic marginal. And of course, the point is that these councils do have to stand for election, and undoubtedly in saying my local electors don't want these people in hotels in my patch, they're probably absolutely right.
Yeah, interestingly, if we move on to the Eye as well, their front page focuses specifically on the Labour element of this. Labour councils threaten new legal action over asylum seeker hotels, is what the Eye says, Annabelle. Look, it's one thing Reform urging its councils to do what is within their power. People would expect that. But Labour councils, elections or not doing this, is an added problem for the government, isn't it?
This will certainly tighten the screws on Keir Starmer, on the government, yes, but I do think it was inevitable that they would be looking to their own interests and how on earth they're going to neutralise the reform threat. Farage now controlling some 12 councils across the country. So, of course, it isn't just those 2 from Labour, but others as well. And one wonders just how far this ripple effect may now spread, because ultimately, which council wouldn't want to bring a case where they're given the opportunity to do so, given the threat of local protests against these asylum hotels, which are often placed in town centres? They can really feel like they're the beating heart of some communities, which are now being packed full of often undocumented, unvetted young men. Now, Epping, of course, is a unique case because you did have that charge of sexual assault against an asylum seeker there, which we haven't seen in other asylum hotels, other councils up and down the country. But nevertheless, it does appear to be in some councils' best interest.
And we got Kemi Badenoch piling on the agony, embargoed till this evening. She's encouraging Tory councils to fight asylum hotels. I'm writing to you to tell you how Epping achieved this victory for their community, and to tell you that we back you to take similar action to protect your community. Now, you know, she's leader of the opposition. She might consider this fair game, although, of course, it's worth remembering that actually more people were put into more hotels by the last Conservative government, and actually Labour have been reducing the numbers, although they're still tens of thousands.
What is your people currently across around 200 hotels. And the question, as Adam says, is where are they going to be put? And no government minister seems able to answer that question. Now, there is the possibility to put them into some unused housing, social housing, but that will, you know, if you think people are upset about asylum hotels, well, we've got a housing crisis in this country. If you start filling what vacant properties there are with asylum seekers, then that will cause a lot of public discontent.
But there are many more asylum seekers who are not in hotels. They're being housed somewhere.
Yeah, it's about a third, I think, are in hotels. Yeah. But, you know, we did have, before the summer recess, we had a lot of people complaining about homes of multiple occupation in areas of the country, groups of young men or individual young men amounting to groups being put into these communities, and those communities weren't happy either. And then, you know, if we go back still further, when the idea was to use military camps, again, we had a lot of public discontent about the fact that you know, in the Dover area, that people were being put in their area. So, you know, it's very, very unclear what can be done about this. Labour's answer is they're just going to drive down the numbers, and by the end of this Parliament, which is another 3.5 years, they say they won't have people in hotels.
But I imagine for Yvette Cooper, 2029 is currently feeling like a very long way away.
I mean, the only thing she's got going for her is this quote, that the legal judgment was one narrow court judgment. That's what she describes it as, hoping that the specific, circumstances will mean that others won't be able to follow it.
Yes, could end up being the case. As you said, Annabelle, there were some specifics around the Epping case that other councils may find puts them off doing. You say, would they bring it if they had the chance? I thought councils were strapped for cash. It's not cheap bringing a legal challenge to something, is it?
No, and one imagines that the more of these cases that are taken to the High Court, the longer it will take for them to get a ruling.
Yes.
And what happens in the interim period. And there's a very
bit.
real risk that there's going to be a lot of unrest that might be stoked as a consequence of councils bringing forward those cases, but actually they're not going to get any response anytime soon. So potentially some backlash there.
The Guardian focuses on the Labour elements of this as well, but let's whiz past that one and move to the FT with a slightly different story. Unexpected acceleration, Annabelle, in inflation. They say they focus on it widening the gap with Eurozone peers. So inflation for last month ticking up to 3.8%. Airfares and the rising cost of certain foods, especially the likes of beef, going up by a quarter in a year is eye-watering. But the FT focused on the fact that in the Eurozone, inflation is hovering around about 2% on average. I think 1.8% in France, 1.7% in Italy. They're doing something which you would assume means imports will be cheaper. And we heard from a strawberry farmer just in the 10 o'clock news there, saying we're going to have to pass on costs.
No, that's right. So 1.8 percentage point gap between the UK and Euro area inflation. It does look as though the Eurozone has been able to tame this much better than the UK, where, it's 3.8%, nearly double the Bank of England's target. And yet just a couple of weeks ago, the Monetary Policy Committee made that decision to lower interest rates to 4%. Now, you have to wonder whether Andrew Paley and the rest of the team there are wondering whether that was a wise decision and whether perhaps they brought it down a little bit too quickly. But, to answer your question, why is inflation so sticky here? Well, it's in large part a consequence of government policy. It's the fact that, we've got wage growth as a consequence of the rise in the minimum wage that was brought in by the Labour government. You've got price growth, which is in part the result of rising staff bills after employer national insurance was increased in April following the October budget. So there are deliberate policy decisions which have been made which have perhaps led to inflation remaining higher than another country.
Worth saying that perhaps, when you make the comparison to Eurozone countries, worth remembering that Germany has been formally in recession, whereas we haven't been formally in recession.
Yeah.
And as we keep on being reminded, the UK has had the highest growth in the G7. And that's the problem. If you stimulate the economy with things like increasing the minimum wage, then that's probably going to drive inflation. So, there is an element of swings and roundabouts, but it's certainly not good news.
No, and some of those policy measures you mentioned, Annabelle, the government's saying
we're going
to raise money that way. And your own paper, its headline is Reeves' eyes tax rate on pension lump sums. I think this time last night, the front pages were focusing on potential mansion tax on houses being sold for more than £1.5 million. Tonight on the Telegraph, Annabelle, looking at pension lump sums. Quick word on that.
Well, you have to wonder with all this tax kite flying whether the government is just laying the groundwork so when Reeves does raise them again in her October budget, having previously said that she wouldn't need to, the public are perhaps slightly desensitised to it and there's less of a backlash.
Pitch rolling is what you're talking
exactly. But at the moment, pensioners can withdraw as a quarter of their pot tax-free on retirement with a cap. But the Treasury is now looking at reducing that in order to raise billions of pounds. But as you say, we've also had the suggestion there might be some sort of mansion tax and further crackdown on inheritance tax. The big issue for Rachel Reeves is that Labour ultimately, with that manifesto tax triple lock, not to raise income tax, national insurance or VAT, has made it left itself with very little wriggle room. Where is it going to go next? Because we did see that £25 billion increase in employers' national insurance at the last budget. So they haven't got much wiggle room here, and yet it it does look as though they're confronting an enormous black hole. There was one estimate last couple of weeks ago that suggested it could be as big as £50 billion. So they've got to try and find the money from somewhere, all the while hoping, praying for more growth. That's going to be very difficult if the Bank of England is holding interest rates.
Yeah.
Steel plate helmet.
Those pesky black holes don't go away, do they? Thanks both for the time being. Coming up among the stories, we'll be discussing this on the front of The Guardian. Israel says it will expand its Gaza offensive.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away.
So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbors, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on rooftop.
These
okay, I think I sell this one.
Being asked to report next month. But what is The Guardian saying about it?
Well, The Guardian is really confirming that it's happening because it's been talked about, but now we've actually had the Defence Ministry, their spokesman, Effie Defrin, saying that the call-up is taking place. Now, this is a call-up of 60,000 reservists, and the idea is they will fill in while the regular Israeli forces go into, and the phrase they're using is conquer Gaza City, and of course they've already been trying to move people out into concentrated camps from that area. Now, this is an expression of determination by the government led by Netanyahu. As we know from the demonstrations at the weekend, it is by no means universally shared by the Israeli population. And, you know, the question will be what happens to the hostages, because a lot of people in Israel think the priority should be to get the hostages out. Netanyahu is in the process of rejecting the latest offer coming from Hamas to release some and go forward. So it just looks like the war goes on and the hostages will continue to be collateral damage. And of course, underlying all this is the fact that here we are nearly 3 years in.
Yeah.
And the massive forces of the Israeli Defense Forces and, you know, nearly 100,000 people dead, of whom the majority are civilians. And Hamas is still there. Hamas is still there, still calling the shots. And that objective stated right at the beginning by the Israelis of eliminating Hamas, it just hasn't happened.
Yeah.
I think that's a really important point, Adam, because in so many ways the IDF has been remarkably impressive and it has allowed Israel to reshape aspects of the Middle East. I mean, it's defanged Hezbollah to the north, the Houthis, and launched those very targeted, effective strikes on Iran. And yet in Gaza, it seems unable to achieve its ultimate military objectives of rooting out Hamas and returning those hostages. And you know, the ceasefire earlier this week, the terms that Hamas were willing to agree to, if that partial return of hostages is simply not something that Israel would be able to countenance. So on it goes. 1.2 million people believed to be in Gaza City, already most of it reduced to glass and rubble. And you just wonder what will happen to the humanitarian crisis catastrophe that's underway there.
And the other thing they did say today from the Defence Ministry,
damn, that's expensive.
War Ministry, effectively, was they
The
expect
books.
this operation, this
Magnificent quality,
operation
magnificent. Yeah, Elliot Rogers loved to say, "I am so magnificent."
Yeah,
I am such a
it certainly doesn't seem like it's
gentleman,
gonna end
and I
anytime
am
soon,
so
like you say,
magnificent.
despite that offer of a ceasefire by Qatar and Egypt on
What you got?
behalf of
Shadow
Hamas.
Bow,
It looks like, as
Sorcerer
we say, we're hearing from
Bows,
the Israeli
22,
government that they
27.
are
This is
pressing
a good
ahead with
one.
this. Thanks both for the time being. We'll return to the papers after the top of the
Hmm.
hour, but first, let's take a very quick look at the weather.
Rabbit necklace. Fuck it.
With clear skies
Rose
ahead.
Cloud.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The next couple of days will be sunnier than we've seen recently, but it will be quite cool overall, especially in the east of the country. The bank holiday weekend, though, does look a little bit warmer when it arrives. Before then, there'll be a dry start tomorrow with sunny spells for most, but it will be quite cool in rural parts of the north and the west. Southeast England and North Sea coastal areas will keep a chilly wind. The morning will stay dry with bright or sunny spells, best in
Who
the
cares about England? Show me.
Even the terrorist group needs that support to carry on.
Mena?
Israel now stands at a decision point.
No,
the
fuck
chief of
off.
staff
will look a bit sunnier later on.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. Qatar Airways
Okay, I go
sponsors the
here.
weather.
Traveler
You're
request
watching Sky
16
News
food.
coming up next
16
at
food?
11 o'clock. The latest on
Hungry,
councils
hungry.
across England. Several of them preparing legal challenges to asylum seeker hotels in their areas. You're watching Sky News. Don't go away.
Q. Boom. Okay, bag number 1. How can we transfer everything here?
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's
this?
senior Ireland
Ruby?
correspondent.
Okay.
I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace. The end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern
Yeah,
Ireland.
stalemate.
Catholics and Protestants now facing
The end
the
will be a
same threat.
stalemate.
Approved contract
Okay.
COVID-19 religions now.
Sky News, the full story
Scottish.
first.
Fire, shouts the commander. There's a dash to safety. We've now got to wait inside the shelter to see if there is incoming. I'm Deborah Haynes, Sky Security and Defence Editor. Should Russia's war with Ukraine escalate significantly, pilots like these could be called upon to go into combat for real.
Escalate, yeah. Everything is fucking escalate, that's for sure. Para, fast travel. Ach kurwa, I wish I can blaze, kurwa. Have to wait 5 days. Okay, I need to sleep somewhere. Path of House. Well, I'm not sure if I want to do this house. Yeah, whatever, let's do it. We sleep somewhere. Hey, what you got? People are shitting on the street in this place. I sound like fucking New Delhi. Yeah. Can make a screenshot, this is funny. Where are they? Of course they are here. Kurwa. Okay, should I go there? Go north. Okay, I need bed. Go to sleep bed. Hey man. It's a monster. I'm spreading feces as the owner has the the fuck is this? Bro, this is so funny. This is just so funny. Need more paint. It is how I spread the fees to stop this 40 day fees. Hey, you are the cheater. He is cheating everywhere. Hey, bro. Radovan didn't receive a proper
This is Sky News
guidance.
at 11 o'clock, the headlines. Voicing their reservations, councils across England consider legal action over migrant hotels after the High Court's Epping ruling. Clumsy attempts. Russia's top diplomat accuses the EU of trying to change Donald Trump's stance on the war in Ukraine. Also tonight, a police officer describes the moment he was shot with a crossbow as his attacker is jailed.
I can feel blood running down the back of my leg, but I don't know how serious the injury is. So I'm just running and running, clearing people, you know, giving people instructions.
Spreading feces.
While a larger than expected rise in inflation is hampering hopes of the economy bearing fruit. Plus, we've got a special report from the mountains of northern Somalia, where Islamic State has found a new foothold.
They thought IS was dead. Definitely not dead, is it? And the
Where is
evidence
he
here
going?
shows
Where is this
that
guy
IS is
going?
not dead at all. It's
No.
alive and kicking and expanding and exploding everywhere.
And we'll have a full look at the front pages in our press preview at 11:30. Good evening. More councils are considering launching legal challenges over the government's use of migrant hotels after the High Court temporarily blocked asylum seekers from being housed in a hotel in Essex. Reform UK says the 12 councils it controls will do everything in their power to follow Epping District Council's lead. And tonight, the Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has urged Tory councils to do the same. We'll have more on that in a moment, but first, this report from Sky's Rachel Venables.
At asylum hotels across the country,
That stopped. You took in.
protesters had a simple message.
You took in garbage. You will have problems.
You're not welcome here. And with Tuesday's interim High Court ruling, one council's victory to remove migrants from the Bell Hotel in Epping could become a blueprint for others across the country to follow suit. Starting a few miles away at this hotel in Hertfordshire.
Damn, I blasted them.
As soon as we heard that they managed to get their temporary injunction, we decided that we would start seeking the same legal advice in the pathway that Epping has gone down. There are families in there, there are children in there, those children need to go to schools. That is impacting the schools massively and impacting sort of GP services. You know, those sort of vital services.
Vital services, we're very excited to get started.
People, families and
That's not how it works.
in this hotel in Broxbourne. But if the council gets its way, the government will have to find new accommodation for all of them, and fast, with pressure mounting from other local authorities following suit and trying now to do the same thing.
Excited. Excited.
Reform UK also says its 12 councils will try to do the same as Epping.
Reform is going to use every
Okay,
instrument
which way?
available to it in terms of councils that we
to the ground.
do have planning power. We're looking at this. Wheels are in motion. You can expect cases to be brought by Reform Council.
But in Cannock, where there have been protests near this hotel, a more mixed reaction from the public.
They've got to go somewhere. They're in the country and they've got to be out somewhere, haven't they?
We need to look after our own people. We know we need to save our own services. If we was in a position where we could help them, maybe we could.
I know they came over on boats, but they didn't ask to be put in the hotel. The council put them in the hotel, or the government, or somebody else. And it's not right.
I myself is an asylum who came in the country as a refugee. So I would say, yeah, it's a good thing, but has to be controlled.
The government had already pledged to end the use of
Has to
hotels
be controlled.
to house migrants
Except
by
don't control
2029.
me.
Now that timeline could be speeding up.
We're looking
Well,
at
fuck you.
contingency
Sell
options to
everything.
accommodate those people who will now have to move out of that hotel. But the bigger problem is ensuring that we process asylum claims more quickly and more effectively than has been the case previously.
Just before Labour came into office last June, there were more than 29,000 asylum seekers being housed in hotels. According to the latest available data, that rose to more than 32,000 at the end of this March. That's 1/3 of the more than 103,000 asylum seekers receiving accommodation support in the UK at the time. This is all a problem of policy, years in the making. Tuesday's decision could still be challenged in the courts, but with the numbers of migrants arriving and community tensions both rising, the pressure over immigration in this country is approaching boiling point. Rachel Venables, Sky News in Broxbourne.
A row has broken out between the Tories and Reform about previous comments on migrant hotels. So who said what and when? At the centre of the argument is an interview that Robert Jenrick did with us here at Sky News back in November 2022, a week after he was appointed Immigration Minister in Rishi Sunak's government.
Stop. You're talking about procuring extra hotels, and that is fantastic. But the fact that you, having just been in the job for a handful of days, are having to do this suggests that when Suella Braverman was asked in the House of Commons yesterday whether she herself had stopped the procurement of extra hotels and she denied that, well, that suggests that perhaps she wasn't being entirely truthful.
No, that's not correct. More hotels have been coming online almost every month throughout the whole of this year. So Suella Braverman and her predecessor, Priti Patel, were procuring more hotels. What I have done in my short tenure is ramp that up and procure even more, because November, historically, has been one of the highest months of the year for migrants illegally crossing the Channel.
Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, it's that comment in the interview he did with Neil 3 years ago or so that Reform have leapt on.
Yes, Zia Youssef, the former chairman of the party and now the Doge crusader, has indeed attacked Mr Jenrick and talking about how he says one thing now and said something very different a couple of years ago. And there seems to be some merit in that, because he did say, we've just heard Mr Jenrick say to Neil Patterson, what I've done in my short tenure is ramp that up. In other words, speed up getting more hotel places. He said that Priti Patel and Suella Braverman were providing more as well. And of course, now, of course, the Tories are dead against it. Now, Mr Jenrick has hit back at the Reform Party by saying this. The interview that Zia selectively clipped was about the Manston holding centre, where illegal migrants are processed when they first arrive. I was 8 days into the job of Migration Minister. Manston's capacity was once 1,600, but it had 4,000 people. There'd just been a firebombing of the processing centre, which had thrown the system into chaos. Order was collapsing. So what he's basically saying is there was pressure because of problems at Manston, but the fact is, he says he ramped it up, and now, of course, he wants to close down these hotels.
Something else ramping up is Kemi Badenoch's message to Tory councils, wanting to them to follow Epping's lead and potentially bring legal challenges of their own.
She has written to Conservative-controlled council leaders, pledging her support to them fighting asylum hotels in their local area. In the letter, this is what she says they should do. I'm encouraging Conservative council leaders to take the same steps as Epping, if your legal advice supports it. She says, you may also wish to take formal advice from planning officers on the other planning enforcement options available to your council in relation to unauthorised developments or change of use. That is a reference, of course, to the fact that Sir Stephen Eyre, the judge, made the ruling on the basis of planning irregularity by the hotel group in change of use there. Now, we've obviously been trying to get a list of all the councils involved. Epping, yes. Broxbourne, yes. Hertfordshire. Spelthorne, Hillingdon. Those are Conservatives. Other Reform councils, the Reform Party is talking about. But what's very interesting as well is that there are some Labour councils who also want to go down this legal route. For example, One of them is Wirral, in the other side of the River Mersey. But of course, the Immigration and Border Control Minister Angela Eagle is the MP for Wallasey, and another one is Tamworth in the Midlands. So there is a bit of a backlash against the government here. They don't seem to know what to do, and they've really got to come up with something, because supposing they appeal and they lose, they're in big trouble. And the government's policy seems to be, okay, the numbers are lower than they were when Mr. Jenrick was immigration minister, but the policy's in absolute turmoil now.
John, thank you. Next, the UK and Russia have slapped new sanctions on each other in another sign of fraught relations, even as the US pivots towards the Kremlin in its push for peace in Ukraine. The government says it's going after financial and crypto networks allegedly being used by Russia to evade existing Western sanctions. The Foreign Office said this in a statement. Financial networks utilised by Russia to soften the blow of Western sanctions are today being targeted by the UK. The action comes as the UK and international allies redoubled efforts to secure a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. In response, Moscow announced its own sanctions on 21 people it accuses of promoting anti-Russian narratives. Among them, the former Foreign Minister and Labour MP Dennis McShane, the Times columnist and author Matthew Syed, John Sweeney, the senior Foreign Affairs journalist, and Dominic Murphy, who is head of Counter-Terrorism Command for the Metropolitan Police. And Russia's top diplomat has said that Moscow is aware of what he calls clumsy attempts from the European Union to change Donald Trump's position on Ukraine. Sergei Lavrov also said that Russia was in favour of reliable security guarantees for Ukraine, but hoped the US understands that discussing security issues without Russia, he says, is a road to nowhere.
We cannot agree with the fact that it is now proposed to resolve collective security issues without Russia. This will not work. We have already explained more than once that Russia does not exaggerate its interests, but we will ensure our legitimate interests firmly and harshly. And I am sure that the West, and above all the United States, understands perfectly well that seriously discussing security issues without the Russian Federation is a utopia. This is a road to nowhere.
Our US correspondent Mark Stone has the latest now from Washington.
What Sergei Lavrov said today is a repetition of what the Kremlin was saying on Monday, on the day that there was so much excitement around what was going on in Washington. I mean, the two things happened essentially. I think the first thing to say is that what was clearly positive is that the European leaders managed finally to get America on side in saying that it would be part of providing security guarantees to Ukraine going forward.
Some kind of glitch?
The issue seems to be that the Americans are claiming that following the meeting last week between Trump and Putin, Russia was somehow on side with this idea of a security guarantee that they were willing to allow. And in fact, Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's envoy, said as much on the weekend shows at the weekend. He said, look, the Russians are willing to allow us to have some sort of an Article 5 NATO-type security guarantee. Well, that was baffling when they said it. It was baffling on Monday. The Kremlin was saying we're not interested in that, and now we've heard from Sergei Lavrov himself saying, look, we've got to be part of any sort of discussion if we're to have if we're to bring this war to an end. So it's really very, very hard to see how the two sides come together. Yes, it is a big win for Europe that they appear now, unlike in February, to have got America on side. There's no suggestion that, at the moment at least, that Donald Trump is going to abandon Europe in terms of security on its eastern flank. But, you know, everyone knows Donald Trump can change his mind very, very quickly. So although Monday was positive, there are so many unanswered questions, and I find it very hard to see how the two sides, Ukraine and Russia, are going to bridge the gap, let alone have a meeting between the two leaders.
A man who stabbed his neighbour and then shot a policeman with a crossbow has been sentenced to 9 years in jail. The court heard that Jason King had a score to settle with the authorities when he carried out the attack in High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire last May. A warning: this report from Sadia Chowdhury contains images that you may find distressing.
That's my car again. My dog's gonna kill you.
What a fucking subhuman,
He just stabbed his neighbour, and Jason King was at his victim's door.
Now he's at the front door.
Their 999 call reveals fears of another attack.
He's out the front door, he's got the knife, and he says he's coming for me.
King was in a dispute with them over a broken window. 55-year-old Jason King has been sentenced to 9 years in prison.
What a retard. Absolute degenerate.
It started his attack on an evening in May last year. Having tried to shoot the responding police from a window, he chased them down a residential street. He was grinning, the police said, while firing a crossbow at them.
He's out with a bow! I think he shot me.
One officer is shot, but has to keep running.
Guys, get back in your house. He's got a crossbow.
The attack continued in an area where children were playing.
Kid, I need you to move. Now. Move. Now. Move, move, move. Move, move, move! Right, get into a house. Get into that house now, sir.
I can hear the mechanism of the crossbow going off again behind me, still trying to take shots at me. And we're clearing people out of the way. I can feel blood running down the back of my leg, but I don't know how serious the injury is, so I'm just running and running, clearing people, you know, giving people instructions.
With an officer hit, the K9 unit is called in. Until the dog becomes a target too.
No! Guns! 5'9", yeah, he tried to shoot the dog.
It took an armed officer to intervene.
Oh, please stay still! Stay still!
He took one accurate, non-lethal shot. And King was hit in the arm. His attack finally over.
The biggest thing for me, as I recall, is the screams from the police officers. You don't hear that very often. You don't hear them screaming for other police officers. That's normally a member of the public screaming for the police. And that'll haunt me.
10 officers who attended were later given bravery awards, and in court the judge commended their service to the public. Jason King had claimed he'd bought the crossbow for recreational use, but the judge said it was actually an attempt by King to arm himself in the event of need.
Male down, one shot fired by police.
That need, the judge ruled, was to settle a score. And King's long history of mental health illness had only limited impact, if any, on his culpability. Sadia Chowdhury, Sky News.
Inflation is the highest it's been since January of last year, pushed up mainly by higher airfares and food prices. The 3.8% figure for July is well above the Bank of England's target of 2%, as our business correspondent Paul Kelso explains.
In Kent, the summer fruit came early and keeps on coming. Almost 2,000 pickers are employed across this company's farms in the county. Without them, there is no harvest. But the cost of paying them is booming too. Increases in the minimum wage and employment taxes have pushed the payroll here up by £4 million.
Is it getting more expensive to grow a strawberry?
Absolutely more expensive. About 60% of our cost is labour. Our biggest impact on our industry is wages, and wages are not going to come down. So I can't see in any way prices falling on food, fresh food production. They're just going to keep going up. Our worry is, will they go up to a point where the consumer won't want to pay them when we can import cheaper from abroad?
Consumer price inflation rose to 3.8% in July, up 0.2 percentage points and close to double the Bank of England's target. And food inflation was a major factor. Having briefly dipped below the level of general inflation, it increased to 4.9%, and the gap is widening. Supermarkets face higher staff costs too, and say competition is keeping prices in check. Some staples are still rising sharply.
Even a basic bag of shopping tells us a lot about how fast some prices are rising. Beef, 24% more expensive than it was. Coffee is up 18%. Chocolate and butter are both 17% pricier than they were. And even a pint of milk up 11% in a year. If it feels like your shopping is getting more expensive, well, it really is.
And that is a challenge for a government that promised to put more money in people's pockets.
Well, price rises are disappointing for everybody. We've seen energy prices come down in July, but they're still too high. That's why it's so important that we keep easing the cost of living, keep acting on that.
The higher inflation figures today, which have almost doubled since the election, is a damning indictment on the failings of this Labour government. They're putting all of us under cost of living pressures.
Rising airfares also pushed up inflation, and July's figures could set the price for rail fare increases in the new year. More immediately, the chances of another interest rate cut in September may have receded. Labour's second budget will need to bear fruit and fast if the economy is to change direction when summer turns to autumn. Paul Kelso, Sky News.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up in the sport, news of a major restructure of Welsh domestic rugby.
I don't know how to fish. It's fucking weird, huh? Equip the fishing customs. Maybe I need a fucking pond, maybe. Like this one. What? Just click to cast. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Fucking tired. 6 hours last year. Let me Google this bullshit. Shit. What? How to fish.
Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city where there's a column of Russian armoury. I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Look at that sheet of flames, and that
left click, cast.
minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis, up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live. Joins us live all in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Fuck this place.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace. The end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern Ireland. Catholics and Protestants now facing the same threat.
If we both contract COVID-19, religion's nothing.
Sky News, the full story first.
Let's get the latest sport
I
news.
don't know how to cast. Please.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
Sorry, I just have a German passport. Hopefully I can convince them and show them and prove them that I'm proud to be the English manager.
For only the third time in history, the FA have turned to a foreign manager to take charge of the men's England team. Thomas Tuchel follows in the footsteps of Sven-Göran Eriksson.
if we don't do results. Of course, they will try to hang me, but even if I was an Englishman, they hang me. So that's...
And Fabio Capello.
A winner with a capital W. That was the template. This is the man.
When the news about Tuchel broke, there was a mixed media reaction. Some in Tuchel see a Champions League winning manager and the best candidate available if you want to win a World Cup. That's certainly how the FA bosses view it. But for others, there's a more fundamental principle here. They believe that an Englishman should be in charge of England.
Well, I was hoping we'd get an English manager, but when you look at the choices, they're very few, aren't they?
The jobs are so prestigious and there's so much money in the job that people are tempted to spread the net wide.
There's nothing in the water that stops it. It's all about opportunity. I think it's probably a little bit simplistic just to put it down to national borders.
On whichever side of the debate you fall, there is one fact which is indisputable.
How
The
do I get
pool of
here?
English coaches at the elite level of the game is pretty shallow. And the key question is, why?
What we are deemed as English coaches, we're responsible for.
Do you feel like to get a job in the Premier League as an Englishman, you have to be promoted to the division?
I would say 99 times out of 100. You can't just give people jobs.
I want to try and help in any way that I can produce more English managers.
I'm at St George's Park. Opened in 2012, the FA intended this place to be a centre of excellence and a destination of choice for players, coaches, administrators and officials alike. Why have the FA turned to the continent to replace an English manager who's been the most successful in the top job since Sir Alf Ramsey? Well, to answer that question, you have to look much deeper within the game. Before the birth of the Premier League, the English First Division was won predominantly by teams with British managers. 38 Englishmen, 10 Scotsmen and an Irishman in Bob Kyle. The Premier League was formed in 1992 and that date coincides with the last time an English manager was in charge of a team that won the top division. If I'd said to you...
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Thank you, Matt. Coming up next is the press preview. After the break, I'll be joined by political commentator Adam Bolton and comment editor at The Telegraph, Annabelle Denham. And among the stories, we'll be discussing this on the front of The Mirror, which has been speaking to a refugee about the recent asylum hotel protest. Their headline, "We don't want to live like this." We'll be right back.
Okay, save us. So tired, kurwa. Alright, I'm wrapping it up. See you next time. Thanks for 0 shekels. Nothing ever happens.